scenario from Dick Vitale. Would you want to see it? Ticket texters say that they're still fighting about this idea of the rule proposal with the divisions.
Yeah.
The idea that they should seed based on record and not just division winners 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what the Lions want. Texter says, you might be the 7th seed. What if 8 teams from the 3 other divisions have better records?
No, you get an automatic bid to the postseason. You win the division.
You're in, guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
And that's where the guarantees end.
Yes.
You don't get a seed based on the geographic region you play in.
You get a guarantee of at least a 7 seed.
Yes. That would be part of the rule proposal.
Yes.
And that makes a lot of sense to me. On the holding and tweaking that, Texter says, can't they just do away with the spot foul on pass interference, be 15 yards like college? That we don't have a 50-yard play flip the game.
I don't know. I kind of like that being the way it is. I like there are differences between the college game and the pro game, and there are many. But this is one where I think if you don't, the receivers are really good. And if you're just, I'm gonna remove this receiver from this moment because I only want to give up 15. I'm just gonna go ahead and tackle him before the ball gets here. He's got me. I'm just gonna go ahead and trip him up.
It's like a bailout.
Yeah, I just don't like the bailout moment.
All right, 248-539-9797. Dick Vitale.
I got a request.
Yes,
and I don't know if you're gonna be up for it, but we didn't have audio of Dick Vitale. This is one that he wrote.
Yes.
And so when you read his quotes, can you do it in the style of Dick Vitale, please? It shouldn't be that hard. Everybody has a Dick Vitale, take.
God, you put me on the spot. It's probably going to be terrible. But yeah, I'll play along.
That's even better.
So I'm going to set it up a little first. So he writes and does his bracket. No surprise, Dick Vitale has Duke winning the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But along the way, he has Michigan State beating Bryant, Marquette, and Iowa State, which would put them in the Elite Eight. He has Michigan beating UC San Diego, avoiding the trendy upset everybody's picking. Mm-hmm. He has them beating Texas A&M.
Aggies.
And how about this? He has Michigan beating number 1 Auburn in the Sweet 16.
If Auburn's even there. Auburn didn't even make it that far last year.
Right. So it sets up what Dickie V wrote. A rivalry game with Final Four trip on the line. Are you serious? Sparty wins the Battle of Michigan.
That was a bad effort. You didn't even throw a baby in there.
He didn't say baby.
I know, but he didn't write it. But that's because he wrote this. He's not going to write in baby. You've got to add that to the audio. A rivalry game with Final Four on the line? Are you serious, baby? Sparty wins the Battle of Michigan. It's bad. It's a bad Dickie V. I hear it.
Oh, that sounds better than what Dick Vitale sounds like now.
Oh, but don't do that. The man's battled cancer.
He's had throat cancer.
You do a better Dick Vitale. How about this? Call in and give us your Dick Vitale, John.
Oh, yeah. Call in. Give us your Dick Vitale.
But the question is actually, do you want to see this? Michigan State in the Elite Eight.
I'm 100%. And I know, I believe, in fact, in my bracket, I have them meeting.
Do you?
Yes. And in my bracket, I tore down the blue wall. And I have Michigan State going to the Final Four.
We're going to excommunicate you.
Which I said yesterday.
You're not going to be welcome
we were doing
back.
the whole, our predictions. But, I mean, okay, what logical individual? Now, I know you could throw logic out the window at times in the tournament. It's why we call it March Madness. It's madness.
Yep.
But I just don't, with what we saw in the 2 opportunities that Michigan had, one at home and one on the road, neither of them looked good for Michigan. So why would I sit there and say third time's a charm?
Yeah, I think if I'm a Spartan fan, bring it on.
But I want the opportunity.
But if I'm a Michigan fan, it's the same thing. Hey, give me another chance at this because it would be awesome to throw a Tom Izzo team that would be looking at a Final Four run.
It'd be awesome, baby!
That was actually pretty good. It would be a chance to topple Izzo in one of these seasons that they feel like they could actually win it all. It would be great satisfaction for Michigan to A, go to a Final Four, but B, to beat Michigan State to do it. Yeah, you absolutely want that opportunity and that matchup. I can't imagine either fan base says no. If Dick Vitale is correct and we get this game, Who's upset? Who says no? Who doesn't want a rematch?
This would be annoying.
What?
I would not like this game. This game would be annoying.
You're a Michigan fan. You don't want this?
No.
Why?
Part of it
Because
is probably
we've seen it
part
twice.
of it is scared Wolverine fan, quite honestly, because we have seen it twice. By the way, like, what, they're going to beat Auburn? And they
According
lost
to Dick
to
Vitale.
Michigan
Well, okay, but Dick Vitale, a respected basketball voice and legend, has them doing this. Now, maybe he's doing it just because he wants to see this happen. It's never happened before. Michigan versus Michigan State. Izzo, we think he's still going to be around for another couple of years, but maybe it never happens during the Izzo era. This would be epic.
It'll be Final Four, number 9 for Mr. Izzo.
That's a great one. So much better. Both of ours, so much better than Costa.
I don't do impressions.
I put you on the spot. I'll defend your.
No, you don't have to
your
defend
Dickie
me.
V.
248-539-97.
That was
But
a
I believe, Michigan, you got to believe, they'll be right there against the Spartans.
That's such a good Dickie V.
I think it was worse the second time.
Hey, it's not going to be perfect. He's not Dickie V, but it had all of the components.
Texter says, call in and give us your Dick Vitale. 248-539-9797.
Yes. Please follow that with the Tecumseh Tom from the afternoon show.
Tecumseh Tom. All right, would you want to see this rematch? 248-539-9797. We do have the True Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000. We have Dear John at 7:35, and yeah, we're going to keep talking about the madness for most of the show, but I think this is an interesting local angle.
Is there any chance? Now, if this were to happen, I think most of us, and I don't know how everybody's going to fill out their brackets because there are some, the doom and gloomers that think, oh, Michigan State's going to lose to Bryant. It's a 15-2. It's a repeat. No. That's not going to happen. But they also believe that, maybe they're not as good. Maybe the Big Ten is overrated. I don't know. If Michigan State feels like they are not a lock, but the most predictable to be there.
Yeah.
Michigan, on the other hand, if they win 3 games to get to that point, will they not be playing the most consistent and best basketball of the season? Because it would have followed 3 games in the Big Ten championship. We're not beautiful,
no,
but they were wins.
They're wins.
And then they get a win over the hot team, UC San Diego, and they end up getting a win over whether it's Texas A&M or Yale, Auburn or whoever else gets there. Would you not have to admit that they are playing to get there the best basketball of the season?
Not only that, I would make the argument they would have had to conquer their demons to do it, right? If they beat UC San Diego, and again, the spread's like 2.5 points. It's supposed to be a nail-biter tonight, late night. If they win, I'm imagining it's because they take care of the basketball, right? That's confronting demon number 1.
Yep.
The second round, Dick Vitale has them playing Texas A&M, number 1 offensive rebounding team. You remember when you guys played Illinois, John? Like Michigan has had issues.
That.
But if they conquer that, they box out, they keep them at bay. Those 7-footers play every bit of 7 feet.
And they don't turn the ball over?
And they don't turn. Again, you're conquering your demons, and then along the way, you are playing your best basketball, hottest team, right?
And then in the Sweet 16, let's keep crafting this. Not only do they not turn the ball over, they rebound. They find some mojo at the 3-point line, but they also make their free throws.
Trey Donaldson, the Auburn transfer, gets some revenge against his former team. How about that?
I clearly asked the wrong person for the impersonation. We should have had Greg read the initial quote.
248-539-9797. Couple ticket texters.
Greg, that's so good, and it was kind of spot on. Do you sit there during games and actually impersonate Dick Vitale? Because I think at some point we've all done that.
A little bit with the raspy last. And you know who does it even more is my wife.
Oh, really? Can we get her to call in?
Probably asleep.
Yes, probably. Hers is not flattering of him, by the way.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is there are legendary voices, and I think people do sit there and imitate those voices while the game is being played.
Can we get a diaper dandy out of somebody? 248-539-9797. Texter says, Michigan fan here. I have Michigan losing in round 2. in an epic upset by Yale State in the Final Four. As a State fan, I'd love to have a free win against Michigan to get to the Final Four. Izzo owns May.
Yeah. No argument here. I mean, I think the argument for Michigan State is if you just simply want the path of least resistance. Now, Michigan would have to obviously play good to get there, but if Auburn's there, they're a much bigger threat. Yeah. They're the number one overall seed.
If you're Michigan State, you go, hey, go ahead and knock out Auburn for us.
Yeah, please do the dirty work for us.
Matt in Southfield, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy March Madness Day. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Good. Man, dude, am I the biggest Michigan fan there is? But let me tell you, with our turnover ratio, I think we're getting knocked out the second round at Texas A&M, and I think Michigan State's getting knocked out by Auburn.
I mean, it's
what do you guys?
Auburn is the number one overall seed, so if you're just going chalk, sure, that would be what would be possible.
True. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm just going off chalk. I mean, listen, the Big Ten basketball is different than Big Ten football, right? Yeah. I mean, every year you'd see Michigan beat, Michigan State when it comes to football. But I mean, Auburn's been a powerhouse school in March Madness for I don't know the last 7-8 years. I mean, my biggest thing is like when you got a team like that. Yes, have they lost 3 in a row? I think Michigan State, regardless of that, you lost to Wisconsin. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a bad loss, but you lost to Wisconsin in the Big Ten tournament when you're coming off hot. I don't know. I think Michigan teams are done by the second, third round.
Yeah, I don't think that Michigan's making it to the Sweet 16. No. And for Michigan State, they're a cold shooting night away from being bounced early, but I tend to think they're making the Final Four. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather's news and the 2 Grand Slam. It's all coming up next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with some random individual that you're never going to meet. You got to give Maurice or Jerry a call. It's abrahamandrose.com online, or you can call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
before the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, what's in the news?
Well, former Detroit Lions quarterback Rodney Peete was unexpectedly gone viral. He went viral.
This is awesome.
Yeah. During the Los Angeles Dodgers' second game of the Tokyo series against the Chicago Cubs, Pete, who is a Dodgers fan, he's a local LA radio host. Well, he was there at the game with his wife, and in the 6th inning, he caught a foul ball. Okay. And he also not just caught the foul ball, but he prevented Dodger.
Whoa. He did not prevent him from catching it.
Well, maybe not prevented him, but
the ball was
not
passed.
Not for catching it, but okay. He probably wasn't going to catch it, right? It was.
It was already past his glove. It was already below his glove.
But he might not have realized that.
Well, he might not have, but so he was disgusted because he thought that a fan took it. Yeah.
Thought that he was going to catch this ball, right? Like he was reaching for it over the very short fence. Or
he missed it.
He did,
and then that's when Rodney Peete caught it.
Well,
it was underneath where Max's glove was,
but it wasn't. I agree. I'm not like trying to argue with you.
I know. I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing the article because they're trying to paint Rodney Peete in
But when you watch the video,
I watched it.
So did I. It wasn't like, oh, he missed it, I'll go in for it. They both had their gloves. To me,
he did not interfere with Max.
No, he didn't. But it wasn't like, oh, he totally missed it, I'm going to go for it now. They both had their gloves out for it.
Correct. And Rodney Peete's was underneath Max's. Max missed it, and it fell into Rodney's glove.
I just watched it, and that's exactly what happened.
And Rodney then takes the glove and hides it behind his back.
Well, he does it so smoothly.
Nonchalantly, what happened?
He caught it very quickly, very easily.
Oh, he looked more natural than the professional baseball
he
player.
did. It was there was no flinching. It was just...
Football players are better athletes, so that's why.
Yeah, there wasn't an interference by any means,
right.
but...
They're trying to paint Rodney Peete as somebody who interfered with Max,
and
he did not.
Peete did. He called into his own radio station and let them know, hey, I was just protecting my wife and myself, and they gave everybody in that section where he was sitting
a glove
because of the netting was so low that they wanted everyone to be
self-defended.
Yes. So he said, I was doing my job. I was making sure that I wasn't going to get hit in the face or my wife or anyone right there. So anyway, he's going viral for that.
Sorry, didn't mean to make that confrontational.
I wasn't trying to make it confrontational either.
I just want to make sure.
But I felt like
Rodney,
you were arguing with me.
Rodney's a former teammate of mine. Yeah, I'm making sure Rodney's taken care of.
I'm not the one who. I'm just telling you this, trying to tell you a story so people understand what was going on. Is that
and I'm trying to make sure that they understand the facts.
Thought that he could have caught it, and he was very upset when he didn't and somebody else did.
Yes.
Anyway, one of the 2 smaller towers that are part of the Renaissance Center just sold for $9.2 million during this 3-day online auction. The auction started on Monday with a starting bid of $2.75 million. It was done on Wednesday. We don't know who the mystery buyer is, and we don't know what this mystery buyer plans to do with this tower. But Tower 600 was built in 1981. It has 334,000 square feet. It's hardly in use. It's like 11% occupied. What do you got?
I was going to say, because this is a good thing. If someone's willing to sink $10 million into it, they better be turning it into something useful, because right now that space is a barren wasteland.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Did they do it so that they could just buy the real estate and tear it down, build something else?
But do something with it, right?
Something that they clearly have plans, I would imagine, if they're going to spend that kind of money. Finally, a former employer of Eminem has been charged by the FBI after stealing and leaking a whole bunch of the rapper's unleashed music online. So this man, he's from Holly, Joseph Strange. He could face up to 10 years in prison.
Seems odd.
After a little
strange.
Yeah. After being charged Wednesday with criminal copyright infringement and interstate transportation of stolen goods. I guess he was paid about $50,000 in Bitcoin. And then he released the music online back in January. And he worked at Eminem's recording studio for a long time, like 14 years. Sounds like a highly trusted employee. Was one of only 4 people that had a password to the what are they called? The hard drives. Yeah. But police say that he was responsible for at least 25 unreleased Eminem songs that were distributed online in January.
Had all that cachet and trust and blew it for a little bit of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
All right, Drew, let's get to the $2 Grand Slam and our contestant.
Let's give away some money today, guys.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a good one. 60 seconds, 10 questions. Get them all right. Get $2,000. If you don't get them all right, $25 for each question answered correctly. It's as simple as that.
Drew in Bloomfield, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing all right. Is this your first time calling into the $2 Grand Slam?
I played last summer. I got 7 out of 10, so I'm pretty well versed.
Seasoned vet.
All right, Drew, then you've got this. You know the rules. If you don't know one pass, there's enough time. We'll get back to it. So here we go. Your time is going to start right now. Who is Michigan playing in the NCAA tournament tonight?
UC San Diego.
In what city is Michigan playing the NCAA tournament tonight?
Denver.
In what state is Auburn University located?
Alabama.
What is the capital of Alabama?
Pass.
What is 1,000 times 1,000?
2000.
What is the most populous state in the U.S.?
Pass.
This network will air the men's Final Four this April.
TBS.
Name one of the 2 MLB teams that played in Tokyo this week.
Chicago Cubs.
What Michigan county is Grand Rapids located in?
Pass.
What band had the 1991 song Losing My Religion?
Pass.
What is the capital of Alabama?
Montgomery.
What is the most populous state in the U.S.?
Okay, so we're going to have to go to the arbiter and Greg
did I do?
Hargrave. No.
What's
It
the
wasn't
issue?
you. Do we ask for clarification?
Yes, I say let's ask for clarification.
Okay, let's get a clarification. Drew, this network will air the men's Final Four this April. What did you say?
I said TBS.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So that is not correct. So we want to make sure that we give you all the ones that are. You got 4, I think 5 by my count.
I want to clarify. You said TBS.
Yeah, as in Tom.
Right, okay. So that's 5 correct, $125. Mm-hmm. Not bad.
Yeah, it's a good showing. Very calm, collected.
I could have done better.
Yeah, you're disappointed in yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 opportunities, but yeah. So we'll get a chance to stay on hold.
Yeah, we'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. It's tough when you get 7 the first time and you're itching. And he started 3 for 3, so you're thinking, here we go.
I felt bad because I had to laugh.
You
a little
did.
bit.
Yeah, why'd you laugh at this guy?
I'm sorry.
You threw him off.
Well, I mean, it's a laughable answer. Sorry. So the first one, I'll let you go through them.
We'll go through it. UC San Diego is the opponent for Michigan tonight. They'll play in Denver, so 2 for 2. State that Auburn is located in, Alabama. So he's
got that
3
one.
for 3. Capital of Alabama. Circle back after passing and got it.
Got it
Montgomery.
right.
So, hey, 4 for 4. The guy's doing great. Then the math question.
Yeah.
Everybody loves math at 7 in the morning. 1,000 times 1,000 is not 2,000.
It wasn't an addition.
That's why I started to giggle a little bit.
John.
I apologize. Sorry, Drew.
He added it
I
up.
was trying to get him to shut up. I was like, don't. You're gonna make me stop.
The answer was 1 million.
I got shushed.
The most populous state in the U.S. He passed this. Just throw out a guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple of guesses.
California is the answer.
He got thrown off by the math.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's John's fault.
Well, yes, there's 50
guesses.
yes, but he's not going to guess Rhode Island or Hawaii.
British Columbia is not
Delaware.
acceptable.
Right. Yes.
CBS will air the men's Final Four in April. The Cubs or the Dodgers, he said the Cubs played in the Tokyo series. Kent County is where Grand Rapids is located in. And John, who had the...
Losing My Religion, that would be REM.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
thought that one was gettable.
Yeah, I thought so too.
He might be. It sounded like maybe he was a little bit young.
Maybe.
Would you have gotten that one?
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
I think so. It's always tough when you put it on the
Yeah,
spot.
because you're-
And
You're-
it's
you're-
tough when you
sense.
can see the
Yes.
answer when
Yes,
you're
you're
reading it
younger.
yourself.
before the show. I knew that, but would I have known it on the spot with the clock ticking and the pressure and the final answer? Probably, but I don't know.
REM was my jam in 3rd grade, man. Early as then.
Drew in Bloomfield wins $125 on the $2 Slam. Dear John is next. We're talking college hoops, the madness end of the hour. It's 97.1. I've been talking about Moran Chevrolet, and there's a lot to talk about. They were the #1 Chevy dealer in Michigan for 2024, and you can spring into savings with unbeatable deals at Moran Chevrolet. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, how about Silverado? The 2025 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for $299 a month. That's 24-month lease, $19.99 down, and everyone gets employee pricing. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com. Check them out online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Taking a brief pause on the madness to get the advice from John Jansen. You can send yours in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. The prompts for today.
Oh, boy.
Neighbor guilt.
Okay.
Spring break. Should we break up? And speeding ticket.
Oh, boy.
We'll start with neighbor guilt. Dear John, my neighbor's dogs bark obsessively all hours of the day. The owner doesn't give a damn. Actually, seems like they encourage it. I installed an automatic dog whistle. Side note, I have no idea that existed, but that this person installed one.
Okay.
Says one dog shut up and the other is scared to go outside, and now I feel bad. What do I do?
Problem solved. I don't know the legality of the automatic dog whistle. So I've seen these, like you have the bark collars that sometimes it's a zap, sometimes it is a dog whistle that when the dog starts barking, it's one that's you can't hear as humans, but dogs hear it, and it deters the action that you're trying to prevent.
Never heard of one of these.
And I don't know that I've heard of one that you can install on your house for a neighbor's dog. Was there a conversation that happened before, hey, your dogs are killing me? Could you try to keep them or at least curtail the barking? And at some point, does it approach, this is more of a legal question as well, a noise ordinance where they're barking? Are they barking at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning? It's got to be an annoyance to the owner of the dogs. So I don't think you say anything.
I would just send my husband over, confrontational Colin, or I would write like a really anonymous letter and not say who it was, but put it in their mailbox.
From the neighborhood?
Yep.
Or
Sign it, concerned neighbor.
Concerned neighbor, yes.
Yeah.
Or
totally
do you go to the app?
The neighborhood app?
But that's what happened with us. We got that anonymous letter in our mailbox.
Yeah. What
from
was yours
somebody-
about?
Our dogs
Dogs barking? Oh.
What'd you do about it?
Oh, so this
I
is
wrote
yours.
another letter to everyone in the neighborhood.
No, you didn't.
I did.
What was it? Take care of your own house.
Worry about your
I
own
said,
business.
if you have-
Our dogs
well,
are beautiful.
Yeah, no. I said, I'm sorry that our dogs were barking. We were doing construction. This was right when we moved in. We were doing construction inside. They were on the screen patio, so I apologize. But I also said, hey, if you have an issue, you can come over. I would love to chat with you. Here's my phone number. And I
gave out the digits.
And I never heard back from anybody.
Heather said, don't be so passive aggressive.
Yes.
Come here, say it to my face.
That's what I said.
Say it to my face.
And then when our neighbor's dog was barking, Colin went over there kind of awkwardly and said, hey, your dog's been barking during our daughter's nap time a lot, and she wakes up. And it was just awkward the way it came up, but it was, the dog was pretty quiet, and he ever since.
You can help out with this.
Yeah, so just send him.
Yeah.
Take care of it.
I think face-to-face is best.
Yes.
Just have a conversation with them. Let them know, hey, we love dogs, but your dogs are barking a lot. Is there anything you could do? You know, maybe there's something you could do.
Is there a reason why? Will it stop?
It won't. Squirrels.
Yeah. Next.
Okay, next one. Spring break. Dear John, my daughter is on spring break in South Padre with her girlfriends. She's 20, obviously free to go and make her own decisions. She paid for the trip with money she saved up, working, but of course I still feel a little uneasy. One of the friends she's staying with, I think, is a bad influence. You know, she flunked out of school. She's a big partier. She's been in trouble with the law. Now, I'm sure everything will be okay, but you see some scary stuff on the news of girls going missing on spring break. How often can I check in with her without being overbearing?
Text her every day. I text Lucy every day. And how's the things going? What are you guys doing today? She doesn't have to text back. And because she doesn't, I don't think that something awful has happened. Now, if you're calling 7 or 8 times a day, you haven't answered my text, you're not answering my calls, are you okay? Like, that might be a little bit overbearing, maybe stalkerish. I don't know if a dad could stalk his daughter, but I think you put it out there. You could text as much as you want. Just concerned, how you doing? Hey, give me a shout. I think a lot of those conversations happened before too, where here is the communication I would like. And here are the concerns I have about your friend. You have to have those conversations. I had a conversation with Lucy before she went down there.
Now,
and it was one of, I wanted to make sure that she had a lot of fun, but I felt like I wouldn't be I would have major regrets if something happened and I didn't make her aware of the dangers. Don't go anywhere alone. Don't let your friends go anywhere alone. Don't let your friends leave you in a bar or an establishment. Don't leave your friends in an establishment. And if you need to pull them out, you need to pull them out.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think you definitely have to talk to your child about what's going on and the dangers of traveling with a small group of people and things like that. I mean, this girl is 20 years old. She is a grown adult. She can make her own decisions. Obviously, she decided where she was going to go and paid for it. But I do think you just say, hey, like, I want to make sure you're okay. I mean, I still do that. I go on vacation and my mom's like, let us know when you landed, right? Like, so I'm still checking in when my flight lands, and I'm 40 years old. So I think it's totally fine to check in with your child and vice versa. She should just check in once in a while with her parents too.
Just because you're 20 or 21 or 50 doesn't mean mom and dad stop worrying about you.
This next one says, should we break up? Dear John, I've been dating this guy for 6 months now, and everything was going great, but lately he's been obsessing over my social media, specifically my Instagram. For context, I've always been active on there, but I don't post anything crazy. Normal outfits, gym pics, travel photos, etc. A few weeks ago, he started making comments about, quote, damn, you get a lot of likes. Did you need to post that? And I bet guys are all in your DMs. It continued and actually turned into a fight. He pointed out I haven't even posted a picture with the two of us, but I have done stuff with him in stories. He accused me of fishing for male validation and said he can't be with someone like that. I told him he's controlling, and now we're not on good terms. Should we break up? Feels like we may already have.
Dump the bum. If he is that insecure, now I'm not a huge fan of the whole gym pics, but if that's what you've always done, you're continuing to do it. If he's worried that you're not posting any pictures of them together, like, hey, I'm with this guy, I'm not available. Like, get over yourself. That to me is an easy one. Dump that bum.
Yeah, you said the word insecure, and that's exactly what he is. Yeah. Come on now. Really?
I do like gym pics, by the way. It's not new to me.
Okay, Greg.
Would you like to give out your Instagram as well?
Do you have an Instagram, Greg? I didn't think so.
No. The only thing I would say, 6 months and they haven't posted a photo together is a little odd, but overall, I mean, he's way too controlling, way too concerned about all that.
I mean, there's couples that like their social media is their social media. Like they kind of just is my thing, and that's your like.
Either you trust your partner or you don't. If you think she's gonna like leave you for some guy who DMs her on Instagram, then
Lisa's always posting pictures of another dude.
Teddy?
Happens to be Teddy.
Yeah, me too. Next one, speeding ticket. I got pulled over doing 60 in a 45. I thought I was keeping it within 10 and I messed up. When I got home, I looked online and the internet says I should fight it because the cop usually doesn't show. Any truth to that?
Well, I don't know what the truth is. And if you want to fight it, then go for it. And if the cop doesn't show up, hey, it's great. If he does, maybe it'll get knocked down to a 5 over.
Yeah.
And lessen the charge just a little bit. 15 over is much different than 5.
I think you for sure always try to fight a speeding ticket. Maybe the cop doesn't show up and the whole thing's dropped, or maybe you don't get the points.
Or you could negotiate something else where, hey, maybe I go to, I take an online driving class and you show the certificate of completion and then it gets knocked from 15 to 5, or it gets knocked down to something completely different.
Have you ever fought a speeding ticket?
Oh, yeah.
I never have. Okay. Apparently, I didn't write this one, but apparently I should be.
Definitely have. I mean, what do you lose? You either stick with it, you lose some of your day, right? The time it takes to go.
Yeah.
Other than that, they say no, you stuck with the same ticket you had in the beginning.
Yeah. I haven't
fought every ticket, but
that I fought, and it was not the ticket, more the action. And I was given defensive driving / anger management classes. But upon completion, it was knocked down.
What
anger management?
Well, that's we're up against the break. I can tell you guys. I'll tell you in the reactions.
Of course.
Okay.
All right. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've got a new lawn, and I want to make sure it's green. I want to make sure that it looks nice and it's easy to manage all summer long. So I've got Natural Way. They're going to be out any day now to make the treatments and take care of the grubs, take care of the crabgrass, anything that could be popping up. You want to get green, stay green. It's Natural Way. Here's the Natural Way difference. Fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practice. They're going to assign your lawn in your home, your own specialist. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. It's locally owned and operated for over 3.5 decades. They also offer pest control services, so it's one-stop shop. And if something pops up later, first of all, they're going to fix it, but they're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get green, stay green, and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. And if you purchase a full lawn program now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. The number to get them on the phone, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Mark Champion on the call. Cade Cunningham, triple-double, and a bank shot buzzer beater for the Pistons. What better way to welcome in the madness? It's a hell of a shot.
It was unbelievable. It was the ability to, first of all, get open, receive the inbound pass, because they put Bam Adebayo, the longest and probably their best defender.
He had to fight through two bodies to even get the ball.
Gets the ball and gets to where he wants to get to. The spot on the floor he feels most comfortable taking the shot over top of Bam Adebayo. Nails it.
And the bank was open. He talked about it after the game. So there you go. Pistons winning. Pistons playing well. Love to see it. Can't wait for a bigger stage when this team is in the playoffs. We're going to get to the madness, but we have some Dear John reaction. And we do need to get into what people are doing today, game plan the next 2 days, taking time off, burning vacation, whatever you got planned, bosses you got to navigate. But some Dear John reaction. People can do this crazy thing called teaching their dogs not to bark at certain times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Give a dog a bone.
Texter says, Heather is a Karen.
Whoa.
I'm a Karen.
And says, Heather, if you have a problem, this is you. Heather, quote, if you have a problem, say it to my face. Also, Heather, if I have a problem, I'm going to send my husband to confront them instead of going myself.
Well, I wasn't the one with the problem. He was the one with the problem.
Oh, Colin didn't like the barking?
No.
The waking up of his children?
Yeah. I mean, nobody likes that, I guess. But it wasn't a big enough problem for me to say something. But for him, it was.
Yeah.
A lot of people have thoughts on the ticket, whether you should fight it or not. This one says, go to the magistrate's office, pay a little more, no points on your license, worth it every time.
It's been a long time since I've had a ticket. I didn't know that was
I didn't know that was an option either. A good friend of mine is a lawyer, told me to fight every single speeding ticket or driving ticket because the cop might not show. You can always get it knocked down, and you can tell the judge you don't mind paying more to change it to something where you don't get points and your insurance doesn't go up. That's Dave in a truck.
Take all the options.
Texter Dan says, Zoom court, they will show up. So don't think you're getting a workaround.
Is it more likely
there.
they show up now because of Zoom? Yeah.
Probably.
Texter says, what if there was an escalator like losing the challenge in hockey? If you fight the ticket and lose, you get more points and a bigger fine.
You don't get the right for the next 6 months.
And Texter says, in honor of Drew, you should rename the 2 Grand Slam to the 1,000 times 1,000 Grand Slam.
Yeah. That was a tough one, and I couldn't help myself. And in my defense, Heather, the problem that you had was you wanted to laugh too.
I didn't want to laugh.
The reaction
because I wanted to read the next question clearly.
To laugh. Yes.
You have to pay off this anger management deal.
Yeah. So I got a ticket. It was Monday night. It was late Monday night. We had lost to the Eagles, and I was on my way home. It was, 1 in the morning-ish, and we lived out in the sticks, out in the country. Came up to a stop sign. No one probably within 10 miles was going to be coming up to that stop sign. I stopped, but I didn't rock my wheels back. And so then it was a rolling stop, went through the stop sign. And I admitted it. Cop came up, was not kind, and I was not in the mood. And when he brought the ticket back, I crumbled it up and threw it in the front of the window and drove off. Showed up to fight it. He did as well. And I was honest with the cop, told him what had happened. And he then assigned me traffic school, defensive driving.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And upon completion, would knock it down to basically nothing. So I did and served my time. Was still not happy with the police officer, but I was more disappointed in myself because the game is one thing, and treating an officer doing his job was another. I could disagree with it, but not in that way. So,
never pictured you'd be in anger management classes. But.
Yeah, well, yes, it was a younger, more emotional individual following an Eagles loss.
Let's talk about the game plan today, John.
Mm-hmm.
Today and really tomorrow are some of the best days on the sports calendar. wall to wall, 3-4 games going at a time, buzzer beaters, Cinderella stories, season on the line. These are the days, and we wonder, are you guys taking work off today, tomorrow, especially tomorrow with Michigan playing so late tonight? If you're going to work, do you have any tricks, ways to kind of sneak in the college basketball watching? Do you have a boss that's cool or a boss that you have to navigate? Let us know. And John, you brought up a great point. Like, vacation is so precious.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this isn't Europe where you get 2 months. You get 2 weeks and you got to be strategic.
You get 2 months in Europe?
Well, there's plenty of Europeans that get like way more vacation than we do. But most people get your standard 2 weeks here. So do you burn days for March Madness? How do you tell your wife, hey, I don't want to use vacation days for this and not one of those trips?
Yeah, I think this is very life specific. And it is in a case of, let's just say you. Right, you are married,
yeah,
but you have no kids, and you have. First of all, you tell us when you're going to be taking vacation.
Demand it.
But there's just different variables. If you've only got 2 weeks and you want to take a family vacation around the 4th of July or around Christmas or spring break, those are 3 times already built in that you may want to take time with the family. You're already going to have to decide which of those 3 times, if that's, where you want to take your vacation time, when you're not, or when you want to maximize automatic days off, like Christmas Day or New Year's Day, or whatever it might be.
You take a Friday around those or a Thursday around those. Yeah.
Then you got Labor Day, Memorial Day. Do you take a Friday before and make it a long weekend with the family? So yeah, you burn up those days quickly. But maybe you've been doing this since you've been an adult.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're married. Throw a kid in there. And the wife says, we need to take our your 2 weeks or my 2 weeks as well, which more than likely she's working as well. And we need to join these up so that we could, go on vacation together. Let's do something together.
Yeah. Well, you see why people end up not using vacation days, but
is that what happened in the Costa House last year?
Sore throat.
Yes. Jim, you are not taking that day off. You're not going to burn a vacation day.
Hey, tricks of the trade. We wonder what you guys are doing. The other sly move, and this is a real winning move as a parent. You dropped your kid off at school today? Dentist appointment. They got to come home. Oh. You call them out. You surprise them. Oh, didn't you forget? Old Johnny's got a dentist
got to get your braces tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, or you got a doctor's appointment. Oh,
for kids off school, like you just call them out and just say, I'm picking up my kid. What for? He's got an appointment. They don't ask what the appointment is for.
My point is it's a savvy move. Yeah, then you're the hero. You're the parent that brought the kid home, and we're watching basketball today.
Yeah.
That's
cool
awesome.
Dad.
Yeah, cool dad points.
Yeah.
Today's a great day to earn cool dad points or cool mom points. 248-539-9797. Tricks of the trade, game plan. What are we doing with some of the best sports viewing days of the year ahead of us today and tomorrow? It's 97.1. Yeah, John, I was looking it up. In Europe, apparently 4 weeks is standard vacation.
Wow.
But we're not in Europe. Most people get 2 weeks. And you got to be strategic, especially if you have family vacations.
Mm-hmm.
You're going up north this summer.
Other things you might be considering.
Other people in your life you have to consider. Can you burn a vacation day today, or more importantly, tomorrow? Tomorrow's the day to do it. Michigan plays late tonight. You get wall-to-wall college hoops, opening round of the tournament. John, these are...
Or can you split them? Can you take a day and a half? You're off at noon today.
Well, maybe. These are some of the best sports viewing days of the year, right?
Yeah, because it's going to be basketball all day long. And they're not going to necessarily be team or schools that you're going to recognize, but
all the
you
better.
Don't want to miss the moment, right? The Cade Cunningham last night, but it's going to happen throughout the course of today and tomorrow.
There's only a few days I think you could justify taking off from work, right? Like Tigers opening day, I could see a lot of people do that, right? I think Thursday, Friday, opening weekend of the March Madness, that might be the list, right?
Yeah, and I'm curious with, employers. Somebody calls in sick today. Do you raise an eyebrow? Do you have to show a doctor's note? Or do you just take them at their word, yeah, they're sick? Or do you just eye roll, okay, work in the system?
But people have their strategies for this stuff. Sometimes it's the sick day. Sometimes it's, you've read about it. Guys get their vasectomies right around March Madness. They time it up for this.
Yeah. Oh, it's a medical reason. Got to be off.
Sorry,
have to be laid up on the couch.
A surgical procedure.
Yeah.
Unable to come to work today. Mm-hmm. Let us know. What are you guys doing? Josh in Clawson, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. Good morning. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? How are the main streets of Clawson today?
Yes, sir. Yep. So currently taking my dog Hutch to get neutered, like as we speak. So I had this PTO day planned for a while. Just so happens, beginning of the week, buddies hit me up. Hey, let's go to BOGO Thursdays at B-Dubs. So it looks like I'll spend my whole day waiting for him to get out at B-Dubs watching basketball. But as
is that him growling?
Yeah, there's a person walking by. My apologies.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah.
Adult,
did you tell him before? Is he just finding out now?
Yeah, right, exactly. We have a place on Torch Lake, and I have every January 1st, that PTO refreshes. I get that whole 4th of July week off for Torch. And, being 28 now, when you're a kid, you don't think about that. But if you're not strategic with your PTO, you can really do some damage in your plans for the year.
Yes. Got to have that strategy for the 365.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good day.
Thanks, man. Josh.
He's getting Hutch neutered.
There's a joke in there I'm not going to make.
It did sound like his dog was just learning the fact that he was going to get neutered today.
What's happening? Yeah. Today, tomorrow, Tigers opening day.
Has it changed, though, with the ability to stream? 10 years ago, I wasn't doing it 10 years ago. Maybe somebody was. Maybe you had the internet connection. You had the ability to do it. But now, with a lot of people, quote unquote, pulling the plug, you can stream. Even if you didn't, your cable service usually offers an app, and you can get it on your phone. Are you going to set the phone or your iPad or your device, whatever it is, at your workstation and be able to watch the games while you are multitasking?
Yeah, and I wonder, are some employers cooler than others? Are some like, hey, I know you're going to keep an eye on it. I know you got a dual monitor setup. You're going to throw the game up on one of the screens, but I need you working on stuff on the other one. I'm not going to make your life miserable. Don't make my life miserable. That would be if you had a cool employer. Mm-hmm. Now, if you have a boss who's good, I'm going to make an example of this. We're going to be productive today. Everybody's going to put in their work today. You got to sneak.
Yeah. You get the extra screen, and as soon as the boss starts walking by,
I was in Excel the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't turn the audio off.
Yeah, exactly. You got the call, the buzzer beater in the background. 248-539-9797. Some ticket texters. Texter says, another day that you want to take off. Mandatory day to take off. Opening day of gun season, November 15th.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
These add up quick.
Got to take into account.
A texter says, UPS driver here, 5 weeks vacation. We max out at 7. I'm going to watch all the basketball I want.
Wow.
That's a good deal.
Probably
right there.
if you're
Seniority.
UPS driver, you're getting your time off now because around the holidays you're working overtime.
Yeah. With all the commercials and very few multiple games at the same time, why waste a vacation day on the NCAA tournaments? This person's saying it's overrated.
Or are you working the system? Will your boss allow you, like hey, call in for your son or your daughter, hey, I got to pick them up for an appointment. Are you taking just an afternoon off? Do you only have to spend one day? Afternoon today, afternoon, because they're not going to start till noon.
No, yeah. First game's Louisville, Creighton, and then away we go. But there's multiple games going at the same time. Is this guy crazy? Like once we settle in and we get into one of those windows where you've got 3 and even 4 games going, it's absolutely worth it. There's nothing like it. Like I love Tigers opening day. That's one game. And some years the weather cooperates. I've already started to look ahead. I'm hoping it cooperates this year. But some years you're in a blizzard. Some years you're freezing. You got to wear a hat and gloves. Sure, you're outside and it's the sign of spring. You have none of that issue with today and tomorrow. You're in the couch. You're in the man cave. You got your food. You've got 3-4 screens. It very rarely disappoints. You're going to get a couple buzzer beaters today. We're going to learn about some school, like in the past, Fairleigh Dickinson. We're going to learn about St. Peter's. We're going to learn about somebody that we've never heard of before. And then we're going to learn about how they have like 300 students and how their gymnasium chairs fold. Like they don't have like proper bleachers. We're going to learn about some tiny school that captures the nation this week.
They have those walls that are like 10 feet from the baseline with the exit door right
yes. there. We're going to learn about some. This is a fun time of year, and I do think it's one of those days you should take off if you have a little extra time.
Notable alumni. My favorite part of the campus profile of teams.
Yeah, if you're only taking one day off, though, tomorrow's got to be the day.
Yeah, not today.
Not today, because like locally, Michigan State doesn't play till tomorrow. Today, it's Michigan, and they don't start till 10. So if you're going to be up till midnight, how productive are you actually going to be tomorrow anyway?
The move is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Make it a 3-day weekend. Watch the night games tonight with no guilt, no alarm in the morning, and away you go.
And it gives you more time to find True TV. What? Where is this?
Free preview week.
See, this is one of the benefits to someone who doesn't have cable and just streams. Because the games are just right there and you click on them. I don't have to go cycling through the channels.
Yeah, or you click on sports and they all come up. Yeah.
What do we got? Chris in Oxford. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Heather. I don't know if she's there. I just tuned in. I take today and tomorrow off, as does my ex-wife and my son. We always go to the B-dubs and watch the games.
All right.
It's tradition.
That's tradition. There you go.
And we do it. We're there by 12 o'clock to watch the 12:15 game. And it does stink that both Michigan and Michigan State play at 10 o'clock today and tomorrow, but we'll make it through.
So do you watch the games with your ex-wife?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are still cool.
We are.
Okay, good for you.
Get along.
Yeah.
That makes life a lot easier.
For you, yeah. How old's your son?
It does. 31.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, so you don't have to call him out of school.
Well, we might have to. His wife, she's in clinicals.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah. Well, Chris, appreciate the phone call.
Enjoy the game.
Day. Yeah, you got it done right. You got your tradition. Oh, I cut him off. I think he's going to say go blue.
Green?
I think. Oh,
there's a police siren there. Fight the ticket, Chris.
That's right.
Texter says going to Vegas 35 years for March Madness, 10 plus years with high school buddies, and now our adult sons. That's a fun tradition.
Yeah. Oh, so is Mike and Rico, are they there today?
They are not there today.
I thought that was.
This is the first year in a while. No, they normally do. This is the first year in a while they're not out there.
Why not?
They're not going in the big swimming pool and cannonball.
Not swimming along with Stoney?
What's he doing? His American Eagles lost last night.
I know. He's sad this morning. Just all that travel just to see him lose.
Was he there?
No, I doubt it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. But
in the stands with his class of.
But they were playing a tournament game.
They were. Okay, what do you
Thank
guys?
you for admitting that.
You're good. I don't give you enough credit. John. 248-539-9797. We got ticket text flooding in. We want to know about your game plan, your traditions. How do you attack these two awesome epic sports watching days? It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after you've had that injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always get him on the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Triple-double from Cade and a bank shot buzzer beater winner. Pistons take down the Heat. Mark Champion on the call there. Great way to kick us off into the madness that is today and tomorrow. We've been asking you guys, are these days worth taking time off for you? If you only get a couple weeks a year and you got to juggle a bunch of things, how do you navigate today and tomorrow? Some of the best sports watching days on the calendar.
And how cool is your boss?
Right. Texter says, my manager's on vacation, so I will definitely have all the games on at my desk.
There you go.
While I, quote, work.
Don't even have to take a day.
I can watch, and it's not because my boss is cool. It's because he's an ineffective idiot who never comes out of his office. Well, has its perks, I guess. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. Didn't sign that one, did they?
They did not. I got a new job with a bank, and their computer won't let me get to YouTube TV, so I have my phone and earbuds, and I am playing Silent Library. Okay. This one says, chiropractor's office. We all love sports. We'll have it on all day in all the treatment rooms, too.
Oh, there you go. You just hope that, whoever the chiropractor isn't watching it at the right mind. They get or at the wrong time. They get a little excited, and there's an extra crack. Yes! Oh, sorry.
These are the type of days I love having a remote job. Andrew, quote, working in Livonia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A lot of remote workers today are probably taking advantage of this.
That's a huge perk. Texter says, I'm a boss. My team is all in their 20s and sports fans. No one asked to take the day off either of these days. I couldn't care less if they stream as long as they get their stuff done.
There you go.
Yeah, you're the real MVP.
Yeah,
that's
just get your work done.
And Alex from Milford says, what makes these days so great, think about last year. The country learned a lot about Oakland U when they beat the Kentucky Wildcats.
Yeah, there's not really a local team that you can... no local Cinderella team that you can get behind this year.
No Detroit Mercy or U of D, Oakland, yeah. Eastern, Central, Western, nope. Fall in love with somebody else. Yep. Okay, so we're going to get to some Cinderellas. We talk about these Cinderellas later in the hour. We'll do the Glass Slipper Index, the GSI. What is a Cinderella? One of these double-digit schools, underdogs, one-bid leagues. We'll give you a glass slipper index 1 to 5. 5 for, hey, watch out, this team's going to make some noise. 1 for, they're not going to do much of anything. Yeah. We'll get to that, but first let's get to the news.
All right, so we're learning that there is a possible active shooter at Troy Beaumont Hospital.
Oh, no.
I am reading an article that Troy police say there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital, and the suspect is not in custody. According to Troy police, the situation appears to be an isolated incident, but they do say, like I said, that the suspect is still at large. Massive police presence there in the area. Not only were the staff given a message. They got this message that said, this is an emergency. There is an active shooter, Troy Hospital in the parking structure building. Police are en route. Please take immediate personal safety measures and follow the run, hide, fight guideline. Those who are currently not at the facility, stay away. Do not return to the facility until the all clear has been given. Apparently, residents in the area also received a message as
Stay
well.
Indoors.
An emergency alert. Yes. Avoid the area. Shelter in place. Law enforcement at the scene. Tune to local media for more information. There was a message from Troy schools saying schools are still in session, but it sounds like Troy High School was placed on a light lockdown, meaning students are not allowed to leave the building. So very serious situation there. I don't have all the details.
So do we have any idea casualties or
no, this one is the most I've seen yet, saying that this one says there was a shooting.
It's developing as we speak.
Everything is developing, so I don't have all the details. Most is very, very limited, the articles, except this is taking place. Multiple agencies are responding to this situation, and hopefully everybody is safe and stays safe. And
they find and apprehend the individual
that's
popped the shots.
Sick individual. We have no idea, obviously, motive or who this person is. But if you have family members who work in that facility or getting treatment in that facility, I'm sure you are.
On edge,
a mess right now, and we'll try to give updates as best we can.
The more I see, I'll update you guys. It's interesting because I got a text from somebody. Colin texted me. It was like, "There's an active shooter right now at the hospital." So I obviously checked it out, and it's not even on all of the major outlets.
We've had a few ticket texts, and it's one of those, we got to see it verified, and some of the local TV are now picking up on the story. Right. Texters have given us eyewitness accounts of the police presence there at the hospital is like something they've never seen. So we know law enforcement's doing the best they can. What you need to do is avoid the area. We can't stress that enough. Avoid the area. They need to get to the bottom of this and get it to a much safer situation.
Scary.
Yeah.
In other news, Jared Goff will be one of the players featured on season 2 of the Netflix docuseries Quarterback. So that's going to be kind of cool. Get a little inside view of his life. Alongside of him, there's also going to be Joe Burrow, and Kirk Cousins will appear again on the series. So something to look forward to. It will be released in July.
I think there's a lot of fun things about this, and it's one seeing Jared Goff, what he does outside of football, what he does while he's in the facility, but also the relationships that he has with the O-line, with the offensive coordinator at the time.
Oh, see the relationship with Ben Johnson. Yeah, that's one of the cool things if you've watched quarterback or receiver last year with St. Brown is it's not just about, they're mic'd up at the games. It's their personal life a little bit. Yeah.
And it made me more interested in some of these players I knew nothing about because I like the home life and like getting to know how they are off the field, right? Like I like that.
And we know Jared Goff has embraced the city of Detroit, so seeing it maybe in a different way will be really cool.
Very cool. A Monroe man was arrested after police found his niece wandering in only a diaper, injured, and being chased by dogs on Monday afternoon. So police received multiple calls about this child, and when they arrived, they found the 4-year-old was injured, and they say with the help of a neighbor and a witness, they were able to wrap this girl up in a blanket while first responders arrived at the scene. The child was taken to a hospital for treatment of exposure to the cold, as well as cuts and abrasions on her feet, her legs, her chest. Turns out the uncle, 27 years old, was responsible for caring for her at the time. So he was arrested and charged with child abuse in the 4th degree. Now, despite the weather we're supposed to have today, we're supposed to have some snow today. Dairy Queen is celebrating the start of spring.
Well, I can tell you why we're having snow.
Because it's Michigan?
It's the start of the girls' softball season here in Michigan. And last week they had tryouts, workouts, practice, and it was beautiful. But games, I know Ellie has her first game today.
Oh, does she?
And of course, we're going to be sitting in the
snow. Well, you can sit in the snow with a free cone from the Dairy Queen.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's free cone day.
Oh, okay.
Go get a free little vanilla soft serve ice cream.
Daddy will like that. I'll like it too.
Oh, I haven't had one in a long time, but when I go to the Dairy Queen, I always get Blizzard or like something like that.
That's what's going to happen. I go there for a cone, but I'm not leaving without a Blizzard.
No, you're getting something else too, so it's great. Will Smith.
Do you have to have the app?
Probably. You do need to know which ones are participating, so they are recommending you download the app so you can see which ones are participating. But
what's another app,
it doesn't say you have to have the app. They're just saying make sure you know which ones are participating. So, yeah.
Call ahead.
Yeah. Will Smith is pivoting back to his music career, and he just announced that he's releasing his first album in 20 years.
Wow.
Hopped on social media, and he said, "It's official. My new album, based on a true story, drops March 28th. He says, 2 weeks, hit the pre-save, been working on this project for a minute, and I'm itching to get it out to y'all." So he's excited about that. He also announced that he's...
it's not his most recent hit, but...
Well... but I'm sure it's going to slap. All right. So he also announced he's got a tour. He's going to tour the UK and Europe. That's going to start in June in Morocco.
You know, dad jokes are good for you.
That's what they say.
The studies say happy kids have dad jokes in their life.
Do you guys remember the hot felon, Jeremy Meeks? His mugshot went viral, right? This was back in 2014. And when he got out of prison, he turned his life. He became a model and had this modeling career. Do you remember him?
No.
Oh, I do.
This seems more of a story for
that I would remember.
Your gender.
I looked up the photo. I remember this was on social media.
Yeah. Well, he literally became a model when he got out of prison because his mugshot went viral, right? Well, we've got another mugshot going viral. You might have seen this one earlier this month. A sorority girl in Georgia was arrested for speeding. Okay, her name is Lily Stewart. She's 20 years old. So she was first pulled over for driving 79 in a 55 mile per hour zone. The officer let her go with a warning, but then caught her speeding again minutes later. She was going 84 in a 55 mile zone. So instead of, ticketing her, they just arrested her right there. Well, she's a very beautiful girl. Her mugshot, a very great mugshot, right? Like not your traditional mugshot. She's smiling.
She is smiling.
Yes, looks very nice. Anyway, it's getting lots of attention online, so much so that she's getting some kind of creepy comments on the mugshot. And prosecutors ended up dropping the case over worries for her safety because of all these comments. Anyway, it sounds like she's not
going
minding.
to have to fight the ticket.
No, she's not. She does, John, have to do some defensive driving classes.
Okay. Well, those are easy to pass. Yeah,
You have
just
some,
go, show up,
and some community service. But she's not seeming to mind the attention, I don't think, because she's posted the mugshot on her TikTok, and people are, she's posting like the best comments that people have made about it. So she's having
some fun with it.
And we'll see. Maybe she'll turn her, I don't know what she was pursuing, but maybe she'll become a top model too.
She definitely.
Man, that's the beating problem that George is really getting out of hand.
Yes. I'll leave all other dad jokes aside on this one.
It's Heather with the news. We got the glass slipper index. Does the shoe fit? Who are the biggest Cinderella candidates ahead of the tournament later today? We'll, of course, update you on everything going on at Troy Beaumont when we have updates. We also have some Tiger stuff we plan to talk a little later in the hour, later in the show. John Jansen calling someone a liar. Oh, boy, it's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits you and your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. 97-73, FanDuel, Jansen. Busted bracket? Well, hey, new customers at FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks, and even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's all said and done. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. The tournament action is there almost every single day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, and so much more. So maybe you want to bet the Cinderella to keep winning or that low C to take care of business. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action all tournament long. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, and 97-74. Now this one I'm going to have to run through pretty quick. 97-74, Jansen, FanDuel. FanDuel is giving all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th to the 30th. This Thursday through Saturday, it's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer, and if they go yard, not only you're going to get bigger winnings on your home run bet, but you're also going to get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck. So just head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and look for the daily home run jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and make every moment more with FanDuel for your home run betting station. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select markets. Prize tool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
victim is in the emergency department. This is a quote.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all the games that are happening starting today throughout the course of the tournament is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest moments at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there, easy access on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, we had some Tiger stuff planned. Just feels tone deaf to go into Tiger baseball. We should update people on what's going on right now at Troy Beaumont. Heather, it was in your news. There's a press conference that's starting now.
Right. To hopefully give more detail, because this is a developing story. We still don't have all of the details, but it does sound like there is still an active shooter at the hospital. A suspect is not in custody, but police have confirmed one person has been shot. We're hearing all sorts of different details from different sites, but it sounds like you need to avoid the area. That there's a huge police presence there at, the DeQuinder M59 area where the hospital is located. We know that staff members received a message about this active shooter to take cover.
Yeah.
Residents received a message as well about sheltering in place. Schools,
if you're not here, don't come.
Yeah, schools have been placed on soft lockdowns, meaning, students aren't leaving the facility.
If you're already there, you're staying there at the school,
right.
You're saying, yeah.
So everything is unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, so all of the news outlets are putting out information right now. So we're seeing at least one person injured.
This says police confirmed one person has been shot. So yes, injured, receiving care, obviously,
at the hospital.
Yeah, and I'm looking at click on Detroit Channel 4, and they said officers are searching buildings floor to floor as of 8:30 a.m.
Yep.
Agents are also there to help. They cite a quote from Barbara, a medical assistant at the hospital. She said she was arriving to work when a coworker screamed to get back. Quote, "Get back to my vehicle. There's an active shooter." She said she saw police in the parking garage, guns drawn, walking in a line, and a bunch of sirens. We've gotten texts from people today talking about how they've seen it on their commute, their drive. Clearly, we're going to get more information as the morning goes. We have some audio. Charlie Langdon, WWJ, he spoke with a witness on the scene. Brian Paget, is he a patient at the hospital, Greg? Yes. And this was just his account, the onset of how this all transpired. He also spoke about just how close this was. So then they were evacuating, and the last audio we have is, again, this patient, Brian Paget, describing just the evacuation.
It's a very scary situation, and Corewell Health did just release a statement. I took a picture of it off the TV there so I could read it to everybody. This is from Corewell Health. "We are working with local law enforcement. Out of an abundance of caution, the hospital is on lockdown. One victim is in the emergency department for medical treatment. Patients with services scheduled should not come to the hospital at this time. Patients may call the department where they are scheduled for service directly. No other information is available at this time." So it's obviously a developing situation, and we thank the Troy Police and all the other agencies that are there searching the hospital, the surrounding areas for, and hopefully they can apprehend this individual quickly.
And we should get more information very soon. They're holding a press conference
within the next 10 or 15 minutes.
We should be getting a whole lot more details, hopefully, very soon. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, because as of this moment, this is still an active shooter.
Yes.
This person has a gun, someone has been shot, and they have not been apprehended.
It's really scary.
Yeah.
It is. It's scary, and if if you have someone in the hospital, don't go and check on them. No. See if you can reach them by phone. But there are a lot of patients there that aren't able to leave, obviously.
Yes.
And you know that they're afraid.
Yeah.
Doctors, nurses, hospital staff that are sheltering in place right now until they apprehend this individual.
Yeah, and again, we don't want to speculate, what the motive is, what drove this person to go to a hospital of all places, a place where people go to get care when they need it, what pushed this person into the building. But
we don't have any details
hoping
yet.
to get some answers exactly, and people are, of course, concerned.
Yeah, concern is definitely what it is, whether you're in or out, or you're somehow in that parking garage. It's one of those situations you wake up in the morning, you never feel like this is going to happen to me, or I'm going to be in this situation, and the fear. I've never been in a situation like that. I can only imagine what that fear is, and just trying to become invisible.
When we've talked about, Heather, I think you and I have talked about it off air. Maybe we've talked about it on air. When you go to events, you're more aware of exits, and I hate how we have to think now. And you would, hospitals were not a place that I thought about this.
No, you know what? I mean, I had my baby. I had Brooks at Troy Beaumont.
My
Emily,
dad
I had somewhere
open
else.
heart
But
surgery there.
I didn't go there that day when I was in labor thinking anything other than the fact that they are going to take care of me. And they took great care of me. And I had a great experience there. You don't think about that because you're right. At events, at big events, I am more aware of how do I get out of this facility if I need to? Where is the closest exit? Just things more, I pay attention to my surroundings. But when you go to the hospital for treatment, you're not thinking of that. I wasn't anyway.
No.
I was excited. You're thinking about your care. And that's what that's your priority.
And you're just thinking about your normal day, what the task at hand is. Yeah. And I just would caution people, be aware of your surroundings. Not that you anticipate anything like this going on. You can't approach life scared, but you do need to be aware of everything that is going on around you. And always in the back of your mind, you've got to have, if you're in a building, how do I get out, or where do I go if I need to protect myself?
But that's what makes this so heinous is if you're a patient, like you're not leaving, you're there for treatment. Right. You're in a lot of ways stuck. And for someone to target a hospital.
And again, don't know if the hospital was per se targeted
or
just an individual.
That's a fair point.
And so it's just, there's so much unknown right now, but that's what makes these so shocking. Nobody would think that a hospital or the parking structure next to the hospital that you would become a target at any point, or you'd be near someone that is a target.
And I know some of you guys have noticed even before we broke in, probably because of your commutes. Like I was talking to Kang out there, and I said, he drives by there.
Yep.
And he said his kids were both born there. I mean, that this is in our backyard. I mean, this is right in the heart of a lot of people's commutes today. So I know roads have been shut down. Police have been in a hurry. And again, stress it again, thank you to them for acting as quickly as they have to try to contain this situation so it doesn't get any worse than it already is. We'll keep people updated on it. Again, there's a press conference going on right now. Active shooter, Troy Beaumont Hospital, one person shot as of right now. It's 97.1. Opening day of March Madness. We've spent some time talking hoops this morning. Cinderellas and Michigan State. What if they meet? Bad Dick Vitale impressions. We were having a pretty fun show, but we've gotten some really disturbing news that we've been passing along to you guys. And some of you were aware of this based on your commutes, all the police presence at Troy Beaumont Hospital. Active shooter situation that is still ongoing as of this minute.
As far as we know, yes.
Yeah. Press conference that is scheduled to begin this second.
They're getting set up right now, putting mics on the podium, so that should happen momentarily.
And I think the thing we're all hoping to hear when they get to the podium is they have caught whoever this person is.
Okay, yeah. Greg just gave us the update that it's pushed back the press conference to 9:10.
Well, shortly.
So then shortly. But yeah, obviously we want to know that they've been able to, if this is an isolated incident, according to the police.
But the suspect is not in custody, according to police,
as far as we know.
A half hour ago. So.
Yeah. And people who have family members who work at this hospital, people who have family members that are patients at this hospital, you get a pit in your stomach. There's at least one person. You hope it's not your person, and I think that's where it really hits home is you see stuff on the news and it's another city or it's another venue or it's another location. But we've had stuff like this in our backyard with Oxford, and now it's a hospital, one of the major hospitals in our area. And to be fair, we don't know the motive. We don't know if this is an individual that they were targeting or if they were hoping to do much more or much worse. We don't know.
We don't know who it is. It could be a disgruntled employee.
Who knows?
It could be a disgruntled patient. It could be a random person that was targeting a random person that happened to be at the hospital.
We
know nothing.
Or a sick person who wanted to try to impact people who were vulnerable.
Exactly.
I mean, that a hospital, schools get you because children are so innocent and they're helpless. People at a hospital are often helpless too. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying this is really sick and deranged behavior, whoever went to the hospital with this in mind.
It's just one of those things where you don't wake up in the morning thinking that this is how could this possibly be me, or how could this possibly be our community? And these things happen. They're disturbing. They're upsetting. They're awful. And we just are very thankful for the police. We're thankful for the hospital staff that is having to deal with this individual that has been shot.
And you're not trained in this. Right?
Well, we're not, no.
No, but I'm saying like a nurse or a doctor or a receptionist, and you're thrown into this, right? I don't know. You shrugged.
Oh, they're more trained in helping in emergency situations than we are.
But like an active shooter, like I know schools
they
do
might
drills.
Go through, I'm sure they go through active shooter training. I'm surprised that we don't, to be quite honest. I think a lot of companies are implementing this type of training, especially at hospitals. I think they're more equipped for it than obviously we are. I wasn't shrugging at you, but I was thinking, I bet they're more.
Yeah.
I don't know for certain.
My wife's previous agency that she worked at did have active shooter drills.
My husband has active shooter drills, and he works remote currently. So,
it's just
it
part
is a
of
thing
our life.
now. Yeah.
This is one of the, and we are waiting for an update, which we believe now is going to come at about 10 after the hour, at 10 after 9, to find out if hopefully at that time they're able to say that they have the individual in custody, or at least to more information that will lead them to where this individual is and how they could possibly put everybody's mind at ease that the situation, as bad as it is, could be over.
Yeah, and the obvious PSA that they have wanted everybody to echo is avoid the area.
Yeah.
Avoid the area. If you had an appointment today, a checkup, a scan, any reason to go near the hospital or to the hospital, make a different plan.
Yeah.
Go somewhere else. Go home.
Call the department that you're supposed to be going to. Let them know you're not on the way. They'll be more than happy to reschedule you at another time. And it inconveniences so many people, because it is it's a big hospital. It's one of the major healthcare facilities in the Detroit metro area.
We did get a ticket texter who says they sell pop for a living, and even they require annual training for active shooting. So, I mean, that's
yes, they do.
If you can speak to that at your place of employment, you could maybe help today. And if you've seen your commute altered by any of this, we have open lines, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot that we don't know about. Trying to give you all the updated information that we do have, but the key information is Corewell Health, Beaumont Troy Hospital. Steer clear of the area. It's going to be congested with traffic because everything is shut down. They're not going to let you in, so don't show up. Don't be an extra body in the way.
So I guess until we have an update, we can try to do business as usual. I know it feels weird, John. It feels
does,
weird.
Yeah, there's no easy transition to talk about Alex Bregman and the Tigers.
Right.
Or, a week from now is when they're going to officially start their season, even though we've seen baseball. We've got the tournament starting today.
Kate Cunningham buzzer beater. It all feels like
it all pales in comparison to what's
it's awkward, and we know it's awkward.
Situation.
So what we'll do here is we have the open lines. We have a great news station down the hall. There is a press conference that's going to be taking place here, and we're going to pass along all the info. Heather's got another news before the show's done. We do have Dear John on a much lighter note before the show's over, where we can laugh and get back to some of that. On the sports front, this Bregman audio did make the rounds yesterday.
Yeah.
And Alex Bregman, it was a whole saga, a fiasco here where the Tigers desperately wanted to add him. He was their number one target. They made him the best offer in terms of years, security, and guaranteed money. And he didn't end up in Detroit. Well, yesterday he was on Foul Territory, one of his baseball shows, podcasts, and he spoke about the situation and how close it was that he would have been a Detroit Tiger. Do you buy that he thought he was going to Detroit the whole time?
If that's the case, and he thought it was nearly a done deal, what was holding up? The fact of signing the contract. Why not get with your team? Why not, get to know some of the teammates? Why not make that decision? I think he was always holding out that there would have been something a little bit more, a little bit better. And I also don't believe, I know that Boston was rumored to be in and out and then back in. Same thing with Houston, where he was coming from. They were
Cubs.
They were out, they were in, and then then they were ultimately out because they had decided to move on and sign somebody else. Cubs, same thing. The one constant throughout the entire process was Detroit. So it's not surprising to hear that maybe he thought he was going to Detroit, but it's what was the conversation between him and Scott Harris? More importantly, what was the conversation between him and AJ Hinch,
who he says he's talked to all offseason and knows very well.
And that last quote unquote half hour, I don't necessarily buy it that in the waning moments of this negotiation that all of a sudden Boston came in with something that was dramatically different.
Detroit had the opt-out after 2 years. He wanted the opt-out after 1, is what we're led to believe was one of the sticking points. It sounds to me like he was sitting on Detroit's offer, hoping someone would get him out of that. Which doesn't sound like he was dying to go to Detroit. It felt like it was Detroit by default unless someone threw him a parachute.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, you don't want to be a team that he settled for.
Right.
We would love to have a third baseman right now.
Trust me, I would love Alex Bregman to be on this baseball team. I don't share the jilted X mentality that I see from some Tiger fans. We didn't want him anyway. No, I very much wanted him to be a Detroit Tiger, and so did Scott Harris and AJ Hinch. So it's not that. It'd be great if he was here, but it's pretty obvious. He was waiting for someone to give him an out so he didn't have to sign here, which sucks. I mean, that's salt in the wound, especially given the fact that Jace Young, the backup plan, well, actually, Vierling, the backup plan, gets hurt. Then the backup to the backup plan, Jace Young, is going to start the year down in AAA. Yeah, it's salt in the open wound.
It is, and it doesn't do us any good, especially knowing that Jace Young, as you mentioned, did not perform in spring training like the Tigers or us wanted him to. And Matt Vierling, hurt. Now we're left with the platooning at that position. You're left with options of Javi Baez going from short to second, which that means probably Trey Sweeney at short. And on days where Javi doesn't, and if Javi can't hit, do you go as far down the ladder as putting Cole Keith over there? Because Spencer Torkelson has hit. That's been a little bit of a bright spot. We don't know if that translates to regular
I don't think
season.
It's happening. I know you've mentioned in the last couple days here because he played 1,000 innings of AAA third or minor league third base, but they have moved him to the right side of the infield. I don't think they think he's got a strong enough arm, and to the point now they're teaching him first. I can't imagine last minute
they move him over to third.
Yeah, a week before the season. Hey, congrats. You're going back over to third.
We've seen Javi Baez, like last year, all right, he ended up having surgery. We've also seen times where he has been injured.
Yeah.
What happens if he goes down? What happens if something happens to Trey Sweeney? Those are contingency plans that you've got to account for.
Yeah.
Versus, with 2 weeks remaining, this is a week ago. Oh, well, let's try Spencer Torkelson in right field.
Yeah, it does. Musical chairs, I think, is what was used in one of the updates today. It's been musical chairs for the Tigers. They don't have stability at a couple key positions defensively. And yet the season's a week away.
It is a week away. And week from today.
If Bregman's a free agent next year, how do you feel about going through this whole saga again? Because we will.
That's a tough question.
If he hits, he's going to opt out.
If he hits and he opts out, the
problem
is, he'll be attractive, but he's attractive and he's a year older.
Yeah.
And you missed a year of the prime. What are you going to get in terms of not just maybe the first couple of years of the contract? Because that was never the concern in signing him.
No.
It was, are you going to give him a 5-year deal, 6-year deal? Someone even whispered 7. Now, all of a sudden, a year older, you're probably looking at 4, 5 on the outside.
Yeah. But you're going to be willing to commit less money to him because you didn't get one of the prime years, right? Part of the reason to add him was to get this year. This is a prime year. If I'm signing you to a deal, I'm getting one less year. I might want to chop off a little bit of that annual cost.
And do you have to go through the same song and dance where you're not making a contingency plan because you think, hey, we're going to get Bregman, this deal is going to get done, and then does it happen again?
Look, if I was the Tigers and I got very little out of third base and Bregman hit 300 and was an all-star and maybe even wins a Gold Glove, he's opting out and he's going to command a lot of money. If I'm the Tigers, of course I'm interested. I'd make another competitive offer. But what I can't do is make the only option Bregman at third base, right? That would have to be what Scott Harris learns from all this is you make an offer to Alex Bregman, again, if it comes to it, but you draw a deadline, right? You say, you know what? We love you. We think we're giving you the best deal. We're going to look out for you. You know your manager's got your back here. Here's the deal. And if you don't accept by January 1, there's still a couple bats out there, just to use an example. We're moving on. That might be how I would approach it next time around is we'll give you the offer. You have to tell us if you're saying yes. And if you're not saying yes, you're saying no. And we're going to add someone who does want to be here. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. You can bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you don't have to be upset about. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tournament. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. That's what makes it fun. So download the app and explore. Find out the bets that you like. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll have an update on the shooting at Troy Beaumont Hospital coming up with Heather's News. A couple quick ticket texts. We did get back to a little bit of sports. The Tigers, the Alex Bregman audio where he said he was going to be a Tiger the whole time until the very last second. Those Red Sox came in. It sounds like he was waiting for someone to come in and save him from coming to Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed. We're bummed. Let's get the phones. Let's get to Mike in Woodhaven. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I think people are forgetting that Torkelson was drafted as a third baseman, and when he was in college, he was a pretty good third baseman, has an above-average arm, and why not give him a shot? He's got to be better than Baez over there.
Well, I don't know that Baez is going to be bad at third base.
Defensively, you're saying.
Defensively,
he doesn't hit.
Okay, well, we're talking about defense right now. And, I mean, what makes you believe – I know Torque has had a good spring, but what makes you believe he's going to hit when it comes time for the regular season?
I think he's finally figured it out. You can see a difference between last year and this year. I can see the difference from watching. He seems more focused and on his game. Last year, he was lost, and the best thing for him was getting sent down. But I'd try him at third base. That way you're not messing with putting people all over the place. And I really don't want to see him in right field.
Why don't you want to see him in right field?
I don't think he has the speed to be an outfielder.
Maybe. He played a little outfield in college. He played very little third base in college, and then he did briefly play a little third in the minors. Remember, the Tigers announced him as a third baseman, but I think they came to the conclusion early in his development, foot speed, reaction time, arm strength, whatever their determination was, he was not going to be a major league third baseman, and he hasn't played third base in years.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't played outfield in years.
Yeah, I guess the thought, though, is you can just stick a guy out in the outfield and deal with a little bit of a defensive loss. But if your guy at third can't play third defensively, you're going to be in for a mess of problems.
So it does seem like everybody that they've drafted has been third
at one point.
At one point, yeah. I mean, Torque, Colt Keith. I think it's defensively an easier transition because we've seen it before. Guys go from short and they don't have the range anymore, so they go to third. They go from third to second. Second to first.
Sure, in the case of Cole Keith here. Texter says, because I brought up if they're going to pursue Bregman again next year, and it could be a very real, nauseating possibility, Scott has to have a cutoff date. He can't get left with nothing. Texter says, you're saying they didn't have a contingency plan. That's not true. They had Vierling and Jace Young. Both of them are temporarily out of the picture at the same time. It doesn't seem like poor planning as much as bad luck. Well, Vierling had hardly played third. And Jace Young, for all the talk about you can't block him, is still an unproven young player. I mean, they didn't have a great backup plan.
There was nothing, the level of confidence that if you didn't get Bregman was not high.
Right.
Whether it's, Jace Young, and we're all excited. We think he could be, but he's not right now. And Vierling, that's a placeholder until you could figure it out with somebody a little bit better. The great thing about Vierling is he does hit.
Yes.
And he could play a number of different positions.
And that kind of where his value was, is he was a better outfielder than an infielder. Yeah. He'd only played like 70, 75 games at third base in his career. He would do it in a pinch because he's a versatile player, but it's clear the Tigers' preference, to the point where they let all the other options go, was Alex Bregman. Right? We said it when they added Gleyber Torres, it couldn't be the only bat they added, and lo and behold, it ended up being the only bat they added. So it does put more of a pressure on Spencer Torkelson to hit wherever he ends up in the lineup, wherever he ends up in the field. All right, we got Dear John, bottom of the hour, 9:35. Let's get to the news and the latest with Heather.
All right, I was able to pop out of here and watch that press conference that was just held about the shooting at Troy Beaumont Hospital, and we have learned a lot. So the shooting actually took place at 7:08 a.m. in the parking structure. It was a targeted shooting between two employees. 5 shots were fired, and the victim, a 25-year-old from Troy, was shot twice in the arm. He is currently in stable condition. It sounds like he's going to be okay. They just kept reiterating stable condition. His vehicle was also struck as well. Now, the suspect is still not in custody. It is believed that he is not at the hospital.
He's off property.
They are using canines, drones, and other measures to locate the suspect, but it does sound like he is no longer at the hospital. The suspect is a male. He was identified by the victim, so they know who he is. Like I said, they were both employees there, so they knew each other. They're not giving any more information about the suspect. And they didn't say what led up to the shooting.
These guys knew each other?
Well, they were both employees there, so I'm imagining, yes, they knew each other. And the victim was able to identify the suspect. So knew each other, knew of each other. It sounds like they knew each other. Yeah. That's how I took it as. The hospital is still on lockdown, but they say as they clear the hospital, that will be lifted. The soft lockdown at schools, daycares, that will also be lifted. Residents are just told, stay away from the area, right? There's still a huge police presence. It's such a big hospital, right? That the process to clear it is going to take a long time, but they do anticipate lifting that lockdown very shortly. So.
And they do believe, just to clarify, that the suspect has fled the building, the area.
Yes, I don't know exactly where.
We don't
believe
know where.
He's at the hospital.
Right, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fleeing the area, I don't want to say yes. I don't know
by
that.
By area,
yes.
I mean building.
Yes.
And everybody will obviously be apprehensive until he is caught. So they'll keep working on that. The one thing it does suggest is that this person didn't show up to cause harm to random people at the hospital.
It sounds like it was an isolated incident targeted between these two employees. So not that that's great news, but it is better news than
hopefully
this
nobody
shooter
else
is on the loose in the hospital.
The hospital. Yeah.
So hopefully soon the suspect will be caught. They know who he is. They have said he is a male. And they are looking for him, and I'm guessing they will find him.
Yes,
shortly.
And of course, speedy recovery to the victim.
Yes, and thank God he sounds like he's going to be okay. And that's good news. And thank goodness he was right there at the hospital receiving immediate attention. So that's what I've got for you. Obviously, more as the story unfolds. We'll keep you guys posted. Hopefully, before 10 a.m., they'll have caught the suspect, and we'll update you on that. In other news. Maybe you guys can tell me a little bit about this. So the MLB season, right, officially kicked off on Tuesday. Had the Tokyo series in Japan. But when it came to the season opener, I guess Fox is facing some backlash for their remote coverage.
Right.
Which, when you hear about these guys' schedule, you understand why they couldn't be in Japan when they're covering also the NCAA tournament. They've got things that they need to be present for as well, but Jason Benetti was one of them.
He could have been there, right? He could have gone to
Well,
Tokyo.
It sounds like he's got stuff with the tournament he's responsible for as well, so that he needed...
There are a lot of really good broadcasters, and I feel like if you're going to have a partnership with Major League Baseball and you have one of the game's, if not the game's biggest star, playing in his home country...
You don't half-ass it.
Yeah. Like, because the broadcast is different, remote.
But you could speak to it. You're at all these games on Saturdays. Could you imagine how much harder it would be if you were staring at a monitor in a bunker somewhere?
You lose so much context, but it's just the sound, the environment. You could tell when they're not there, and they do a great job. The broadcast has been great. I've gone back and watched some of it, and it's not the broadcaster's fault. It's on Fox. Like, find somebody that could be there and be a good partner.
Yeah, for sure. Some good news for Chick-fil-A fans. It sounds like people are very excited for this new menu offering that will be hopefully arriving at all their restaurants soon. So on Monday, there's this food blogger that reported that Chick-fil-A is upping their beverage game in a huge way with new ice cream spins and floats. So it's not like a new concept, but new to the restaurant. So they're going to allow you to mix any fountain drink flavor with ice cream.
That's fun.
To create the ice cream spin, which is kind of like a shake, I guess. Or you could do more of the traditional like ice cream floats. So that's exciting. That sounds good.
Sure.
You don't seem like you're all that interested in it.
You know, like a good...
I like a root beer float.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, all I see in this is it's just, they do a great job of getting you in and getting you your food.
Oh, yeah, they do.
This, to me, seems like it's just going to slow the process down.
Oh, really? I've never been there, but I've seen the lineups, so I can...
Yeah.
I've seen the drive-through lineups.
Drive-through line, yeah.
Well, they have like people in the drive-through lanes, like air traffic controllers.
They do?
And some of them, yeah.
The amount of efficiency that they work with is tremendous.
You go to this lane, you go over here, faster time here.
Yeah.
Then they make sure, can you confirm your order?
Yeah.
Here's your food, and on your way.
I have so many papers in front of me. I really want to do the story. I'm trying to find it, so I'll just talk with you guys about it because I don't know every single detail by heart. We were talking about the MLB series in Japan, right?
Yeah.
And about something that took place there with a former Detroit Lion,
Rodney Peete. Yes.
So he was there at the game with his wife, and he caught a foul ball.
Yes.
And he kind of went viral for it. And we had a little
clash.
it wasn't meant to be a clash, but you wanted to be very defensive of him and his catch because what's the guy's name? What's the
Max
player's name?
Muncy.
Yes, was kind of like scowling after he attempted to try to catch the ball over this really short netting, and I think he thought he was going to catch it based off of his reaction, but
Rodney Peete caught it,
and he caught it.
So
a great catch, but people were. I don't know
Max
if they were calling him out, but
reached over the fence, thought he was going to catch the foul ball. He didn't, but to his knowledge, a fan did.
Yes.
He didn't know it was Rodney Peete.
No, he had no clue who it was.
And when you watch the video, Max had already missed the ball. His glove was above Rodney Peete's. Rodney Peete's has his underneath.
It's almost like he was backing him up.
Yes. And Rodney Peete caught it and then very slyly stuck the glove and ball behind his back, like very nonchalant. But people were giving him a hard time because of the reaction of Max Muncy,
who thought maybe he could catch it for an out.
Thought he had been interfered with. He wasn't. It's a great catch by Rodney Peete.
Now, you say Rodney Peete, former Detroit Lions quarterback, right?
Yes.
He also was drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Yes.
He has a baseball background, and clearly you can tell.
Yeah, and he called in. He's now a radio host in LA, called into his own station and said, hey, I was just protecting my wife, protecting myself, and they gave me a glove right there. Well, I agree, because when I watched it, I was like, it wasn't
You were protecting your wife.
No.
You were making a slick catch. Good for you.
But he said that everyone in that section got gloves because the netting is really low. So everyone was given these gloves like, here, if you see a ball coming your way, catch it.
My initial question was, did Rodney Peete travel to Japan with his baseball glove? But then it was stated that they put him in their seats. Yes.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Dear John, it's 97.1. Cade had to fight to get open on the inbound, and he knocked down the buzzer beater bank shot.
You mentioned this to me off air, and I don't know if we talked about it on air, but Monroe St. Brown and Craig Reynolds were in attendance down in Miami. And Craig Reynolds, I can't hear it right now because it's a computer that's in the studio and there's no audio on it right now. Craig Reynolds was videoing it. It's a great video, and it's him and Amon Ross St. Brown going nuts. I can't wait till I get a chance to hear what this sounds like. I'm guessing it's probably not suitable for air,
Might not
but
be.
It's a great video.
They were there. Fans have been enjoying this. I can't wait to see Cade in the playoffs because it feels like that platform, he is ready for the moment. Like, you could make the case. Is he the biggest star right now in the city of Detroit? All NBAer. Who is? I guess the question would be, who is the biggest star? Scooble?
His only limitation is limited by the NBA.
The fact that he plays on the NBA team and not the NFL team?
Right.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, who is the other? You mentioned Scooble. Again, limited by the regionality that baseball has become.
So who is the biggest star in the city of Detroit?
May not be the best one. The biggest one might be Jared Goff. And it's because he plays for the NFL team in town.
QB1?
Yeah. I mean, from there, I think you'd have to go to Monroe St. Brown, Hutch, Sewell. Hutch might be.
Yeah. Local.
Yeah. And if he had been, if his trajectory stayed where it was last year prior to injury, if he ends up getting, Defensive Player of the Year, or even if he doesn't, but he loses to Trey Hendrickson or a Myles Garrett, but he's got 18 sacks.
Yeah, I guess with Cade, there is a ceiling in that you play
basketball.
Yeah, but he's doing everything you could ask of a basketball player to do. He will go in and he'll probably be third team or even second team All NBA. So that's saying we got one of those guys. We have one of those superstars in our backyard. He continues to have moments like that. I bet you he has a moment or two in the playoffs. He's already played at the Garden and had a couple really good games this season. And right now they would face the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's got that bad wheel. I mean, the Pistons could win that playoff series.
Oh, they certainly could. Certainly could.
Yeah. Heather, do we have an update, by the way, on the Troy Beaumont stuff?
Yes. Suspect has been taken into custody.
There we go. Good.
Yes.
That's great news. And so I'm assuming the lockdown has been lifted.
Yes. In fact, somebody that I know just sent me the alert they got on their phone. It says shooter in custody. Law enforcement remains at the scene near the hospital. But it says all clear.
Okay. So. Yeah. Investigation continues, but
no
all
other
clear.
details.
Yeah.
What the motive was, I don't know all of that yet. Yeah. They have not released information, at least as far as I have seen, about the suspect either.
Two male employees were in clearly some sort of argument or discussion. It took place in the parking lot. Shooting happened early this morning, 7:08. The victim was shot twice in the arm, is in stable condition, was being treated right there at the hospital. It kind of threw our morning for a loop here.
It did.
Yeah. It's the opening day of the tournament, and hey, what are you going to do today? You skipping the day? You going to the sports bar? And this news kind of dropped in our lap. And
thankfully, there's only one victim.
Yes.
Thankfully, that victim is in stable condition. As it was reported earlier, 5 shots.
Yes.
2 of them hit their mark, and it could have been much worse with innocent bystanders. 3 stray bullets. I know the car was struck. But thankfully, the victim is in stable condition.
Yep.
And they do have the suspect in custody.
Yeah. All things considered, glad that we were able to have that mitigated, right? The police showing up and making it, not as bad as it could have been. We have much to look forward to today. I know Doug and Gator are going to be out, at Twin Peaks today?
Yes. They're out there. I believe I hear the sounds of the pub.
That's right.
Hey, Gator, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I'm doing all right. Are there patrons reserving their spots in the best viewing conditions available at the bar?
Good seats still available.
Good seats still available.
Good seats still available. The beer is cold, though. 28.7 degrees. The 4 I've had already.
All right.
A little bit colder than that, but we're ready to go.
Today is one of those great days. I love that you guys are out there for this.
Well, we've been here in the past and enjoyed it. And from my position, it's kind of unfortunate. I think I can only see 21 televisions from where I'm sitting.
Gator,
but we'll make do.
Do you have a better view?
It's an excellent view, yes.
Okay, so you got at least 22.
Yeah, I would say it's very similar to Doug's view, to be honest with you. We're at Twin Peaks out in Madison Heights at the corner of 14 and Stevenson, right by I-75 here, so it's really easy to get to. You want to stop by, and I imagine that, listen, we know how the drill works. By the time that the first game tips off, the place is starting to hop, and then by halftime of the first game, it's jam-packed. So get here early. People want to do the Animal Day, watch basketball all day. This is what you do.
It's a perfect day for it. They've got beer. They've got great food. They've got TVs everywhere. They have Wi-Fi. I don't know what else you need.
So I imagine your show is two very different shows. You have before you're distracted with all the games, and then being distracted by all the games.
Dude, we're just gonna sit here and watch games and yell and scream starting at 12:20. Right. There's no content from there on out. By the way, somebody's gonna win a 98-inch TV.
I'm sorry, what's that?
98-inch TV. See that right there? That 98-inch TV I'm pointing at?
That's a large TV.
That's the 98-inch TV that someone will take home. And if you can't take it home, you have to walk home carrying it the entire way. It's a weird rule. I don't know what it is.
Well, they're lighter than they used to be, so it's possible.
Get it done.
Yes, sir.
All right, what are you guys getting to out of the gate here?
I have no idea.
All right, perfect. We'll listen along and find out together. It's Carson Anderson live at Twin Peaks. It's 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on the road today from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. As you heard, I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much for asking.
That's good. Beer's cold here. Food's great here. TVs are everywhere. 98-inch TV giveaway. Twin Peaks girls are here. Street team's here. Other giveaways as well. It's a great place to be on this first full day of March Madness. as games kick off 12:15 today, as you heard there, the Louisville-Creighton game, which is one of the more interesting first-round games. And we'll be talking about these games, the Michigan game tonight against UCSD, Spartans in action tomorrow against Bryant. They're playing one guy. I don't give much of a
I don't
shot.
like his chances.
No, and that is tomorrow night as well. We'll be getting into that a little bit as the show goes on. Pistons with a win last night. But this place will be teeming with excitement when games kick off, so you might want to get out here and claim your spot, although there are plenty of good seats available right now. So first game, 12:15, as you heard. Scott, great day in sports. It's a great day in sports.
It is. The excitement of the first day of the tournament, the first 2 days of the tournament today and tomorrow. It is. You get the buzzer beaters. You get everything. It's really what it still symbolizes how great college athletics can be, even in today's college athletics world.
It's weird. There's a lot to adjust to. Yeah,
and there might be even more rooting interest now because before it was just kind of, the little schools can't really compete with the big schools. Now they can't compete with the big schools because now the money is legitimate above the table, and these smaller schools cannot pay the players like the other schools can.
You wonder what's going to happen with that long term. And what I mean by that, look, March Madness is an entertaining event, okay? I don't know that there's a more entertaining couple of days in sports than the first 2 days of March Madness. For sheer excitement and you always feel like there's something else going on. Like I'm paying attention to this, but I want to be cloned and over here and paying attention to that, and I need to be another clone to be paying attention because there'll be 4 games going on at once. And then when storylines start to, do you see what's going on right now in Salt Lake City? You get into that. I'm quick. Where's that game? Where's True TV? Where's TNT? There's always something. It's so entertaining. But in the NIL world, if you are Oakland University, or you are Eastern Michigan, or you are Western Michigan, or you are Central Michigan, you are U of D, you are those are our versions of Cinderella that we have here, and we've seen almost all of them do something in March in our lifetime where they surprise us. I mean, it was just a year ago with Oakland, right, over Kentucky. It's the how difficult is it for them to do it in an era where when you find that gem gets stolen away by that powerhouse.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that this shows the recruiting abilities of the smaller schools to find the talented players.
Yep.
Give them the opportunities.
The late bloomers.
Yeah, to succeed in the first year. I mean, you got to think about it this way. These guys, they're identifying talent all over the place. Either the guys that can play right away, or the guys that they can develop, and then by the time they're a junior, that they can start to look or they do start to look to transfer out and get a better deal somewhere else. But I feel for guys like Greg Campy, they have to deal with this every year, and yet at the same time, when I'm the captain of the crap conference type thing and calling it all that, but you know what? I root for those teams.
Right.
I know that everybody else does because it's the underdog, but you may not expect it from me because of what I refer to the conferences. But because of the landscape of college basketball and college athletics now, I'm more inclined to be rooting hard for those teams to win.
Yeah, it's very difficult to surprise people anymore because if you do have an elite player, those elite players could have been poached in the past, but A, they had to sit out a year. B, they weren't getting paid, right? So there's all these things that make it harder for Cinderella, and yet it's going to happen today. Somebody's going to get shocked. And quite frankly, the team that is getting picked to be shocked, I mean, it was ESPN's best bet. It's one of the most popular picks on the board is UCSD over Michigan, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But somebody is going to get stunned because that's just the way this thing works. Even though, and it's funny, do you ever watch games during the regular season? I find myself watching non-conference regular season games, and you see somebody sneak up and you go, wow, Eastern Michigan just went and won at Wisconsin or something like that. And you go, that would be March Madness. Huge headline. It happens in December. Nobody pays attention. Right. But it does happen during the regular season. It's just very few people are paying attention when those Cinderellas sneak up and beat a big boy.
Oh, it does happen, but it also means nothing, unfortunately. It might mean something for one of those teams if they're a bubble team. But even then, it only matters if they're from a bigger conference.
It's a resume
I guess.
builder, my friend. It's a resume builder.
If you're a bad team in a good conference and you have a win over a good team from a good conference to start the year, that's good. But if you're in Eastern Michigan or if you're in Oakland University and you knock off Kentucky in December, it doesn't matter because the only way you're going to get to the tournament is by winning your conference tournament, which is stupid.
Most likely, yes. There are one bid conferences, and they're out there. But it's up to the conference. I read this a few years ago. I suppose it's still true. The conference determines who gets their automatic bid. So you can give the automatic bid to the regular season champion, which we go back to things that make sense. That makes more sense than giving it to a team that gets hot for a weekend in early March to steal a conference. But then again, that conference will say, that's their only way we're going to get 2 in.
Do you think this is the way it's going to continue? That they're going to have conference tournaments? I know it's money is the bottom line. But in the end, it really is kind of dumb to keep having these conference tournaments.
Conference tournaments have always been, in basketball, a little ridiculous. The conference championship game in football with the tournament expanding, the college football playoff expanding to be what it is,
makes a lot of sense.
It's really, really phasing out the need for the conference championship game. But, yeah, I mean, it's evolving world of college athletics. But show me a plan where they're going to do something that makes sense but doesn't squeeze every dollar out of a possibility, or earnings opportunity. It's just not going to happen. They're not going to get rid of moneymakers.
No,
it's television. And let's be sure we line the pockets of all the TV executives. I would hate to see them have to go to bed at night without getting every possible penny they can out of us as sports fans. And yet, today, we will tune into all of their networks and enjoy the first round of games. There we go. First round of games, Creighton and Louisville, 12:15 from Rupp Arena in Kentucky. At 12:40, you got Purdue taking on High Point. That's a popular pick. That's in Providence. Wisconsin's taking on the Montana Grizzlies in Ball Arena in Denver. And then that's at 1:30 and 2 o'clock. Houston taking on SIU Edwardsville. And that is in Wichita, Kansas. So lots to be excited about. Kang is back in our studios. Kang, you fired up for today?
This is one of the best days of the year for sports fans. It's amazing how much I root against my own bracket because I just love the chaos.
Yep. And look, the brackets bring everybody in. It brings in Ed in accounting who never pays attention. It brings in Leif over there in optics and design who is just totally a
Leif?
Oh, it's Bert, I guess. Bert in optics and design.
Leif
would never do that.
You're always bringing in people who are non-sports fans to this event. Fill out your brackets. We have a family bracket going by Cousin Lauren. $15 a piece. I'm pushing everybody, all my family, mom, dad, all my kids to get it done. And I just checked in with my little guy, and I said, did you submit a bracket last night? And he goes, Dad, I did. I did 14. I said, dude, they're $15 each.
Can't hide money.
Or start deleting brackets now and roll with one. It is Carson Anderson. Got a question for you. Your March Madness success stories. We will get to that today at 10:18. From Madison Heights at the Twin Peaks, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sports fans, we made it. Gamblers, today is your Christmas. College basketball. Today, broadcasting live from the best place to watch all the action, Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. We walked in today, and you can notice it's different than it was a year ago. They have changed the game by not adding 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 98-inch TVs. They are a sports fan's paradise. Pair that up with slam dunks and buzzer beaters, and you got the best bar food you've ever had alongside the coldest draft beer in the country, the finest craft cocktails around. We haven't even mentioned the best part, of course. It's all brought to you by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. We got nonstop basketball action today, capped off by Maize and Blue tonight, 10 o'clock. Make sure you come by and see us. We're giving away that 98-inch TV courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Samples of the hottest new tequila, Jose Cuervo's Devil's Reserve. Tons of swag and prizes. You won't want to miss it. And if you can't make it today, we will be back tomorrow. Doors open at 10, so don't be late. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. We're at Twin Peaks, yeah. And Kang, a listener, just came in and he had a message for you. Adam wanted to say hi.
All right, I don't know what that means, but I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, we will be here until 2 o'clock. Games start at 12:15. It's great to be at Twin Peaks here on the first full day of March Madness. All right, so look, we've discussed. There's the allure of just the games and the drama and the excitement. There's the gambling now, which is a big deal, but there's nothing quite like brackets. And I think if you've been around for a while, at some point, some team has won you money. At some point, you have finished first or second or placed in the money in your brackets. When did it happen for you? Who was the team that won in March for you? Kang, you have a classic that won for you years ago.
Yeah, it was 2003, Syracuse Orangemen, led by a freshman by the name of Carmelo Anthony.
Yep. So you played Syracuse. Now, it's funny, kind of falls in line with Kang's belief in raw talent to go with a team that's led by a freshman. Turned out to be a great NBA player, of course. But did you specifically take Syracuse because of Carmelo? Do you remember why you did it back in the day?
No, this was one of those things where I finished the bracket and I looked back, I stepped back and go, wow, Syracuse, huh? And I knew, like, obviously Carmelo was on the team and all that, but it was one of those, like, just lucid, just let the pen go. Because I was literally filling out a bracket, this wasn't online.
So that's funny. Yeah, you let the pen go, and at the end, you look down and you go, oh, my God, I've got Syracuse winning it. When Gator puts pen to paper, his hand instinctively just writes down the 4 letters D-U-K-E. It's always you just can't even help it. When you go to fill out a bracket, you type in D-U-K-E or you write in D-U-K-E. It happens every year.
It's really hard for me not to have them go into the Final Four.
Because you're a huge fan.
Yeah, nothing I like better than Duke basketball. That's why it's ever so painful to put them in, pencil them in at the very least to the Final Four. I honestly don't remember if I've ever not had them in the Final Four.
It happens.
Yeah, I have them getting to the final game this year and losing to Michigan State.
Yep. So who is the team that won you money? 248-539-9797. And do you remember anything about the run? Gator a few years ago won 2 brackets, 2 different contests with the same bracket. I am not multiple bracket guy. I have issues with multiple bracket guy, which we can discuss later.
You do.
But I won twice. I did a family one, and then we did a fundraiser. I felt bad. It was a fundraiser for my son's baseball team, where everybody would sell brackets, and then the team would.
You stole money from kids?
Yes, I essentially stole money from kids. You try to sell brackets, and then the team would get a portion of the money, and it helped pay for some of the travel costs. But I ran it, and then I won it. And I felt kind of guilty about it. It became what we called the coaches fund, and the coaches fund was where are we going for beers after this game, guys?
Oh, sure.
But it felt like I wanted to apologize. I'm like, I wasn't trying to take everybody's money. But anyway, Baylor. I played Baylor in the 2021 tournament.
How'd that work out for you?
They won it, and that's why. Why did I take Baylor? Because Baylor was the 1 seed that I felt like fewer people would play and knew less about. So you might be able to sneak a win that way, which is playing the odds more than anything.
So is that your strategy in doing the bracket?
Not holistically.
No, but I mean, like, do you reserve a Final Four spot for a lower seed?
I don't reserve a Final Four spot because Baylor was a 1 seed, but I thought they were the 1 seed that people would play the least. I actually have Houston winning it all again, and so I don't do this every year, but again, Houston is the 1 seed that I think people know the least about. And actually, we had that ESPN bracket number the other day that Houston was the 1 seed that ESPN says the people pay the least attention to, or picking the least, rather, to cut down nets on Monday night. 248-539-9797. Who is the team that won it for you? What year? What do you remember about their run? We go to Brett. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brett.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
Hey, the team for me, I was living in New Jersey at the time, 2022. I went to a viewing party in Jersey City, the St. Peter's Peacocks, 15 seed. Took a money line, I think, 3 games in a row, won me a ton of cash, and super fun to watch those guys. That was a fun run in that tournament.
Okay, so a couple things about this. Obviously, you didn't play them in the bracket if you just took them on the money line. You took them 3 times in a row. You didn't. Did they win? I can't remember. I remember that team, but did they win 2 games? Because they had a guy named Doug, right?
Elite 8.
They had a guy named Doug.
Yeah, they had that mustache guy.
yeah. We were representing for Dougs everywhere. You didn't take him the 4th time, though?
No, I did, but I still made it up from how high those spreads were on the money line. So it was,
I bet you
it was
did
a good
pretty well.
run. It was fun and watch with the local squads.
Hey, appreciate the phone call. Who won money for you? 248-539-9797.
It's just another case of Doug winning money.
Well, that was a Doug winning money for Brett.
Still won money.
Yeah. We go to Mark. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hi. I picked UCLA a number of years ago. I was the only one in the group of about 25 people that had 3 out of the 4 finalists going into the weekend. So I basically had the thing locked up, and I had picked UCLA to win it, and sure enough, they won it. I won $125. Probably
Nice.
late
That's-
1990s.
Yeah, so that would have been the God, what was the name of the old coach? Jim. I can't think of his name. I can picture him, but anyway. So Mark, that if you pick 3 of the 4 Final Fours, no matter how big your poll, if you pick 3 of the Final 4 teams, you're going to be in good shape. No matter how many people are in there. That's the key.
I knew I had it in the bag that weekend going into it, and sure enough, I won the whole thing. So.
Well, there you go. Who won money for you? 248-539-9797.
I'm going to win the tournament this year.
You're going to win this year?
This is my year.
Is it?
Yeah, I feel it.
And what is there anything in particular?
I think it's just, you get down to a Final Four, and I've only got 2 number 1 seeds getting there. I like my odds now.
Here's the problem. Here's what's going to work against you. You pick Michigan State to win it all.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but there are going to be a lot of people that
I get
pick
it.
Michigan
It's a
State
local
to
because
win
it's
it
a
all.
local, it's with people, that we know.
Yep.
So, sure, I get there's going to be some of that. And I'm sure there's going to be some Dukies out there. But it's my 4th Final Four team that's the one that's going to do it for me.
Okay, so wait. In the Final Four, you have Michigan State beating Duke in the national championship.
That's right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So who do you have coming out of the West and the Midwest?
So I have Michigan State beating Kansas.
Kansas.
Which is a number 7 seed.
The Fighting Hunter Dickinsons. Major disappointment this year.
Fighting Jayhawks. And then Duke beating Houston.
Houston, okay.
So that one goes chalk. But
Yep.
the other side, a little bit of chaos there.
Kansas. Kansas is a ballsy pick. It is.
Well, you know me, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't have holes in my pants for no reason.
That's a 7 seed you have going to the Final Four. This should make you feel better, Scott. You know that a 5 seed or higher has made it to the Final Four every year since 2008.
I mean, that's common knowledge.
And in 2008 was the last time, and I can't imagine this happened a ton. It's the last time 4 number 1 seeds made it. Was 2008.
Wow.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Who do we
That's
got
only
next?
happened a couple times.
It hasn't happened a lot. I mean, the tournament's been weird lately. We got some tournament data. I like data. We'll get into some.
We like data.
Yeah, crazy tournament data, because it doesn't always go as predicted. Who do we got next here? Michael, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Michael.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hi. I picked Texas Tech to beat Michigan State. I can't remember the year. I figured if Texas Tech won, I'd win money, and if they lost, I'd get to be a fan. But I also picked Virginia to beat Texas Tech, and so I won the whole thing.
Wow, that's a good tournament for you, man.
Yeah, it was.
Do you remember how much you pocketed on that one, Michael?
Well, yeah, it's about $1,800, and then my wife had a broke my kitten's paw, and it just about took that full winnings about 3 days later.
Oh, you had to go pay for a veterinary bill?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
So the big winner there was the cat who got got the paw taken care of.
Yeah, still got the
Fair
cat.
enough.
Yeah, don't have the money. Got the cat.
Yeah, well, that's good. Thank you, Michael. 248-539-9797. We're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Games start in just under 2 hours. You can win a 98-inch TV. You can also eat great food, drink cold beer, hang out here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights.
Look at the size of that thing.
That's a big TV. That is a big TV. Who won money for you? And if you want to throw in who you think's winning money for you this year, feel free. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is turning up the excitement. College basketball, first 2 rounds. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So that's an upset you will not be upset about. The upset I played today, figured why not play one? Why not? Because I could win a share of that $1 million. I got the 14 seed Montana Grizzlies over the 3 seed Wisconsin. Hey, if any 14 wins, then I could get a share of that $1 million. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines to team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. The winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally amongst all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yep. Less than 2 hours to go before we tip off March Madness. This place is such a command center for March Madness fans. I understand they're going to like all the TVs are going to have games on. The beer right now is 26.5 degrees.
There we go.
The food is outstanding. After lunch, they're planning on blowing up Alderaan. It is going to be an outstanding day here at Twin Peaks.
Very ambitious day.
248-539-9797. We're asking you who has won you money in March Madness in the past, and if you want to share who's going to win you money this year. Let's hear it. We go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how we doing?
We're doing great, Mike.
Hey, I'll tell you, back in, I think it was 2008, Kemba Walker.
Yeah.
He won me a bunch of money.
So, did you know much?
I didn't know much because I was really young at the time, but I had my older brother. He's the guy who's like, UConn's the team that's going to do it. I took him. I won about $400 in the little pool.
Okay, you said you were younger. How old were you?
Fifth grade, maybe.
Fifth grade? A fifth grader with $400 runs the elementary school. You run the elementary school.
I went straight to Best Buy. I bought a PSP. I was living large. It was great.
Oh, this guy.
That's probably the best purchase you can make as a fifth grader.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I was
gaming system.
I was at lunch. Everyone wanted, hey, let me get a turn on the PSP, and I wasn't having it either. I was hogging it.
Most popular kid in school.
Hogging it.
Yep.
I bet you met girls because of it.
Oh yeah. I'd also like to say, I think the Akron Zips are a lock this year to beat Arizona. 13-4.
Wow, you call it a lock?
I think they were in it. They were in it last year. They played Creighton really close in the first round. They didn't get it done, but they're back. They have the experience. I think they get the job done.
All right, he's got Akron as a sleeper. Mike, we appreciate the call. Great story.
That's probably going to get some pretty good odds.
What's that?
If you take that game straight up.
If you take it straight up, money line?
Yeah.
Well, I can look it up exactly.
I'm just
what
saying.
it is.
It's put your money where your mouth is on that one, big fella.
Hey, Mac pride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
You got some Mac blood in you, right? You can.
Why did we bring this up?
Sorry. We all kind of claim all the MAC schools, don't we? When any of the MAC schools do anything, don't we all jump on board?
Look, I root for, even though it was the worst year of my life, I do root for Central Michigan. I do.
Was it really the worst year of your life, or just?
Well, this last year wasn't so good, but yeah, no, to that point, yeah, that was through I think age like 30. Yeah, that was a pretty bad year.
Akron is only plus 800 on the money line. I thought it'd be better than that, but alas, it is not. Gator. 248-539-9797.
That's only 8-1 odds.
Yep.
Maybe he's on to something.
Let's go to Les. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Les.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Gator. First-time caller. Listen to you guys a long time. Really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Back in 2007 when it was held here in Detroit, I picked all four teams to make the Final Four. I love Michigan State, but I changed my mind, and I took North Carolina because they had beaten them during the season prior. So they won me about $600 that year. But that's
they
an
beat them at
anomaly.
Ford Field to start the year.
Yes, they did. And I remember that because the guy said it was an anomaly because I picked all four teams, all the seeds I picked to make the Final Four.
So it was North Carolina, Michigan State, UConn, and who was the fourth team that year?
Was that Georgetown? I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
I think it was Georgetown. I'm not sure.
Was it really? I guess I can do
I'm not positive, but I those three.
I can use this new thing called the internet and look it up.
Yeah.
Do you remember
I'm not
Gator?
sure.
Who it was?
Nope.
No, was it them?
It was. Well, it wasn't 2007. It had to be 2008, right?
Yeah, 2008 when it was held here.
North Carolina. Was it UCLA? Might have been UCLA. Well, good for you. Do you remember how much money you won?
Yeah, $600.
That's a good score.
The guy said he had never seen that before where I picked all four teams. And, I had Michigan State going all the way because I love Michigan State. And but I said, no, they're not going to beat that North Carolina team. So I took North Carolina over MSU.
Well, that was a hell of a run, and that North Carolina team was incredible.
What's the highest stakes you've heard of a pool people getting in? You know, I mean, typically they're
like the most money anybody wins.
Normally like $20 or something like that. But
I got to tell you, I think back, it's always Stoney's pool, isn't it? Because Stoney has like 600 people in it.
Well, there's a bunch of people, but I'm just. What about the stake to get into it, and then you have. Like I've heard told like somebody said they won what $1,500 or something like that. That's an extraordinary total. But I'm there absolutely have to be other pools where you net more money than that. I'm just curious what's the highest total you've heard of that somebody won. With a bracket.
It's funny because I always talk and I'm dead serious about it. I'll bet $1 here, $1 there, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, sometimes I get crazy and bet 5.
This is literally how you do it.
Yes, and people all mock me. But
it works for you.
Weirdest thing, even for a freaking $1, which I'll bet $1 that'll win me 91 cents, I'll care more.
About the game, sure.
Yes. Now, I think that tells me 2 things. One is I could have a problem.
No.
Well, the problem is that if I care that much about a $1 bet, so I know to reel it in. But it's one of the. It doesn't matter to me the amount of money. I guess is my bottom line of this is if any money's on the line, I get excited about it.
Fair enough.
248-539-9797. Feedback. Brent writes in, Kemba and the Huskies won me money. Only one that picked them for some reason that year. Ryan in Ipsy says, I won my bracket back in 2003 with Syracuse and Carmelo too. The only time I've won. There you go, Kang. Somebody else who did it like you did. From an unnamed texter, I have Kansas winning it all. Payday.
Hey, get off my...
Well, you don't have Kansas winning it all.
Well, no, but I mean, I thought it was unique.
So...
He went a step further.
Probably the boldest thing that I did.
2 steps further.
Is I got 2 things that are reasonably bold. One is I got BYU making it to the Elite Eight where they lose to Duke. I wanted to take them over Duke, but I did not. And Duke is, for obvious reasons, a great Final Four team. BYU has a pro in Igor Denham. They've got great three-point shooting, 37% from 3. They have some of the best offensive metrics in the country. That when they beat Iowa State in a Big 12 tournament, watching that game was 96-92, and Iowa State is a good defensive team. So I got BYU making a run to the Elite Eight, and I got Texas Tech coming out of the South. That team is an elite defensive team. They're top 10 in Ken Palm and defensive metrics. They don't have any obvious pros, so I don't love that about them, but it's college basketball. It matters what you do at this level. And so, yeah, sometimes pros can you can ride them, but I think that Texas Tech team is
I'm sorry, out of the South?
Yep.
Why don't I have Texas Tech and I see Texas A&M?
I'm sorry, Texas A&M. Did I say Texas Tech?
You did.
My apologies.
Okay.
Texas A&M. I got Texas Tech in the Elite Eight as well, where they lose with JT Toppin, Obi's little brother, losing to Florida. But yes, Texas A&M. My apologies.
I've got A&M getting to the Elite Eight, losing to Michigan State.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Who won you money in the past? Who's going to win you money this year? Victor is next on 97.1. Hi, Victor.
How you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. So a few years back, you remember when Virginia lost as the first number 1 seed? Got upset the very next
Maryland,
year.
Baltimore County.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. I took them. I said, you know what? What the heck? I took them the very next year, and they won it all. So they won me I was a couple grand for that one. The same pool last year, what'd you think I did? Since Purdue lost 2 years ago as a number 1 seed?
You took
Even
Purdue.
though I really liked UConn, I took Purdue to go all the way, and if they had won it, I would have won that pool again as well.
So you came in second. Was there any money? Well, did you come in second, or did somebody else come in second?
I did, yes. And I came in second. Yeah, the gentleman who runs that pool plays out the top 3 places, so it didn't get me second place. So I did win a few bucks there. But to answer Gator's question about the most, what's a big payout, I know of a Survivor pool, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with Survivor pools. in NCAA basketball where you got to pick a winner every day, and then obviously you can't use them. I'm in one that pays out almost $200,000.
Wow! Oh my God!
Yeah.
So
And
wait a
that's
second.
Survivor.
So
Yeah.
that you got to pick a winner today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Next
Correct.
Thursday,
And then-
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then Saturday and Monday. So it's 10. You got to pick 10 winners.
10 winners. And
That's
he
interesting.
He only lets you split because obviously it always gets down to, I mean, the guy's got close to 1,000 people in this pool, anywhere between 500 to 1,000 over the years. But he'll let you split when it gets to 10% of the total number of entries. So let's say there was 800 guys in the pool. When it gets down to 80, or no, I'm sorry, 1%. When it gets down to 8 people, then he can start splitting the pot.
What is? I don't know what that means.
That they
what
can
does that
split.
mean?
They can. That those 8 can decide.
They
to
can
split.
decide. Do we keep going or?
Exactly. They can, based on where you are. Because again, if you don't have a team to pick, and let's say you get all the way through to the Final Four, but now you don't have a team in the Final Four because you've used them all. You're done, but you did win the game, so you could be part of a split if the gentleman,
gotcha.
if the guys who, let's say, have
If you all agree.
a game
Yep.
on. Yes, yeah.
Got it, Victor. Thank you. That's a lot of money. I mean, that is a.
That is a lot of money.
If there's 8 guys, I would probably be, let's split. 248-539-9797. Who won you money and who's going to win you money? It's March Madness. We're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out these March tournament deals. Lease a new 2025 Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 31st. All right. Here until 2 o'clock. Games start at 12:15. It is the Carson Anderson program from here in Madison Heights at the Twin Peaks. We do appreciate all your phone calls, people coming by as it is starting to fill up, but there's plenty of good seats still available. If you want to grab some lunch, get a cold beer. Beer's now up to 29.5 degrees, Gator.
Well, it dropped down to 29.4, just as you said it.
Oh, there you go. We are asking people who's won you money in the past. And
29.3, 29.2.
There you go, dropping. We're asking who's won you money in the past and who's going to win you money this year as you fill out your brackets. A little bit later, we'll get into the specifics with Michigan and Michigan State's games. Do have some data that we want to get to today at 11:05. Interesting tournament trend, and how are you playing said trend? We'll get to that at 11:05. Back to your phone calls. We got Craig next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Craig.
Hey, guys. 1990, my freshman year at Michigan State, who happened to be a number 1 seed that year, I won money by picking 3 of the Final 4, including both winners and the champion. I'm sorry, the 2 finalists and the champion, and I missed the total points by like 2 points. I lapped the field. 3 out of the 4 brackets I did really well, and I think I blew out the West, which was really bad. But that was the year. I'm sure, Gator, you remember this. Michigan State played Georgia Tech, and Kenny Anderson hit that 3-pointer. Foot on the line.
2-pointer.
Yeah. Yep, foot on the
Wasn't
line.
it a 2-pointer? And wasn't it also after the clock hit
After
0?
the clock, it was all types of wrong with that. And they just. That was a
the
really
clock,
good Georgia Tech team that did not need the assistance. Michigan State should have won.
Dennis Scott and Kenny Anderson.
Yeah. There were 3 guys, and there was another
remember.
one, too.
And had we won that game, we would have played Minnesota next, and Georgia Tech went on. I think the only team that I didn't get in the Final Four was Michigan State that year because of the screw job from the Georgia Tech game. But I won about, I don't know, maybe $150, $200 back then.
That's pretty sweet back then when you're not seeing that kind of money, you know.
There you go. I got the. It was
there were 3
Kenny
guys.
Anderson, Dennis Scott,
Oliver,
Brian Oliver. Well done. There's a couple more recognizable names.
That was the only. I remember those were the 3 at the time that were the big players for them.
Do you remember Matt Geiger?
For Michigan State?
No, for Georgia
Didn't
Tech.
State have a Geiger?
I think they might have.
Not on that team, but okay.
Ivano Newbill. That Georgia
Tech
team was loaded. Absolutely loaded.
Is it Bobby Cremins?
Bobby Cremins. Bobby Cremins, look. Who are you?
Come on.
Kang, what happened to this guy?
That's right.
He knows more about Georgia Tech this year than he knows about Michigan State. More about Georgia Tech that year.
Yeah, 1990. Was that the Steve Smith State team?
I think it was. Smith, Steginger, Poplowski.
Pollock.
Yeah, might have, I think that was. 248-539-9797.
Larry Pollock.
He was earlier. That was Scott Skiles.
Was he?
Larry Pollock was. He was on the receiving end of Scott Skiles' around the back no look against Georgetown, which I think took place in Dayton. But
you're surprised Gator remembers something from high school days? Is that what you're saying?
I was in college.
Okay, I'm sorry. College?
I was in college. And
you're surprised?
I remember.
I shouldn't be.
It was over spring break because I remember being at home watching the game with my dad watching the game in the living room.
I was in a house on 1st Street in Ann Arbor with a bunch of guys I went to high school with. We go to Ethan next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ethan?
Fellas, happy March Madness. I am
happy March Madness.
Absolutely losing my mind. I'm so excited. I'm so ready for these games. I've been in a survivor pool for I believe it's 5 years now, and 3 out of the 5 years, and it's a winner take all pool. 3 out of the 5 years that I have been in it, I have been able to hedge on a game. And unfortunately, one of the years, we picked Michigan against UCLA, and we had to hedge on UCLA, which pained me. But that won a couple grand on that one. And then last year was the biggest one. Last year, I would have won the pool, which was, I believe, 14 grand. And I just needed Duke to beat NC State. And they were heavy favorites to do so. So I got to put a hefty hedge on NC State plus money, which was wonderful. So I ended up making $5,000 on that. But if Duke would have just won that game, I win the Survivor Pool. It's become my go-to. The Survivor Pool has really taken over the brackets for me. I love it. I think it's so fun.
That's interesting. You're the second one that has said that. Kang and Gator, I've never heard of a March Madness Survivor Pool until today, and it sounds like they're pretty popular.
Yeah, I had not heard it in college, but I mean, you hear about it in football all the time.
And we do the same thing. We do the you have to pick every day that there is games, you have to pick a winner. In ours, you can have up to 3 entries, which is great because it just builds the pool even bigger, which is
That's
awesome.
the hedge, yeah.
Last year was the first year they paid out the top 2 places because the guy was so worried about sending all that money to one person that he was like, I think we need to split it up into 2. So I actually took home a second place prize last year along with the hedge on NC State. So it was pretty awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Well played. Thank you, Ethan. Kang, had you ever heard of a Survivor Pool March Madness?
Yeah, I have. I don't participate in them, but you know nowadays, Doug.
Yeah.
If you can bet on anything, man.
You're right.
I was just thinking of this when we were reminiscing of the Michigan State-Georgia Tech game. Back then, the TVs were not high-def TVs,
Right.
and yet we were all so certain that his foot was on the line, which it was. But, can you imagine if that had happened today? Obviously, today we've got replay, but let's say that they hadn't implemented replay into the process. They wouldn't review it, but fans at home could see it with the utmost clarity.
So what I can't remember, and I'd have to go back and look, because I feel like there was a clock and a foot on the line. The clock had hit 0, but I think they got the foot on the line. That's why it was overtime, if I recall correctly, and not a win.
You might be right with that.
I think they got the foot on – I mean, this was 35 years ago. Wow. But that's the way I remember.
That hurts.
Yeah, I know, right?
That hurts a lot.
Maybe I'm wrong on that, but – who do we? That was just Ethan. So Andrew is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Andrew.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
And who can forget Pistons great Ivano Newbill from Georgia Tech? So
that's right.
But the team that's going to win you money today, I have UNC Wilmington to beat Texas Tech.
Oh wow, taking out the little Toppin brother, huh?
Yep.
Is there anything in particular? Or is this a hunch, or do you got data on UNC Wilmington?
There was Williams and McMillan for Texas Tech are questionable, unlikely to play. Not sure how much they're going to play. So that's 2 of their top 3 scorers. And UNC Wilmington, they don't rely on much of the 3 as Texas Tech does. And I believe they have a little bit of a free throw and rebounding edge. So that's where the data comes from.
All right, good. Oh, you got a reason behind it. I like it.
Yep.
Now that is UNC Wilmington is a 15.5-point underdog. They are plus 890 on the money line. So that would be.
I will be taking the money line tonight.
Look at this guy.
Man.
Look at it. Look at it.
Get after
Clock weights on Andrew.
Come on. You writing that down, Doug?
Yes, I got it. UNC Wilmington.
Nice.
Yep. Thank you for phone call. 248-539-9797.
We're rolling on that?
Yeah, we rolled on that rehearsal. Josh is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
All right. So last year I placed one of those crazy 8-game parlays, 4 games on Thursday, 4 games on Friday. I had Oakland on Thursday. After Oakland beat Kentucky, FanDuel offered me an $800 cash out off of $10. So I took the cash out, thinking I did something, went in that money. I look on, I didn't even pay attention to that. I work a second job. I'm leaving on the second job on Friday. And Grand Canyon was another team I picked to win. And they're winning the game. So I'm like, oh, crap. Let's check that parlay. I already won the money. But if I didn't cash it out, I would have won $8,000 off of $10, But
wow.
At the end of the day, I still won almost $800, so I can't.
Yeah, I took the $800. And that's wise.
Yeah. What did you say your original bet was?
It was a $10 bet, so, I always do something crazy. You never come close on those. This was just after Oakland. Every year I go off the upsets. You hear a lot of people, this could happen. So I picked Oakland, local team too, and after they won, that's when I checked it. I was like, oh crap, oh wow, that's a great cash out. Not thinking anything of it, but after you see it, I didn't even pay attention the next day till I saw it. I was like, oh, Grand Canyon, I picked them. I should check this bet out. And I look, and it's like, oh wow, so in hindsight, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't be too mad about it. Thank you for the phone call, Josh, 248-539-9797. A lot of people have already told us about what they would do knowing the data on this trend, but we'll get to a March Madness trend and whether or not it impacts your bracket. That is coming up at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson from the Madison Heights Twin Peaks location. Later, we're getting to the specifics with Michigan and Michigan State and their games in round one. 97-1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is March Madness, the first full day of tournament games, and we'll be here at Twin Peaks through 2 o'clock. Maybe stick around a little bit afterwards, watch the games. You got Michigan playing later tonight. You got Michigan State playing tomorrow. We've been talking a little bit about past successes and what teams in the future do you think are going to score your money. But there is an interesting trend with March Madness. If you take a look at the last 5 years in the tournament, more number 11 seeds have made the Final Four than 3 seeds. Okay?
All right.
More 5 seeds have made the Final Four than 3 seeds. There have been 2 11 seeds. There have been 3 5 seeds in the last 4 years. Last year, an 11 seed, North Carolina State, made the Final Four. The year before, a 9 and 2 5s made the Final Four. Florida Atlantic, San Diego State, and Miami. In 2022, North Carolina was an 8. They made the Final Four. UCLA was an 11. They made a Final Four. So we're asking you, and some of you have already done this, to call your shot. What is the deepest run you've got a sleeper making? Deepest run you've got a sleeper making. And Gator, you told us about one, and your big one is Kansas all the way to the Final Four.
Yeah, I've got them beating Florida in that matchup to get to the Final Four. It's a boom or bust team, right? Its team's got a ton of talent, but they haven't realized that talent this year. I'm just putting it on. Maybe they can get it together in the tournament. Some teams, that's when it all comes together, or they could find themselves knocked out in the first round. But I'm not going to be surprised either way. But I'll try to make it interesting and have in the Final Four.
There's a saying in sports: how good is your good, right? And I think Kansas is good with KJ Adams, DeJuan Harris, really good perimeter players. You've got Hunter Dickinson down low, but they have just not really played all that well. They went into the year ranked number 1. That's what the respect was for Kansas. So you're putting them out there with a 7 seed to the Final Four, and that's a ballsy pick, and it's ballsier than any pick I have.
Oh,
yeah. The craziest thing I did, and it's not even that crazy. I have a 6 seed in the Elite 8, and it's BYU. I think BYU is a problem matchup for teams, and I think they're going to run into a buzzsaw eventually in Duke. I mean, Duke is Duke. No truer words have been spoken, my friend.
Yeah,
But I got Duke and Houston on one side of the bracket, Texas A&M and Florida on the other. I got Houston and Florida playing on Monday night with Houston cutting down the nets. But who is the lowest seed, the deepest run? You've got a lower seed making it. And like we said, going back to 2008, a 5 seed or lower has made it. And I think that streak ends this year. I actually think that streak ends this year. But, Kang, what's the lowest seed you've got making a deep run?
Dude, I'm riding what every team loves right now. It's High Point, and I'm taking them beyond Purdue.
Wow.
This is very dumb. I just want to let everyone know this. Don't follow my lead. I've got them actually. I've got McNeese State beating Clemson. So the next round is High Point versus McNeese, and I got High Point over McNeese all day.
As one would pick.
Obviously.
The thing about it, the thing about it is, you can back yourself into a corner picking upsets.
Yep.
But suddenly you're going, oh my God, I accidentally have High Point in the Sweet 16.
Well, if you follow, if I really have McNeese State beating Clemson, which I do, then that's like a coin flip game. McNeese State, High Point. High Point, Clemson, not coin flip. But the way I have it, I gotta follow what I wrote down. Now they end up losing to Houston in my bracket, but I got High Point going much further than most, I think.
Yeah, I would say that getting High Point to the Sweet 16, that would be a deep run for an underdog. 248-539-9797. What is the deepest run you've got an underdog team making? If you got a Final Four party crasher, Gators got one in Kansas. Feedback coming in here. The 2018 Loyola University Chicago team making the Final Four. I wish I could take credit for my analytical skills, but the reason I picked them was really due to the fact that my daughter was a freshman there. Sometimes you get lucky. That is correct.
This is true.
The only time a team won me money was back in 2013 when Louisville won it all, even though I lost hope and Kevin Ware got injured playing Duke. Okay.
Oh, did Kevin Ware get hurt?
I don't know that was the beginning of Warning Gator graphic, but that is an all-time Warning Gator graphic.
Not sure I remember that play.
Yeah, you've wiped it from your memory.
Did that happen? Well, it happened while we were on the air, if I'm not mistaken.
I wasn't on the air. You might have been on the air. I was in Florida spring break.
Oh, then maybe it didn't. I thought we were in the studio and looking to my right.
It could have been.
There's an injury there. Oh,
yeah, it very well could have been. I do remember it happening. It was daytime out, so
I know it shouldn't
have happened.
where
I was.
How does that happen? He just took a jump shot.
I don't know. There was a mechanical flaw there.
He literally just rose up in the air to take I think maybe even a 3-point attempt, and just landed. And, well, one leg landed fine, the other one disintegrated.
There was too much weight bearing on the truss in his leg or something. Who knows, man?
It's so awful. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, they're putting towels over it. They're telling people not to look.
Nothing to see here.
Unnamed texter, 2013 Louisville versus Michigan. I had 3 of the final 4 teams that year. I picked Louisville to win it all. Watch a championship game on a cruise ship, won $700.
Nice.
That's a good score.
Well, on a cruise ship, no less.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Here's some people at deep runs. I have Clemson in the Final Four. It's a mortal lock. That's from Jack in Pittsburgh.
A mortal lock?
Kang, you've got Clemson losing in the first round. Jack in Pittsburgh has them in the Final Four.
High Point, mortal lock, Sweet 16.
I've Clemson losing to Houston.
Jeff in Trenton says, me and my friends have a $40 parlay we placed on February 2nd of this year on Michigan State winning the national title and the Lakers winning the NBA Finals. It is a return of $34,440.
Wow.
We are rooting for Michigan State, then see what the cash out is. So on February 2nd, what was the date?
The Luka trade?
That Luka got traded. Because if you made that bet before, I'm going to assume it's before, $40 to win $34,440. This feels like one of those trades, or one of those bets, rather, you make, that you know you're taking a flyer, you know you're lighting money on fire. But since February 2nd, Michigan State has caught fire, and I believe it's since February 2nd. Wasn't the trade deadline the 6th? I think the trade deadline, why do I have the date March 6th in my head.
The night of February 1st, 2nd. So it happened overnight. So it was the night.
So did you place that bet before? This is interesting, Jeff. Did you place that bet before or after Luka got traded?
He placed that bet immediately after he figured out that Luka went to the Lakers. Tried to take advantage of it.
All right, who's your dark horse to make a deep run in March Madness? Not just win one game, but win a few. It is Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. 97 won the ticket.
Well, the rain's going to do you some good and make that lawn nice and green, but it's not going to be the best lawn it can be unless you talk to the great folks at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or check them out at naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97 won the ticket. You get green and stay green, and you're going to save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount, and that's awesome. Plus, you want to make sure that you get scheduled early, because you want to take care of crabgrass. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control, because if you see it in the summertime, frankly, it's too late to treat it. Take care of it right now. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals. They use environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist with certified applicators and arborists that come out, custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They are awesome. This is why they offered up the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's another one of the reasons why I've used Natural Way for almost a dozen years now. I love it. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Great to be with you here on the first full day of March Madness games. Getting underway in just about an hour's time will be Game 1 from Rupp Arena. You ever been to Rupp Arena, Gator, for any reason?
No.
No?
I don't think I've ever stopped in Kentucky other than on a drive to Florida when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Actually, I do know this. We stopped at a McDonald's for breakfast when I was like 8 years old. I remember
a stop at a McDonald's?
You're not going to believe what I remember from this stop.
I can't believe you remembered 3 guys from the 1990 Georgia Tech basketball team.
So we were driving to Florida, and we made the stop at a McDonald's for breakfast. And I'd never had a McDonald's breakfast before in my life. So I was all excited because as a kid, you see the commercials on TV, you're all about it. I'm like, yeah, pancakes, love it, let's go, eggs, the whole thing. And we got the order for the family, and this will tell you how crazy it is because I always remember the total. Because of the southern accent.
You remember the total?
Because of the southern accent of the cashier. And she said, that'll be $6.90 toe. She said $6.90 toe. So to this day, I can make my mom laugh simply by saying $6.90 toe.
Okay.
Or I could write down the number, and I say, what is that number? She'll say $6.90 toe.
All right.
The only time I can remember stopping in Kentucky in my life.
So the beer right now with the digital thermometer is 28.2 degrees Fahrenheit,
That's
although
right.
it just
moved
to 28.3. Okay, gotcha. So that's how it works.
Yes.
So I've been to Rupp Arena a couple times for March Madness games, and it's kind of cool. It's actually kind of cool, and you feel like you're somewhere, one of those spots. You get to one of those spots. It's not like going to the Masters or something like that. It's not like being in Augusta, but it's like more like it's like being at the Boston Garden to me. It's like it's one of those spots.
It's strange. The only college places that I've been to outside of the 2 years I did Michigan State football and traveled most of the Big Ten. Outside of that, I went to see a basketball game at Syracuse.
Okay.
I saw Syracuse beat Georgetown in triple overtime.
Carrier Dome?
It wasn't the Carrier Dome. Got snuck into the seats by my best friend. It was
What do
kind
you
of
mean?
fun.
You guys didn't have tickets, or you
were
in the upper deck and you snuck down to behind the bench?
Exactly. One of those things. They had like an extra ticket, but it wasn't where they were. Their seats were right behind one of the backboards.
Okay.
So it was pretty cool to see that game back in 1990. So it was a star-studded teams for both sides. And outside of that, I went to a hockey game. I've been to Yost once.
Okay.
Michigan beat the hell out of Notre Dame. And then I saw a game in Wisconsin. See Wisconsin's
Kohl
hockey
Center?
team. Yeah. See Wisconsin's hockey team lose to Minnesota Duluth. Outside of that's it. I've never been to a
I remember that
arena.
game.
Do you?
Yeah.
You probably do.
So, Kohl Center. Been to Kohl Center. Been to
Kohl Center's nice.
Yeah, it's a modern.
It's like Breslin.
Yeah, it's a modern. Well, it's a multi-sport. It's bigger, but it's kind of just the modern. I don't want to say cookie cutter. These arenas, I don't love the dual sport arena as much. Like when you make it specific for basketball or specific for hockey, it's just better. But anyway, yes. So been to Rupp, been to the Schottenstein Center, whatever the hell they call it now down in Columbus. I think it's got a new sponsor. Been to that one. Been inside, not for a game, but I walked inside Assembly Hall, which is that's a bizarre place in Indiana.
You have to be more specific. Okay, thank you.
Indiana's Assembly Hall. It feels like they built 2 theaters and had them face each other, and they put a court in the middle.
It's strange. What you see on TV is strange. Like there's this, out of nowhere, there's just a wall. Like why is there a wall where there should be seating?
Yeah, it's the 2 theater concept.
What was the most unique stadium you've been to, pro or college? Because I have one that sticks out that you and I went to together.
The Melbourne Cricket Ground. True story.
Fair enough.
True story.
There you go.
But outside of that, like you want a domestic one, I assume?
Yes,
yeah. Vanderbilt's baseball stadium is weird, very weird. It's tucked in between buildings.
Does it affect the dimensions at all?
Yeah, I think it's weird down the left field line. There's a big wall, if I recall correctly. What else? It's been strange.
For me, it was the Igloo in Pittsburgh.
Oh, dude. That's a great call.
That was the strangest arena I've ever been in. There were there were 7 different levels of it.
There looked like they built seats and they suspended them from the roof.
Right. Well, we'll put a balcony here for no reason.
And you needed to have a carabiner to clip onto to make sure that you didn't fall.
It's a mountain climbing thing.
Yeah. So that was a weird one. But that would be one for sure. It's a weird place. Bowling Green's hockey arena is got one of those low ceilings. You swear the puck's going to hit it.
Been in Miami of Ohio's hockey arena.
The new one or the old one?
Old one.
Okay. That was a strange one. It was a one-sided. It's like Ferris. The stands are on one side, the other side's a wall. Yeah, but little community rink. But we digress.
Sorry, I told you.
It's no big deal.
Arenas, Rupp Arena.
Yeah. I do. So as you're getting us the deepest run, you've got your Cinderella making. Who is your surprise Final Four team or Elite Eight team? 248-539-9797. Who'd you pick and why? Got to talk about that Piston game last night. Cade Cunningham wins it right at the buzzer with 0.6 seconds left. I guess he banked the 3 in. I got to tell you, I think in every superstar's resume, you start to put together a portfolio of these kinds of shots. Like to be the superstar. And J.B. Bickerstaff said it was the old Doug Collins rule back to Michael Jordan. Just get him the ball. That's the play.
Right, yeah.
Get him the ball. And let your guy go make a play. And in our case, Cade Cunningham did. Outstanding job. Banked it in a game that it just felt like they'd make a little run, and then Miami would build the lead back up. They'd make another little run, and Miami would build the lead back up. I didn't think they were destined to win that game is what I'm getting at.
No, I didn't either. It was one of those where I expected at some point, okay, they're going to make this interesting, and then they weren't, and they just could not catch up until they did at the end of the game, and they literally – the largest lead they had in the game was after they sank the 3-point shot to win it. Cade has the triple-double. I watched most of the game and caught up with some highlights on Twitter and stuff I missed, and there's a lot there. That's the thing about the Pistons this year. If you miss the game, you're missing a lot of highlights, man. There's a lot of cool stuff that goes on because they are such a cohesive unit. Everybody's looking out for each other, trying to find the extra man with the pass, and they're not just hunting 3-point shots. I mean, last night was another instance where Ronald Holland showed up and his speed overtook the game. Asar Thompson, same thing. And Cade is just so steady. Even if he goes a half of basketball where he's miserable, he can be 1 for 10 in the first half. In the second half he's going to pick it up. It's just how he's played. He's been remarkably consistent in his 4th year in the league, and this is why he's trending to become a superstar in the league. They need a superstar, and I think they got one.
Who or what about this team has impressed you the most? Is it simply Cade, or is there anything else?
I think Cade kind of goes a little unnoticed because he's been good in his career, but now he's actually, knock on wood, here we go, knock on wood, that he's actually healthy. He's played more games this year than he's ever played in a season in the NBA, so that's good news. But I think I get more excited about Jalen Duren than anything else. Jalen Duren, you pencil it in double-double. And what you really want to see is, okay, now that I got 10 and 10, how much past that are we going to get to tonight? Is it going to be a 20-point night for Jalen Duren? Is it going to be a 20-rebound game for Jalen Duren? He's remarkable in that regard. And he's so young into his career. He's got so much more room to grow. You think, is he – they're not using him like they had to use Andre Drummond. Andre Drummond was the only guy they had on that team, and that's why – he would average close to 20 points a game. You can say what you want about Andre Drummond, and a lot of people didn't like him, but he was a stat filler, and maybe his heart wasn't in it all the time. But Duren's is.
Yeah.
And he's got a higher ceiling than Drummond does.
I just love, when that Ron Holland, they get the little pushing and shoving that took place, and they cut to a tight shot, after 3 seconds of seeing it get going, and in the middle of it is Duren with his arms out, and I'm like, nobody's stepping to Jalen Duren. Nobody is stepping to this guy. When they have him and Beef Stew on a court together, this is like a WWE tag team. Nobody is going to mess with these guys.
No, there are players in Detroit sports history that were like that. Obviously, the Bruce brothers with the Koser and Probert were like that. But Here's a guy who played with the Red Wings, who I swear to God, nobody wanted to mess with, and he didn't fight all that often, but because he was so much stronger than everybody else, nobody wanted to test him, was Marty LaPointe. Marty LaPointe was a beast. Nobody would mess with Marty LaPointe. After a couple years in the league, they realized, oh, this guy, forget it. I don't need to go there.
Interesting. I asked you what's impressed you the most. I think the thing that's impressed me the most is last year this collection of players, not this exact collection of players, but many of the core players were on a 14-win team. And we just watched Washington come in and how bad they were. And obviously they won one of those games. We watched New Orleans. They're a terrible team. And when I'm watching a terrible team play, from the perspective of where we're watching the Pistons now, I can look at that other team and go, my God, they're bad. That was every game last year for the Pistons.
Yeah.
With a few exceptions. And many of those core component parts are still here with still a chance to win 50 games. 1 year later, many of those component parts. Now, obviously, there were changes. The veterans were brought in. The coach is different. But can you imagine this wasn't a slow build for Cade and for Isaiah Stewart and for Jalen Duren and for Asar Thompson? Like, they experienced that recently.
Right.
And 1 year later, it's amazing how much better they are.
It's not just taking the gradual step forward. I mean, this is, what do you say? I mean, this is a giant leap for mankind.
Yeah, right.
It's amazing the difference that a year makes, and you got the same core, but you've got a new coach who's revitalized this team, and you got a GM who went out there and got real veteran players that are going to make a difference, and those veteran players want to make a difference, and I think that helps too. I think when you go back to the offseason, the lukewarm feeling the Pistons fans had about Tobias Harris, like, oh, great, we're bringing this guy back. Awesome. And then realize
it was the Lucas of warm too. By the way, you couldn't be like that. Came with nobody called and said good addition.
Right, this is what we got to do. But that bringing him and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley, they weren't like eye-popping additions to this team, but they were all players that certainly have basketball in them, and lots of basketball left in them, and they maybe had a little chip on their shoulder, something to prove, and they've proven to be key pieces to this team, and a big reason why they're where they're at.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Here, I just got a picture of Vanderbilt's baseball stadium.
That is weird.
It's like a curved wall
down
the left field line, 310. Look at you can hit the ball in that little notch.
But it's not a home run unless you hit it way up there.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you got it over the yellow
right.
line. Yep. Thank you very much to Jeff for sending that over.
The pull field.
Yep, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Who's your deepest tournament sleeper that you've got going on a run? You got any Final Four party crashers? Let us know who. What's impressed you most about the Pistons? We're at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. 97-1 the ticket. It's Carson Anderson. We're at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, and we are moving in on 45 minutes to the first tip-off in March Madness on the first full day of March Madness. Louisville and Creighton, the first game that'll get people going here. That is a 12:15 start. We'll run down the schedule coming up. By the way, if you're out here, make sure you register to win a 98-inch television courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Chance to walk away with your own 98-inch TV, and they have multiple 98-inch TVs in here. They have the volume up for the games, so lots to look forward to as getting underway here. We'll get to Michigan and Michigan State at noon.
By all means, I'm pulling for somebody that's going to win that TV.
Yeah.
That does not have the house or the room big enough for that TV. I want somebody to walk home, and that takes over a wall.
So you want it to be inconvenient for the winner.
Yeah, because the winner will think it's amazing regardless, and it is.
Yes.
But that TV is obnoxious.
So
in the best way possible.
But is there such thing as, I mean, it sounds like blasphemy. That TV is too big.
It's only too big if you don't have enough room to back away from it. Like if you got a TV that's 98 inches.
Yeah.
If the room between you and the TV, the most room you can afford is like 7 feet, it's too big.
It's like putting a TV in the hallway.
Right. You need like 12 feet of space between yourself and that TV. But I'd love it. That thing's giant.
Feels like it could be an issue for some people. If you have a smaller area that you use. Cozy. Let's use the term cozy.
Cozy. Okay, cozy.
You have a cozy man cave and don't quite have space, could be a problem. All right, feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. I have Liberty, Yale, Drake, and VCU all making the Sweet 16. That's from Joe and Howell. All right, Liberty, Yale, Drake, and VCU. So you got Yale over Texas A&M and Yale over Michigan or UCSD. If Yale plays Michigan, that's Danny Wolf against his old team.
Oh, the drama.
Yeah. High drama indeed. Who else did he say? VCU. I'm trying to find what bracket. They got VCU over BYU and VCU over the winner of Wisconsin and Montana.
Wow.
Drake, he'd have Drake over Missouri and Drake over the winner of Texas Tech and North Carolina Wilmington. That would be one hell of a call. And Liberty was the other one. I don't know where Liberty is on the bracket. Where is Liberty? They have Liberty over Oregon and then Liberty over either Arizona.
Is it Liberty Emus?
No, they aren't.
Oh.
No, that's the commercial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you had to pick one of those, Liberty, VCU, Drake, or Yale, I think I'd probably go. God, I don't like it. I guess I go with Drake over Missouri. I actually picked. I really like Texas Tech. So.
I have VCU getting past BYU and then losing to Wisconsin. So I could see. Okay. Can I see them beating Wisconsin?
Yeah, this guy basically took out all my sleepers with his picks. I got BYU as a sleeper. I got Texas A&M as a sleeper. I got Texas Tech making a run. And he's got them all getting bounced by his sleepers. I got Troy to the Elite Eight. Jack Kolke 2 is about to happen. Troy to the Elite Eight. That would be a win over Kentucky, a win over either Illinois or Texas, and a win over Tennessee or UCLA. Wow. That's a ballsy pick as well.
A lot going on.
Yep. 248-539-9797. What is the deepest run you've got a sleeper making? Just look down. Somebody sent us some feedback. Liberty, it's pronounced Bibberty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bad.
Make sure we get that right. And we will make sure we get it right. Also asking you, what impressed you most? What has impressed you most about the Pistons? For you, it's just Cade going next level. For me, it's
Duren for me.
It's Duren. The penning in the double-double. For me, it's the same core of players that won 14 games. Certainly there have been additions. But these guys, I mean, a big part of this team were part of that 14-win team a year ago. Kang, what has impressed you the most about the Pistons so far?
I mean, that's a difficult question for me to answer because this whole season, it's been so joyful. Like, this is so unexpected, how well they're playing. whether are in the they're going to be locked in at least the 4 or 5 or 6 seed. Like the 7 seed so far away. All of this has been great, and it's because of so many different reasons. So when you're asking me to say what has impressed me the most, it's hard for me. But if I have to pick something, it just has to be the fact that Cade has developed into an All-NBA player. And I know he was the first overall pick, but you never know how these things are going to go, no matter what they're projected to be. But the fact that he has done it on the court, and he does it off the court too, as a leader for this team, just the development of him becoming the player that we think he can become. And it's, of course, J.B. Bickerstaff gets a hand in that. And Langdon surrounding him with the right veterans. So all of that plays a role, but in the end, Cade's got to do it himself, and that's probably what impresses me the most.
Yeah, he added a game winner to his resume, his portfolio last night. As I look forward to the future with this team, and 248-539-9797 if you want to get in a little Piston talk, as we see the jockeying going on between the 4, the 5, and the 6, and I'm going, okay, if you're
for the position, in
the playoffs, if I still will hold on to the theory that I might develop that being the 6 is okay, that they can beat the Knicks, and then you're playing Boston with a healthy Porzingis. I don't know if you want Boston. But anyway, I'm still workshopping this idea that it's okay to be the 6. If they get one of these two opponents, if they end up in the 4-5 game, 4-5 matchup, I can't tell you how much more I want Indiana than Milwaukee. I do not want Giannis. And Indiana feels like the bad blood could lead to really entertaining series.
Those are the two big reasons, right? I mean, I feel like Milwaukee's one of these teams that can turn it on at any point because they have Giannis.
Yep.
And they do have some other players too. That could be trouble. Not that Indiana wouldn't be trouble, because Indiana is a good basketball team and they've gotten the better of the Pistons here. But it's the bad blood part.
Yeah.
These teams don't like each other. The whole Halliburton thing, and I love it. Let's go. Let's make this happen. But I'm scoreboard watching every night. I'm checking out the standings every morning, and it's enjoyable. This is something I did not expect to happen this year. Like if you told me we're going to be scoreboard watching for the Pistons, it would have been like, okay, are they getting into play-in or not? How far out are they? But this is a well above 500 basketball team that is just a game out of the 4 seed in the Eastern Conference.
And I invite the audience, if you are an anti-NBA guy, these feelings get built up over years. We hear from you sometimes. Got it, you don't like it. I think this is the anti-establishment Piston team that you might find fun to watch. I invite you to check them out. What has impressed you the most? What playoff matchup do you want? What playoff matchup do you not want for whatever reason? Plus your sleepers, who's the deepest run you got a low seed making? It has been a 5 seed through 16 seed that has made the final. Well, no 16s have made it, but 2 11s have made it in the last 5 years. But a 5 or more has made the Final Four every year since 2008. Who's the team you got making the deepest run that fits that description? A 5 seed or more. 248-539-9797. We're at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights for March Madness, first full day. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, this March, you don't need luck to find the right HVAC team. They're staring right in front of you. You see the red, white, and blue trucks everywhere. Well, they belong to the awesome expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm right now, and then when things start to heat up, they're going to help you stay cool in the summertime. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, whatever the problem is, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I'm not giving up.
Well,
I will not give up.
No,
I will not give up. We have discussed recently over the last couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
I've been going through something that we refer to as process pain. Trying to get a rebate. I have jumped through all the hoops. I have sent copies of old bills.
Sure.
2 bills ago, which for some reason I had to send. I had to highlight a buyout. I had to do so much to get the rebate. Then they sent a physical card to the wrong address. You don't say. Now I had to call them and get that card canceled. Now I've had a digital reward card sent to me.
Yeah.
A digital, like it's not a Visa gift card, but you know these kind of thing. It's digital. And I'm trying to put it in the wallet on my phone, but I need to find the security code. And you can't find it anywhere.
Do you have to put it in the digital wallet?
I'm not sure. I just started the process during the commercial break. Kang, the process pain is real.
Does it allow you to flip the card over?
I can't tell. I can flip my phone over, but that doesn't help much.
No.
I can't tell. Oh wait, it does.
Yeah, there it is.
There's the code. Yes.
You're welcome, Doug.
Yes. With all things technical, and you're my IT guy.
I am your IT guy.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Well done.
You're
Let me
welcome.
see if this works.
Gators, you should apply for a job at the Genius Bar.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Apply for the job at the Genius Bar.
That's where I should go.
All right, we'll see if it works. Now, once I have it in the digital
my phone's
wallet,
not working. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Get a new phone.
Try something else.
All right, so feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Xavier beat Texas. Try and pay attention if you're covering the tournament. What's he talking about? I did. That's right. You did. You're right. They did beat Texas last night. My apologies. And thank you for the kind way you put it. Not sure if Clemson counts as a sleeper, but I have them going to the Final Four. Another one here. What impresses me the most about the Pistons is just how good a defender Asar is. When he guarded Tyler Hero, he had him in shackles. I love Asar, man. There's a lot to like.
I feel like in games that I watch, Tyler Hero averages 30 points a game against the Pistons.
Dude, it's because I swear he averages 30 points a game.
He's amazing against the Pistons.
Yeah. He's incredible.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But yes, Asar is a real asset to this team. Unnamed texter, I got Clemson to the title game. That's from an unnamed texter, and that would be, I wish you'd sign that because I want to give you credit, sir.
It's quite a run.
Or ma'am.
Although it's a 5 seed.
But hold on, and you're right, and that's the second Clemson mention. Remember, Jack in Pittsburgh has Clemson as a mortal lock.
It was a mortal lock. That's right.
Mortal lock.
Did you write down mortal lock?
I did not write down mortal lock, but he's got him as a mortal lock. So impressive. The people going with the Clemson Tigers. I mean, a 5 seed isn't a miracle, so that could happen. 248-539-9797. Some news, Gator, on the band. El Qadim Muhammad is coming back. The band is staying together. Oh, come on. It wasn't for any kind of money, was it?
No.
I didn't see it was for
but, I mean, they do add up, and I'm just wondering. I hope they're not going to end up regretting this. It's just I can't help but hear every time they sign somebody back to the team.
Yep.
I can't help but hear screaming in between my ears, we don't want to fall in love with our own players.
Which is something that Brad Holmes, was it Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell? One of them
I think
said
it was Dan Campbell that said it. And I think they probably both have echoed it because, they're the same person. They share the same brain anyway. I just hope that's not it. Because, again, bringing it back is fine. Okay, that's a depth guy, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
Is he going to end up being – is he designated for the practice squad? I don't know. But every move they make like this is another roster spot that they're filling that isn't improving the roster from last year.
So the one thing about a signing like this is it can't be for any serious financial commitment.
Right.
You were talking about a depth guy and a guy who made some plays for them. And the only reason
$700,000 deal.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason he's on the field is because of his, because of all the injuries, and seems you have to have edge rusher 4, edge rusher 5. You have to have depth guys. That's all he is. So unless it's for some amount of money that starts 2-point or 3-point, I'd be like, wait, what? Didn't need to do that, but I thought as a depth guy he was fine.
As a depth guy, he was fine, but so Azeez Ojulari signed for 1 year and $4 million, and now the Lions have signed like 3 of these guys.
So why do you think? Because that was the guy you wanted to go get, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, would you rather have Ojulari or Marcus Davenport?
I'd probably rather have Azeez Ojulari. I'd probably rather have a healthy Marcus Davenport.
Well, the contract that Davenport signed is a great contract because you're only paying him if he stays healthy.
But my question is, why do you think there has to be a reason why they didn't pursue Azeez Ojulari? Because that just doesn't seem like a lot of money.
Well, it's just every day it's eroding at my confidence of it, but it's not. My confidence is huge in what they're doing. So don't misrepresent that. I'm not saying you're misrepresenting.
Right.
Don't misinterpret it. It's that because I still think they're going. I really do believe they're going to go out and bring in like Von Miller. I think that's going to happen, or that Zadarius Smith comes back. I think one of those names, or if there's another Matthew Judon type guy, I think one of those guys is coming here. I still think it's going to happen. So, but every day that another one of these signings happens, it just kind of chips away at that thought that one of those guys is going to come here. Because are they going to end up running out of space?
Yeah, I mean they run out of money before they run out of space, right?
They still haven't spent a dime yet on Kirby Joseph yet. They will. Nope. I know they will. It'll happen right around the draft. That's what happened last year.
Feedback coming in. Kevin writes in, no real comment besides I'm sitting at Twin Peaks right now and I'm shocked to hear how professional you guys are with the music this loud. LOL. It's funny. They came up and said, do you mind if we put the audio on? And I thought for the games.
Well, I think once the game starts, that's what will happen. Yeah.
But no, we're good. It's not that loud. We got headsets on.
Until then, it's the soothing sounds of Rob Thomas.
The only reason
Carlos Santana.
The only reason anybody's picking Clemson in the Final Four is because Heather from the morning show picked Clemson, and she destroyed them in football picks.
I probably should have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got in the Sweet 16, but I should have listened to Heather.
Okay. And this from an unnamed texter. God, I wish these people with these bold predictions would sign them. Unnamed texter says, SIU with the shock of the century. That is Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. And who are they playing? I'm looking at the bracket right. Oh, they're playing Houston. Oh, God. My national champion gets blown up by SIU, Edwardsville. That would be the shock. I mean, I guess it's happened twice before, like Fairleigh Dickinson over Purdue and Maryland, Baltimore County over Virginia.
Is there another SIU? There's SIU Edwardsville, but is there another SIU?
Yes.
Where?
Carbondale.
Well, I knew because you're Mr. Illinois. I just figured you'd know it, but I didn't know it.
I actually think yes.
I
think that the Southern Illinois main campus, I think, is Carbondale, yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, let's set the table. We are at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. Place is filling up. Still good seats available. March Madness games getting underway in 20 minutes. We just had some food delivered. What did you get there, Gator?
I got the blackened fish tacos.
Okay, I got the grilled chicken with broccoli and a nice corn salsa on top.
Looks delicious.
Yes.
Some mashed potatoes in there.
Yep. But the menu looks outstanding. I was gonna hop on the flatbread, but I decided that this.
Hop on the flatbread.
I was gonna get the flatbread, but I chose this instead. We've got they got chicken wings. They got cold beer being served right now at 27.9 degrees.
Sandwiches.
They have games on everywhere starting up shortly. and there's a chance for you to win a 98 inch?
It's
98 inch
inches.
TV, courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Make sure you see the street team there and figure out how you can win. When you get here to Twin Peaks, what a great day it is in sports. We'll get into Michigan's matchup with UCSD next hour. We'll talk a little Spartans, their game with Bryant. It is Carson Anderson on the first full day of March Madness here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it is Carson Anderson on the first full day of March Madness. Game's about to get underway. It is an exciting time to be here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Doug.
Anything exciting last night in your life?
Just Pistons, and I was actually trying to tidy the house up a little bit because I thought you might be stopping by this morning.
There was a chance.
Yeah, there was that chance.
But I got stuck at work before we made it out here.
No, I was just it was really just a Pistons night last night. Very excited to see them playing well. Kind of the only thing going on. I guess it were the play-in games.
Did you watch any of those?
No. Oh, that's not true. I didn't watch last night. The other night I watched the last. I tuned in at the right time for the St. Francis game. I saw the last 2 minutes of St. Francis in South Alabama.
Kang, you were talking about that might be a new, we might see more of this end-of-game strategy when you need to go the length of the court. There's the old get the ball to somebody running, sprinting, inbound it and have them hand it off to a sprinter, which is what Michigan did at the end of the Maryland game in the Big Ten tournament. Or the other one, Kang, it was your observation earlier today that other teams might start doing that.
Yeah, it's an actual basketball Hail Mary where you kind of just throw the ball into the other side of the paint, and the ball is going to bounce around a little bit because it's really hard to get a clean catch and just hope that it lands in one of your guys' hands, and you're already by the basket. So the percentages of making a shot from there is a lot better than a half-court shot, right? So I think maybe this is a trend we see where, hey, you throw it down there and you hope you get lucky.
I was getting annoyed afterwards with the analysis of that play.
By the way, it was Alabama State that executed it against St. Francis.
Did I call him South Alabama earlier? I think of it.
No, I think we only referenced St. Francis, but whatever. I want to make sure I check that box.
So after the game, after the play, and they win the game, they kept referring to it as a baseball pass. I'm like, it's a football pass. It's a Hail Mary, like Kang just said. Come on.
Interesting. Yeah, it basically is. Who's our quarterback? You need a quarterback, and if you got the quarterback, but you throw it into the mixing bowl, ball bounces around, and if your guy gets it, he's close to the hoop. If their guy gets it, he's 75 feet from the hoop.
Right.
So, yeah, it could be a strategy. Anyway, last night, Texas put on a master class in how to not execute down the stretch. I know the kid's a freshman, number 20, SEC Player of the Year, but my God, that kid was taking YOLO threes when they weren't necessary.
Oh, that's your favorite kind of guy,
dude. He was hoisted. That kid, he wanted to take the shot, and I know he was a good player, but I thought the shot selection, kid's name's Trey Johnson. I thought the shot selection from Texas at the end of that game was horrific, and they deserved to lose. And then, Kang, you pointed out, once they got to the free throw line, they did the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, they didn't foul right away. I mean, there's 10 seconds left on the clock, and this is just game situation. You got to know what to do, and I don't know if that's on coaching, the players, or both, but he went and guarded the guy. No, it's foul time, man. You got to stop the clock.
Yeah.
And by the way, stop me if you heard this before. Do college players miss free throws?
Yeah.
This is it, man. These are all game sevens. There's no coming back.
There's no greater example of what the pressure of March basketball can be than John Tonje. We saw it last weekend. Michigan State's playing Wisconsin. Spartans up 3. They found Tonje, who's a 92% free throw shooter. And he missed them both with, 7 seconds left?
Yeah.
So, you foul in those situations because the pressure cooker, it's something else. All right, so today, 12:15, Creighton versus Louisville, the first game today from Rupp Arena. Louisville, a small favorite there. At 12:40, High Point takes on a Purdue team that last year went to the championship game. Of course, they did it with Zach Edey. This year, they don't have him. Still got a heck of a score in the low post with Trey Kaufman-Renn and Braden Smith, an elite guard.
Who's High Point got?
I don't know much about High Point, but High Point is an extremely popular pick in this game. I think Purdue, I don't think people have faith in Purdue in March, even though they went to the title game last year.
No, why would you? Because they kill you every year. They're highly rated, they're highly seeded, and they always fail miserably.
At 1:30 before the show is done, Game 3 will tip off. right around the time we're getting to the second half of Creighton-Louisville. That'll be Montana, the Grizz, going up against Wisconsin. Yes, indeed, the Grizz are my biggest first-round upset pick, a 14-3. Why? They remind me a little bit of Michigan State in this regard. They are a team that just started to shoot it. They just started to shoot it. And you hope when you're that team that really isn't a great shooting team that suddenly starts to hit from the perimeter, that you can carry that over into March. It may or may not, but I'm rolling with Montana for that reason.
Yeah, I don't have I think the lowest seed I have advancing past the first round, I have 2 11 seeds. I have VCU beating BYU, and then I have, I think it's North Carolina winning the game that they're in.
Well, you got Kansas in the Final Four, so you did something very ballsy. I'll give you credit
7
for that.
seed, yeah.
The 2 o'clock game is Houston playing Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. Somebody said they were about to shock the world. Other games today, the second layer of games, Auburn and Alabama State is game 2 from Rupp Arena. Clemson takes on McNeese, a 5-12 game from Providence. BYU and VCU tip off at 4:05. Gonzaga, Georgia. Georgia Jimmy just walked in, our boss. They play at 4:30. That is the second game in that first session in Wichita.
Another question about Southern Illinois.
Yes.
Now, Southern Illinois, normal. They're the Salukis, right?
Yeah.
So what is it, Southern Illinois, Edwardsville? Are they something else?
Well, didn't we do this a couple days ago? I think that was one of the schools we quizzed on a couple days ago. What is Southern Illinois' nickname? Was it the Cougars? Yeah, you could have a different nickname. If you're a different campus, different nickname. I think. Well, I mean,
all the Cal schools.
I was about to say, look at all the UCs, right?
Look at all the Purdue schools.
There are a lot of Purdue schools. Southern Illinois, Edwardsville, indeed, is the Cougars. They are the Cougars. Where are they located? It was going to be what we did today. I'm going to just Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. Where do you think they're located?
Edwardsville.
Well done. Well done, Scott.
Thank you.
Anyway, that runs down the schedule for today. Swing by Twin Peaks here and take it all in. It's March Madness. The first 4, you had the Alabama State Hail Mary. You had North Carolina with the out-of-body shooting experience. I didn't see any of the Mount St. Mary's American game last night, but we got Stoney on that, I'm sure, if we need deep analysis.
Well, I did see a picture Stoney had posted a selfie of him with the thumbs down. He was not happy with the outcome.
Unfortunate.
Because American didn't get it done.
And Xavier passed Texas. Terrible execution by the Longhorns down the stretch. So that sets up today. We got a 10 o'clock game for Michigan, a 10 o'clock game for Michigan State. Gator, correct me if I'm wrong. When we were here a year ago, wasn't Oakland University driving distance? Weren't we? Didn't people call our show? Because now we got Michigan State driving distance. Now, I don't know if people are making it. If I recall,
no, there were people who were driving. Yeah, we took calls from people who were heading down for the game.
Why do I feel like that was also in Cleveland? Was that in Cleveland? Kang, was that in Cleveland? Do you remember?
I do not recall, Doug.
Okay. Anyway, it's with the Spartans playing tomorrow. I don't know if people are making the road trip today or tomorrow. Wolverines out in Denver. I don't know if anybody's driving right now. I suspect that they aren't. But that is the 10 o'clock start. The 10 o'clock March Madness start. How do you feel about it? Both Michigan and Michigan State.
Not so good. No. Not happy about that. I mean, easier to do on a Friday night than it is on a Thursday night. But, yeah, I wish that wasn't the case. Although, thank God it's a basketball game. It's only going to last a couple hours. So it's not going to really wipe me out or disrupt my routine too much.
Yep. All right, well, let's get into Michigan and UCSD. We'll do that today at 12:16. It's March Madness. We're at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Come by, win that 98-inch TV courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Also take in all the fine sights here, including March Madness games, which are just about set to get underway from here in Madison Heights.
You can get a marathon beer right now, Doug.
A marathon beer? What's a marathon beer?
One that was at 26.2 degrees. See what I did there?
Well played. Yeah, because they got the thermometer telling you how cold the beer is.
That's right.
In the frozen mugs. It is. Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, they'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Yeah, they got tastings going on here, so come take advantage. What is a great day in sports, and we are so glad to be with you from the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. March Madness, first game's about to tip off, Louisville and Creighton. Later tonight, it's Michigan and UCSD making their first ever appearance, a school that's gone from D2 to D1, and they have all the makings of one of those lower-seeded teams that can make a run. They've won 15 in a row. They're 30-4. Have they played anybody? The answer is no. Their big marquee win is over Utah State. To be fair, that is a pretty damn good team, Utah State. But UCSD, a very, very popular pick. In fact, that was ESPN's upset of the day earlier. Their Bet ESPN crew, Joe, whatever his name is, not Aaron Dolan, the young lady, but He says UCSD is the team to beat, which I'm sure Wolverines have heard all about. Michigan fans aren't crazy about the seeding. I understand why, but there's no point in dwelling on it because once you get here, you just have to play good and beat good teams. That's all there is to it.
That's all you got.
Yep. But, I mean, even if you aren't crazy about it, if you don't play well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now, you can maybe not play well and beat a 16, maybe not play well and beat a 15 or 14. I'm not sure Michigan cannot play well and beat this UCSD team. Unless they don't play well. They start missing shots.
Exactly. But I don't know. Michigan's on the heater right now. Had the 3 big wins in the Big Ten tournament over top teams there. 3 teams that they're going to make that made the tournament. So they've got a lot of confidence, as they should have a lot of confidence, and they're starting to get contributions elsewhere. It's not just from the 2 bigs. They're getting some scoring from other players, which is good. The other thing that shows up, it's always going to work, is if you play defense.
Yep.
And the way they were able to shut down Wisconsin and in particular Tanjay was unbelievable.
So I did the old drive down to Indy, the ride that many Michigan and Michigan State fans have made over the years. Fort Wayne through Gas City, the James Dean Memorial, his birthplace. You got the big Nestle Quaker Bunny.
Wow.
And then you get to Top Golf. Like, everybody's made that drive, right? I feel like if you're a fan of Michigan and Michigan State, it feels like almost everybody's made that drive down to Indianapolis at one point or another.
Couldn't get off the loop. You loop around the city 3 or 4 times.
No, that was only Stoney.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. But the one thing about watching Michigan's effort on Tanjay and watching across the board the way that Namari Burnett chased him, Ronnie Gale chased him, Reuben Jones chased him. I mean, the effort they put in on that end of the floor to go after. Now, they were trying to stop that one guy. I don't know that there's that one guy. There is one standout for San Diego, and it's Anawanawia. I don't know, man. It's Anawanaewa Tate Jones. Let's just go with Tate Jones.
I don't want Iwa either.
Who averages 19 a game. He's the guy that they need to focus on. But they're starters, okay? 6'4", 6'4", 6'6", 6'6", 6'8".
Well, they got the size advantage Michigan does, for sure, but that just means that now you've got a smaller team that's quicker and probably shoots.
So there's 2 things about that. One of the sayings I heard a coach, you are what you can guard. And so I'm going to guess that Vlad Golden is going to be on the 6'8" guy, but I don't know if they put Danny Wolf on Tate Jones, who's one of their 6'6" players, or Chris Howell, another one of their 6'6" guys. But Danny Wolf's more capable of guarding a perimeter player.
Well, it's college, so you can go zone, too.
You can. Well, you can go zone in the NBA. But long story short, they can be a tough matchup. And if they're knocking down shots and they average 11 threes a game, which is the best in the country, you're talking about a team that can shoot themselves past a higher-seeded opponent. The other thing defensively they're going to do is they're going to double down on Michigan's bigs. When the ball enters the post, if they decide to do straight post entry and not do pick and roll, they're going to double down. Now, if you're Vlad Golden and you're 7 feet tall and you get doubled by a 6'8" and a 6'6" guy, do you just turn and go through the double? Do you even care? Or do you pass out of the post? It'll be part of his decision-making in this game is I can just take it up anyway. Danny Wolf had some incredible post moves last week as well. Man, they got back to the best version of themselves, which had been lost for quite some time. But the variance of who Michigan is wide. The spectrum of how good is your good and how bad is your bad, it is a big spectrum.
It is, but I think that confidence boost they got last weekend is really going to help them out because they should feel like they can do anything. And in this first game, with such a size disparity in that matchup offensively, I mean, take advantage of it all day long. It's just you get your bigs in as deep as they can go, so literally it's catch, turn, and you're already underneath the basket. It should be easy to score, easy enough to score. Now, the resistance to that is can San Diego keep them from getting so deep? Is that even possible? And I don't think with that size that they can do it. I mean, 6'8" and 6'6", it can't possibly cut it with the bigs.
Well, yeah, Michigan, the question is, they go straight ball entry or do they use their bigs in the 4-5 ball screen? And that's the thing. If you are a Michigan fan and what they did the last month of the regular season still has you rattled, in spite of winning the Big Ten tournament last weekend, keep this in mind. When you can hit somebody with, I'm going to use a term gimmick, but gimmick feels like it's got a negative connotation. But when you can hit somebody with something they don't see a lot of, and for Michigan, it's the 2 7-footers and being able to play 2 7-footers on the perimeter with Lad Golden setting the screen and Danny Wolf working off that. That is a very difficult matchup, especially if they get to the second game of the weekend and you have the short turnaround. But that is Michigan's, the uniqueness of what they do is something that UCSD hasn't seen. And quite frankly, most teams haven't. Big Ten teams, some of them saw it twice. They certainly scouted and then had each other's, saw how each other played them. But if they use that 4-5 ball screen effectively, if they can run it effectively, and one thing that hurt is teams got super physical with the screener as that season went on and made it tougher to execute. But I don't know, again, will the Tritons have the personnel?
Why do you suppose that so many people think this game is going to be tight or close or even an upset?
Well,
I mean, if San Diego, the only team they've beaten this year is Utah State, and it's not like, woo, look at this, Utah State, number 2. No, it's Utah State still. That's the best they got.
So it is a close matchup in the Ken Pom rankings, which a lot of people pay attention to. It's a predictor that is used. Michigan ranks 25 in the Ken Pom, and San Diego ranks 37.
So why does Ken Pom have them rated so high? What's their redeeming quality that makes people think that this is
3-point shooting, very efficient offensive team? They do have the Big West Defensive Player of the Year, and he's a finalist for the Naismith National Defensive Player of the Year. Their guard Hayden Gray, and they are +7 in turnover margin this year. And Michigan has had turnover problems. So I mean, I'm gonna hit you here with the hyper obvious.
Here we go.
Don't turn it over.
I'll try not to turn it over, yeah. But their best matchup is a guard on a guard. I mean, they can't touch the forwards. And I don't know, it ended up being, a 3-point spread or something like that for this game?
I think it's 2.5.
Yeah, I like Michigan in this game. I think that they're going to squash them. I think that this is going to be a fun one if you're a Wolverine fan. And not that they should go ahead and start thinking of Texas A&M. That's not how that works.
If they're thinking of Texas A&M, they'll get beat. Fans can think of Texas A&M. If the team is thinking of Texas A&M, they'll get beat.
Yeah, I mean, typically if you get preoccupied, it's not a good thing. You can't afford to do that against a Big Ten schedule, but against this team, we'll see. Maybe I'm being way overconfident in this one.
Well, the Wolverines indeed a 2.5-point favorite for this one. And then the question is Dusty May, right? Dusty May took a Florida Atlantic team as a 9 seed to the Final Four. Does it help that he has been in that locker room? And by that locker room, I mean he's been in the locker room of the team that is the true Cinderella, and he's taken a team on a run where he won 4 games, won a region, went to the Final Four. Is Dusty May, is that having familiarity with what it's like to be that team, help him prepare a team that's trying not to be a meme?
Do any of these players have that experience as well?
Vlad Golden was on that squad, and Danny Wolf played for Yale last year when they beat Auburn. So Danny Wolf knows what it's like to be in that locker room. Trey Donaldson from Michigan was on that Auburn team. He knows what it's like.
So they may not have the experience with Michigan, but they've got experience elsewhere that should help them in this game.
All right, so we've set the table for Michigan and UCSD. Wolverine fans, we ask you, why do you think your team can make a Final Four run, or why not? Love to hear from you on this first day of March Madness, and the Wolverines play tonight. Why do you think your team can make a Final Four run, and why not? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your responses to that. Want to bring Kang in on the conversation. It's March Madness. Games underway here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, ready for spring? Need a spark to get you ready for the warmer days? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. Now, the deals on a 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible, so much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. And you can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. Now, these are shockingly low payments. In the 2024 Chevy Blazer EV, it comes standard with comfortable features and all-wheel drive. It's perfect for any adventure, and bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, with these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, but they're also open on Saturdays for sales and for service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement, and together, let's drive.
Talking March Madness, which is underway, and a great place to be for all the action here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We were here a year ago, loved it so much. We came back this year, and glad to be with you and welcoming in a lot of listeners as the seats are filling up here at Twin Peaks for one of the great days in sports in America. It is what America is built upon, brackets and probably gambling. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1, and talking about Michigan's matchup with UCSD. And we've asked Wolverine fans, why do you think your team can make a run? What is it about this team that can make a run? I think the biggest thing is the uniqueness of the 4-5 ball screen game that not a lot of teams can execute. They don't have the players, and now it makes it very difficult to defend. Why they might not make a run? Well, the turnover issues have been pretty consistent. When they don't turn it over, they're tough to beat. But they're playing a team tonight that's plus 7.5 in turnover margin. So you have to take care of the basketball. Kang, we bring in our producer Kang back in our studios. Why do you think this Michigan team can make a run?
Well, they can make a run because they're hot right now, and I believe in the momentum from the conference tournaments does carry over a little bit. So a team that, especially for a team like Michigan, who a lot of people, their fan base didn't think they could win a game entering the Big Ten tournament. Now, you feel like, hey, we can't lose a game. And I think that's important for the players. And they have experience as far as the transfer players in playing in these games. So I think, and with Dusty May there, I think that is a reason why they could make a decent run in the tournament. As far as not making a run, it's because you just mentioned as well, it's the turnover stuff. They got to limit the turnovers. I think this game only being a 2.5-point spread speaks volumes about the matchup, because UC San Diego, they like to shoot the three and they like to force turnovers. That goes back to the turnover thing, right? If they can force turnovers, Michigan could be in trouble. If Michigan can swing the ball, find the open man, they should win comfortably. But that's the question. The two big men down low, Doug, they should easily contain and control the rebounding war. Just get the ball inside, swing the ball around with the open guy. Don't make this more complicated than it has to. But if UC San Diego gets hot from three, it could be a long day, a long night.
248-539-9797. Michigan fans, why do you think your team can make a run? What worries you most about them not making a run? Let's get into Michigan State's matchup with Bryant tomorrow. The Bulldogs coming in, the champion of the American East Conference. They are on a winning streak of 6 games, 23-11 on the year. We mentioned the starters for San Diego, small team. How about these starters for the Bryant Bulldogs? 6'6", 6'6", that's their backcourt. 6'8", 6'8", 6'11". This is a bigger team from a small conference.
Well, that means that, look, Michigan State can match up with the bigs, certainly, and now it's up to our Michigan State's, the core of their scoring, which comes from the backcourt, is are they going to be able to set screens, get them open and knock down shots, or open up the lane and let Jason Richardson do what he can do. Michigan State should be able to do a lot of this, but the pitfalls in the road for Michigan State are the same as they always are: turning the ball over too much. I don't think you can afford to get into foul trouble if you're Jason Richardson. You got to make sure that you're on the court and available for this team. They'll have plenty of bigs they can rotate in and out of the game and be guys if to bang with their bigs, that's fine. But for Michigan State, it's really about the guard play and how good can the guard play be, and specifically Jason Richardson.
I always wonder in matchups like this, because Bryant's a team that is amongst the most possessions. They are a team that forces they'll press you, they'll run, they'll get shots up quickly. I got the stat here, their pace of play, 75.5 possessions a game, top 5 in college basketball. If that's the game they want to play, but you have Big Ten athletes, do you say, fine, we'll play that way? Or do you say, fine, we're going to take you out of that game, we're going to possess the ball and slow you down and make you play our game?
I think Michigan State can handle it either way. I'd love to see them try it. If Michigan State wants to, Bryant wants to run, good luck to you, because Michigan State, when they run, they're almost better than anybody in the country. They get up and down the court brilliantly. It's been a hallmark of Izzo teams in transition and work the fast break. So that works. And then Michigan State slows you down. That's where the defense comes in. and they're an awfully good defensive team. They're a team that will out-rebound you as well. So I just like this matchup for Michigan State in the first round, as you would expect with a 2 and a 15.
All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. And Spartan fans, do you want to get in on why you think your team can make a Final Four run and what worries you about your team making a Final Four run?
What I would like to see in this tournament, though, is it feels like every year there's somebody from Michigan State. You're like, well, what happened to this guy? Where is he showing up? Why isn't he showing up? Xavier Booker. I don't want to say what's his deal, what's his story, but kind of what's going on there. This is a guy who came in very highly recruited and has not really progressed much at all. At times looks like, okay, he's going to be this player of the future. He's got a great inside-outside game, and we just haven't seen it. He has not been one of the main cogs for the Spartans this year. He's having trouble getting on the floor.
I don't want this to sound cruel. I've just kind of given up on him being anything other than what he is. Role player. I mean, you get to a time where you're just like, okay, this is what he's going to be. And this is where I hate recruiting rankings, because he's a Division I player contributing on an exceptionally good team.
But this isn't what looking at him specifically, this is not following the Izzo formula where you come in as a freshman, breaks you down, right? And you end up conforming to whatever it is that Tom Izzo wants you to play like at Michigan State and be the good teammate and all that. You learn that your freshman year. After that, you get better. And then after that, you get better. Booker hasn't gotten better like countless Michigan State players have in the past, and it's surprising to me.
Well, I guess
But yes, you're right. Not everybody.
And I'm not, I feel terrible because college athlete, they're out there, they're giving the best, But he just, I've kind of gotten to the point where I just think he is what he is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll prove to be a huge difference maker moving forward. 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, why do you think your team can make a Final Four run, and what worries you the most about a Final Four run? Feedback coming in from Hans. Michigan has won 2 tournaments this year, so they know the importance of one-and-done games. They have great guard play with Donaldson and Gale. Then you have the Twin Towers. If they can get boards, hit free throws, and play defense, no reason they can't win it all. So, again, I talk about the wide variance. Yeah, there are times where I'm like, this team looks like a Final Four team. And then within the same game, they can look like a one-and-done team. When you're going into March, you want to know, here's who we are. We're consistent. We bring this to the table every night. And it's hard to know what you're going to get from Michigan starting at the Ohio State win in Columbus through the end of the regular season, which was almost a month of calendar time. They didn't look like the same team. And you know my saying that when you're in a losing streak, you think you're never going to win again. And when you get hot and you get in a winning streak, you think you're never going to lose again. But that Michigan team looked like it wasn't going to win again. People were saying they weren't going to win again. Guys at our station. And I'm like, well, they can pull out. You can pull out of this because you know what's in there.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if they've rediscovered went back to something they did earlier, rediscovered the magic. I don't know. But they found it in time before March Madness started. Hans, thank you. 248-539-9797. I might be a little late here, but bold prediction. Virginia Commonwealth and UC San Diego make the Sweet 16. That's from an unnamed texter. From Scott, I would agree with the momentum thing more if it were less than 4 days ago. I feel like the first 10 minutes of this game will tell us a whole lot about Michigan's chances.
Well, and there's the thought that, okay, you played a lot over the weekend. You've had a couple days off. Now you're getting back at it again. And tonight's a different kind of adrenaline dump because it's the NCAA tournament. It means more. This is literally win or you go home. So is all the basketball they played, is that going to, be too much for them? I don't think it is. I think plenty of teams go through this, but that is a thought that crosses people's minds, and why some people are fine with Michigan State not winning the Big Ten tournament because, hey, why play the extra game? Just get yourself ready for the NCAA tournament because that's one that matters.
248-539-9797. We're live at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights for March Madness. Wolverine and Spartan fans, why do you think your team can make a Final Four run, and what worries you the most? More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, your family deserves the best water. Contact CGC Water and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. With the warmer weather and melting snow, make sure your basement is dry. Save 10% now on a new Zoller sump pump from CGC Water, Treatment and Plumbing. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Okay, during the update there, the commercial break rather, Maggie Gray did a CBS Sports Minute and suggested that if Michigan State wins it all, that she could see Tom Izzo walking away. Now, Those are very quick snippets. Didn't include a whole lot of reporting that came along with it.
Well, they're 15 seconds long, so it's hard to do that.
What do you make of that?
It wouldn't surprise me in the least. Izzo's been chasing his second championship for 25 years. So, and he's always, of course, once you win one, you want to win another one. But it's validation to win the second one. Yeah, I absolutely could see him stepping down. If Michigan State were to cut the nets down, raise the banner, that he'd be done. Because what else does he need to accomplish? His Big Ten winning as coach. He's won all these Big Ten titles, and he just did an interview with Kay Adams. What more do you need? Life's good for Tom Izzo.
I realize that in the list of priorities for you, that's way higher than many would have it. But so when I hear that, what more does someone need to accomplish? I guess I don't think of it that way. I always think of it, do you still want to go to work? Well, do you still have that same fire inside and do you still get the same enjoyment out of it? And what else do you want to do with your life?
Well, he said it, I think it was earlier this week when talking about how people say that he's never happy. And he's right, you're right. I'll never be happy until he's able to win again. It's a quest. He needs it for himself. The rest of the basketball world knows what a great coach he is. He knows what a great coach he is, but he's the one that wants to validate it, right? He's the one that he needs to win a second championship. Beyond that, I just think there would be a tremendous sigh of relief if he's able to win another championship, and then he could just say, okay, I'm done. Lupe and I are going to go, to Puerto Rico for a year. Whatever it is.
It's funny because, I guess it's one of the reasons why was never probably getting the most out of what it could have been athletically, not having that desire, that thirst for competition, the need to win. I don't think anybody needs to validate anything, especially if you've already won a national championship. But if in one's mind that keeps them at the top of their game, I suppose it works for him. But if you win it all, but you love coming to work, you love the process, you're getting well compensated, you have enough time for your family and to do what else you want to do, people like that can work forever. But at some point, the grind wears on you. You burn out, although he doesn't look like he burns out. He looks like the kind of guy that should burn out, but he doesn't look like he's burning out at all.
Look, I don't know what his personal life is like, and, for me to project what I would want to do is unfair. I just think that because this has been an obsession of his since he won the first one, to win a second one, when somebody makes a comment like, I could see him retiring. Yeah, absolutely, I could see him retiring if he were to win another one. But, it's a long way to go. You got, 6 games he's got to win here.
Yeah. So he's had great success historically in March. Last few years, not quite as much.
Well, he's also had some real bummers, not just the last couple of years, but throughout his, 30 years of coaching. Yeah, we've seen the first round exits before as Spartan fans. You see that meme all the time, January, February, Izzo. And, it's cute. And for a while there, I think it definitely was there because they were making Final Fours every other year. But it's been a while since that's been a mantra again. This is a different team that he's got. This is an interesting team. There's not the one superstar that there was to start the season, but Chase Richardson is sure turning out to be that kind of player. I hope he wants to come back to Michigan State. But
he's showing up in the top 10.
Yeah, that's the problem is that if you got, people in the NBA are going to say, no, you're a lottery pick, then you go to the NBA. That's just what you do. But with the NIL world, that's a whole other aspect of this thing. How does Izzo feel about NIL? Does he like to have to, stump for funds or having people stump for funds? And maybe it's easier for him now because they do have that aspect of it. So that he doesn't have to be the one that's out in the forefront raising money because, it's Michigan State. They're already doing it. They hire people to do that now. Does that make his job easier as a coach?
The new position that everybody seems to be adding is general manager, and that is the guy that, basically takes that aspect. You as a coach can just go identify the players you want, and then your GM can see if you can make it work. It's so weird. It's so weird to get used to. But as I like to say, the games start in a day like today, and I'm right back all in, regardless of how uncomfortable or how we're just not used to the college world the way it is.
We also don't hear as much about the college basketball players and what their NIL deals are. In football, you hear about them all the time. Oh, so-and-so he's got a $4 million NIL deal. Or this guy, they just paid $100, or $1 million for him to come this year. You don't hear about it in basketball, even though you know it's there, but you don't hear about it.
No, I guess not. Now, one of the more popular upsets in March Madness picks has been High Point. They're leading Purdue early, 11-9.
Look out.
Yeah. Louisville and Creighton, which is expected to be one of the best first-round games, getting late in the first half. Creighton on top of Louisville, 31-25. But High Point leading Purdue 11-9 just through the first TV timeout. Oh, those High Pointers. You never know with those High Pointers.
High Point?
Yeah.
How is that a name of a college or university? High Point?
It's the name of a town, and they've named the university after the town. So just like Purdue is named after Purdue, Indiana.
Right.
It's High Point.
It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
All right, 248-539-9797. Now, we here at Madison Heights at the Twin Peaks, where we met some listeners. We have met some of the fine employees here at Twin Peaks. Yep. There's a big 98-inch TV over there that we are giving away, courtesy ABC Warehouse. Make sure you register for that. But, Scott.
Doug?
We've sampled the food.
Yes.
And it was tremendous.
Yes.
And I got a question about food in March Madness. You asked a question, wings or pizza?
Yeah.
When the call is wings or pizza, for me, 19 times out of 20, it's wings. But every once in a while, I'll go pizza. But for you, is it wings or pizza?
For me, it's pizza over wings, but I'm not completely against it. And, of course, people would say both. Why not both? You see that all the time now. It seems like every pizza place that delivers, you can get some wings with it as well. But, I'm always more of a pizza guy to begin with. But wings, I feel like the tournament, that's actually a time that I do gravitate toward a wing.
And you're not a big wings guy.
I'm not a huge wings guy.
But March Madness means wings for you.
It does, kind of.
Intriguing. So, that certain things, biggest bar night of the year, that's the night before Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
And you get all these tags for certain times on the calendar. Do you think March Madness is the busiest time for Grubhub and Uber Eats and the food delivery services?
Ooh. It could be, because it's the first 2 days. The Thursday, Friday are so chaotic. Because I feel like even people in an office, I imagine right now, if we were back at the radio station, there's people gathered around TVs all over the place, right?
No question.
And I think that the front door will be a revolving door of DoorDash. Absolutely. I think this is a monster day for those people.
If you are a driver, if you drive Grubhub, Uber Eats, DoorDash, is this an insanely busy time? And if it's not this, what annually on the calendar is the busiest time to be in the food delivery service?
Super Bowl Sunday has to be massive.
The thing about Super Bowl Sunday is the game is late in the day and you have all day to prepare your food. This is a weekday. People still have to work. So I think it's a little bit different. It's probably massive, yes. But I don't think I've ever ordered anything on Super Bowl Sunday because you got all day to cook if you want to prepare the food.
I have yet to use the DoorDash service.
Well, I can say that I have yet to use it. I cannot say that I've yet to pay for it. What I mean by that is when you have kids and they get left at home and given a credit card to go get themselves some food, and then you realize, you didn't go there to spend $8 on the food. You ordered it for $18.
Right.
Not awesome.
Yeah, there's quite a markup.
Yeah. So if it's not today, Grubhub, Uber Eats, DoorDash guy, when is the busiest day of the year? It's March Madness. It's underway. We're watching games out here at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. I'm Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, the madness underway around the country. Creighton with a good start over Louisville. That's an 8-9 seed. Creighton has a 40-25 lead. They're shooting over 50% from the field. Purdue and High Point is just tipped off. They got a 1-point lead over the 13 seed. Purdue coming in as the 4. Coming up at 1:30, it's Montana as the 14 against Wisconsin as the 3. And at 2, SIU Edwardsville will take on Houston as well. Michigan basketball preparing to take on UC San Diego tonight in Denver. 9:45 pregame over on WWJ News Radio 950. Broadcaster Steve Quiss on the athletes they've been going after this year in San Diego. UC on a college basketball high, 15-game winning streak right now. They have the most steals in the nation, are in the top 15 in threes attempted, hitting them at a 37% clip. Duke men's basketball shared that star Cooper Flagg will be active for their game versus Mount St. Mary's tomorrow, and the Red Wings are off until Saturday when they rematch versus Vegas. Defenseman Jeff Petrie getting closer to a return. He will make the trip, but is not expected to play on Saturday. Elmer Soderblom is day-to-day now. Team is considering calling a piece up from Grand Rapids in his place. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
College basketball, it is March Madness. Creighton up by 20 on Louisville. Late first half. By 20.
Well, all right.
You about to be 0-1?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's because now it's 18.
All right, well, if Creighton holds on, I'm about to be 0-1. I'll admit it. But my perfect bracket wiped out before 2:30 on day one.
Who knew?
Yeah. That's, by the way, the dumbest contest ever. The perfect bracket.
It's the greatest contest.
Is it?
Well,
here's one that nobody will ever win. Good luck. Here is the impossible task. Great contest. Can't stand it.
Gives you hope.
Perfect bracket.
How much insurance they have on that?
I don't know. But I just find it amusing because people treat it like it's a real thing. Like, I'm going for that perfect bracket.
I got a chance.
Oh, are you going for it this year? Good luck. All right, so a few things we have on the table. Hey, Wolverine and Spartan basketball fans, today, tomorrow, these are great days for you. Wolverine fans, we ask you, why do you think your team can make a Final Four run? What is it about this squad? Say, I think they can ride this to the Final Four. And what is your biggest concern? What worries you the most? What are you paranoid about? Is it, what is the thing that you think holds them back potentially? Spartan fans, same question. What do you like the most about your team? You got to love the way they start shooting the ball. I felt like going into the last month and a half of the season, we were about to test a theory of a team that's really good, but simply cannot count on three-point shooting. How far can you make a run?
Right.
A really good team that can't shoot it, and then they start shooting it, which kind of took them next level. And you looked at, we talked a lot about the stretch down the last 5 or 6 games of the regular season. Look at that gauntlet, and then they just blew through it.
Yeah, now they got 4 guys, looks like, in the backcourt that can knock down three-point shots. Maybe you don't have the utmost confidence like if Malik Beasley's going to shoot it, but that maybe they can knock down 35% of them. You'll take it if it's wide open. But Michigan State, one thing that's another hallmark of Izzo teams is moving the ball, moving it around. They have usually it's an extraordinarily high assist rate on made shots. They have to move the basketball around quickly, and they do, and that's they're able to find the guy who's open. He's the guy that takes the shot. It's a well-oiled machine. It's a well-coached team, and they're going to need it, though. They're going to need guys to shoot from the outside, in particular, if they want to advance in this tournament. They can't just do it by grinding inside, and occasionally you've got Chase Richardson. Someone else is going to have to emerge as a real threat, whether it's Fears or Holloman or Akins. One of those other 3 guys has to be a viable three-point shooter.
248-539-9797. Wolverine and Spartan fans, phone calls, ticket text. What do you like most about your team going into this March run? What worries you the most? Whether it's something about yourself looking in the mirror, or is it something about your bracket and your draw? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. We've also asked the food delivery experts out there, DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, is this the craziest time of the year? If it's not March Madness, what is it? What is it if it's not March Madness? 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I've been a full-time DoorDash driver for 6 years. These 2 days are not the busiest days of the year, not even close.
Oh.
Super Bowl Sunday, definitely way busier. That's from Tasmanian Dasher Kevin in Ann Arbor. So you called it, Super Bowl. Chris in Gibraltar says, I worked in the pizza industry for years. It's Halloween. Halloween is traditionally the busiest night for delivery by far.
Really?
I guess.
Competing with all the kids in the driveway and stuff?
Yep.
I don't. Huh.
I'm going out to DoorDash right now. I work at 3. I'm going to try and get some extra cash. From John in Lake Orion, when I worked at Buddy's Pizza, our 2 busiest days for carryout were Halloween and the day before Thanksgiving.
Carryout, I get.
You know
for,
what you think
for
about,
Halloween, I just.
But you think about the day before Thanksgiving. You're going to cook on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to cook the night before.
No, you don't.
So that makes some sense.
Bar food.
Yeah. Kenny back in our studios answering our phones. Kenny's been a food delivery guy. What has your experience been with the busiest days of the year?
I've done both. I'm an avid DoorDash user now. Me and Evan often used to do it. Yeah, that's right. I said it. But I used to drive before I worked here, and it's by far weekends and big games. Like if there's a big, whether it's the Lions, whether it's the Super Bowl, whether it's a playoff game of some sort that everybody's watching, especially like Wild Card Weekend. I am surprised, though, that March Madness didn't get as busy as you would imagine.
Yeah, it's an incredible time. It's fun to watch. I feel like it has a high participation level when it comes to brackets.
Is it because it's during the day that the games are on in the day and people are either working, or if they're not working, they're coming out to a bar like Twin Peaks or 24 Seconds or wherever and watching it?
Maybe.
But you do go home at some point. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe this is the ultimate work going out, as you call it, Animal Day. You spend the entire day out.
It's funny you mentioned that. I had one Animal Day years ago, and I think the name of the place, it's since closed. It's a sports bar in Ann Arbor called Gallagher's, I think. Somebody can help me out if they remember. It was on State Street by Ellsworth. There was a sports bar there, and it was pretty good. And I had an Animal Day there where I got there at noon. I did a talk show from 3 to 7, and I stayed until after midnight watching games. I put in 12 hours at this bar.
Wow.
And the check came to well over $100. And I did not have well over $100. It was an issue.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a little bit like Bob's Country Bunker from the Blues Brothers, where I kind of thought some of it was complimentary because I was there doing my show.
Gotcha.
It was not.
No, it was not
complimentary.
Okay.
And so I went out to the car to get a pencil to write a check.
A pencil.
Well, that's what Jake Blues did when he got a pencil to write a check.
With no teeth?
Yeah. Anyway. And then the good old Blues band. But yes, that happened to me once where I did an Animal Day at a bar, 12 to 12. It was a mess. That would be an interesting show tape to go listen to.
Yeah, I remember on a Sunday being at the bar for most of the day to watch. It was during hockey and basketball season. It may have even been during the tournament. And having to go back to college that night, and I think there was a Red Wing game that Sunday night. And my buddy and I looked at each other and said, we want to watch the game, right? Well, yeah. All right, we'll stay here. And I'm staying to watch the game and then leaving at like 10:30 to head back up to Michigan State.
We have a mutual friend that just texted us who's here at Twin Peaks. Any food recommendations? And for this, I asked Scott and not Doug.
Oh, see, that's unfair because what you got looked really good.
I had the grilled chicken.
And I had the
side of broccoli and a little corn salsa on top.
I had the fish tacos. I thought they were delicious.
So,
the blackened fish tacos. Here's the key to the blackened fish taco, by the way, and they give you tortilla chips and salsa.
Yeah.
The salsa.
Oh,
the salsa was great because it was a lot like Baja Fresh Mexican Grill. Their Baja salsa, which I love, the dark brown one.
Gotcha.
This is as close as I've seen to that. So some kind of roasted tomatillo, delicious salsa.
All right, March Madness ongoing. We are in Twin Peaks and Madison Heights at half. Creighton leading Louisville 49-34.
15. They cut it to 15.
They cut it to 15, down from 20. Purdue and High Point, 22-21. Purdue on top. That game is getting late in the first half. I know some of you called that. Some of you called it. As that one starts to wind down, this place might get a little rowdy if it does go the way of the upset. Cade Cunningham wins the thriller for Detroit on the road to Miami. Trailed most of the game. He adds a game-winning shot to his portfolio, his superstar player portfolio. Gators straight ahead. The NFL wants to make some rule changes. Which ones are we in favor of? Which ones are we against? And which ones would we propose? I have a rule change that I want to propose. And it's something I've been talking about for a while. We'll get to that coming up today at 1:16. Here on Carson Anderson on this first day of March Madness, first full day of March Madness from the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the weather's awesome, and if you're like me, you can't wait to get outside. It's not awesome today, but it's getting awesomer. Can't wait to get outside to run, to take a power walk, or maybe play some golf. And if you need some new workout gear, get the high-quality stuff that they put out with Show Some Athletic Apparel. Shirts, shorts, leggings, performance hoodies. Michigan-based apparel brand is all about respect, as in show some respect for good, clean competition, respect for hard work. Or as I like to say, treat each other with respect. And Show Some's Grit Line is back for a limited time. The Grit Line comes in a limited edition blue, silver, and black high-performance workout shirts and hoodies. Don't forget the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Karsh and Scott Anderson out here at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Come by and register to win a 98-inch television courtesy of ABC Warehouse.
Good grief.
Yes, it's one of the big boys. They actually have 4 new ones up here at Twin Peaks. And oh, look, there's basketball on March Madness first full day underway, and we love being here for this. Great buzz in this building, and there's still some tables available if you want to come on out to the Madison Heights Twin Peaks like Jim in Livonia did. Office is right by here. Met a listener, Jim. Just met Jackson from East Lansing, who's in sales. Swung by, and good to see him. So always love saying hi to our listeners. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for listening to the show. All right, so Gator, before we get into the actual rule proposals for the NFL, I want to propose a rule change in the NFL. And if anyone else has a rule change that you would like to see in the National Football League, now's a good time at 248-539-9797. Scott, if I could change one rule in the NFL, it would be the following. If a player fumbles the football going into the end zone and the ball rolls into the end zone and out of the end zone, I would return the ball to the fumbling team at the point where the player fumbled the football. I cannot for the life of me figure out why when a player on offense fumbles a football and it rolls into their end zone that they are going into and rolls out of the end zone, that counts as a recovery for the defense and the ball is spotted at the 20. I don't get it. I've never liked it. I think it is overly punitive. I think it does take away from some scoring and some excitement. I don't understand that rule, Scott.
The rule doesn't make a ton of sense, and yet I've grown to actually kind of like it.
Really?
Part of me is, it's the bigger part. It's my 51 that likes it. I think there should be high importance of hanging on to the football, and a lot of these happen because players are trying to do that extra move to try to score, and that's when chaos happens, and there's a price to pay to try to make that a little extra effort. And then if it's just a flat-out fumble, somebody knocks it out of your hands, it's unfortunate, but it can happen. I've learned to like it. I don't love it, but I've learned to kind of like it.
Well, here's one of the parts about awarding the ball to the defense. Is one of the biggest parts of when the ball is loose and it's been fumbled for the defense to get the football. They have to indeed possess the football. And in this particular instance, they don't possess it. Well, why did they get rewarded?
They just gave it away. They just threw it through the end zone.
They didn't give it away. The ball was neutral at that time. It was possessed by nobody.
Knocked out, right. They lost possession. And then they ended up going out of the end zone, out of play.
What rule would you change?
Well, I've said it before. I'll say it again, and I think that they're getting closer and closer to adopting it, and that is you got to have replay for face mask or hands to the face. Too often you'll see the play that isn't called where it clearly was, or that it's called and it clearly wasn't. Get it right. You've got replay for a reason. It can be done really quickly with a sky judge or whatever. The video assistants, I think is what they call it, booth assistants. Use it. It's what it's there for. It can be done really quick. You don't need to halt all the action, have the official come to the sideline, and sit there waiting for the call. It can happen like that. So go ahead and let's bring that in. I know that there were teams or there was discussion that it was a possibility real soon that they're going to switch to that. I want to see it.
Kang, is there a rule that you would propose and like to see changed?
I don't know if this is a rule or what, but I'd like to see them actually use a real clock for the play clock and abide by that. I mean, they have a clock. But they actually don't really use it because there's this weird grace period that each referee is allowed to have for whatever reason. So that would be my thing. If the play clock strikes 0, the ball's not snapped, that is delay of game.
I got to tell you, you just said the rule that you would like to see is one that they actually have on the books. They just don't enforce. So you're right. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah, it looks like they could have gotten it off. We give them an extra second. Well, then why don't you make the clock 36 seconds or whatever if it's 35? It's just dumb. It's so correctable.
It's bizarre.
I mean, every other sport, they do it.
Every other sport, the clock is
there's
definitive.
No clock in baseball. I guess there's a pitch clock, but
it's definitive, though.
Yeah.
In football, there's interpretation of time.
Which there should never be. It's right there. Call it. But I find the rule that the Lions are proposing to be interesting. That for defensive holding or illegal contact downfield that they don't want it to be an automatic first down.
Yeah.
I can get into that. I could buy into that, given that the opposite of defensive holding is offensive holding. Well, offensive holding just ends up being a 10-yard penalty.
Yeah.
So why not do the same thing on defense? Call it a 10-yard penalty, and let's move on.
Out of all the proposals, my favorite proposal came from Green Bay. They want to eliminate the tush push. I hate the tush push. I can't stand the tush push.
Stop it then.
I don't want to have to stop it.
But
I want it to go away.
We got a play that works, and now you don't want it because it works too well, and it's boring?
I want it because it doesn't look like football. It looks like rugby.
Well, then what?
I don't watch rugby. And the reason I don't watch rugby is because I don't like watching rugby. I don't want to have an aspect of rugby become a part of what makes our game so great.
I don't mind if they eliminate the tush push. What I want them to then say, though, is that nobody can push a player.
Yes, that's fine.
It's just the player going against the opposition. You can't have offensive linemen or fullbacks or a quarterback. Nobody can push the guy.
Well, that's the essence of the rule change, and that's what I would.
Yeah, because it's not just the tush push at the 1 yard line or in fourth and one situations. It just bothers me to no end when you see it otherwise.
All right, what rule changes would you like to see made? 248-539-9797. Mark, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mark.
How you doing, Buzz?
Well, great.
Hey, so I am so happy you brought this up because I am so ready to see a change for the quarterback giving himself up and or faking giving himself up to get more yards. There needs to be a more clear-cut answer to whether or not he's a runner or he's giving himself up, and there should be flop calls or penalties for quarterbacks who are trying to draw contact but are considering themselves a runner, especially around the first down mark, or if it's a third and long and the quarterback takes off but he knows he's not going to make it, so he's going to act like he gives himself up, but then he gets hit. So you know what I'm saying? I'm so tired of seeing teams get screwed because the quarterback is basically making a smart play. I'm not saying they're dumb. What they're doing is smart. I just don't like that gap in the rule.
They're abusing the protection of quarterbacks is exactly what they're doing.
Exactly.
The game is set up to protect the quarterbacks, and let's call it what it is. When Patrick Mahomes fakes like he's going to slide or fakes like he's going to step out of bounds and turns upfield, I would like to see there be some rule against that. You're 100% right. And maybe the only rule is when you cross the line of scrimmage, it's fair game. Maybe that's the only way they can adjudicate that. But it's not like it's happened at an epidemic rate, but it's happened enough that I've noticed too.
It's a highlight when it happens.
And when it does, it's detrimental too. I mean, the teams they'll be third and long, and they have them, pinned, and then just some, like you just said, like Mahomes can just get touched the wrong way, or you could tell he was slowing down, but he wasn't, and he gets hit, and then here comes 4 flags, and now that defense is on the field for another at least 3 or 4 downs.
No, he was just shifting gears.
Yeah. Mark, good one. Good one.
All,
NFL rule proposals announced, and we are asking you what rule would you like to see changed. We go to Ryan next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
How's it going, guys?
Great.
So my rule change is the illegal touching for, like, if a receiver is pushed out of bounds and has to reestablish himself. Like, stuff happens. I just think it's an irrelevant rule that just needs to disappear.
So if a receiver steps out of bounds, you think it's okay for them to jump back in bounds and catch a ball even though they haven't reestablished being back in bounds?
I mean, they're still part of the play at the start of the play, so why would it matter if they're forced out and don't have the time to reestablish themselves, like while the ball's in the air? I don't see why it's that much of a difference.
So a player who's got 2 feet out of bounds, you'd be okay with that player then being able to leap in the air, catch a thrown football, and land in bounds and that would be considered inbounds.
Well, I'm not saying both feet. I'm just saying, like, if he's forced out and has 1 foot on the line while he's in stride, they'll still call that as an ineligible catch.
Okay, well, there you go. He wants legal touching basically wiped out.
What's the rule that you can catch it, but you can't be the first to touch it? Is that the rule? But you,
I think that's if you step out on your own. But I actually don't know. If only we knew an official. Oh, wait, we do. And he's right over there. We'll find out. 248-539-9797. What rule would you like to see changed? It is Carson Anderson. On 97.1 The Ticket, FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher this time of year. College basketball through the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about. I went with Montana, a 14 seed over a 3 seed. Wisconsin, you have to bet 9 cents. That's the minimum. But if your upset wins, you get a share of that $1 million in bonus bets. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines to team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot will be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's been a bunch of good listeners. Sadiq, Franco, Scott, all coming by to say hi here at Twin Peaks, which is a great place to watch March Madness. Creighton and Louisville, that's a 16-point game in the second half. Creighton on top, 17:20 to go. Purdue, last I saw, it opened up a 10-point lead. I don't know if it's still
it's 10.5. Yep.
10.5?
10 at the half.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's 10.5 points, Doug.
It's like really interesting. 248.
The Paulers yet to commit to going into the basket.
Yes. Half ended with the ball halfway down.
Yeah.
Little used rule. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We're talking about the NFL and its proposed rule changes. What are rule changes you would like to see? James is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, James.
Yeah, I would think safeties should be worth 4 points.
Whoa. Okay. I'm intrigued. Why should safeties be worth 4 points?
I like it.
So right now they're just 2, and then so the other team just has to kick a field goal to take the lead. If it's worth 4 points, then they have to get a touchdown, and then the other team that has the safety, all they need is a field goal to tie it back up 7-7. I just feel like safeties are undervalued. Now they only happen, once a weekend, but football, the way the play of the game is determined so much by the score more than other sports that with that 4 points, that extra 2 points really would change the strategy of how to make up rather than just a 2 point, which is not really more significant hardly than a missed extra point.
That's really interesting. Your logic makes some sense.
Yeah.
In terms it would have a greater impact on the game and the score of the game.
And it does feel like it should be a bigger deal than what it is.
Well, here's what makes it a bigger deal.
Well, they get the possession.
Getting the possession and getting decent field position.
It's like a technical foul.
Like you
there's that.
You get the football and they're kicking off from the 20. So
and then a
you're
quick
getting
note about
really
your
good field
rule
position.
change, Doug. I would actually go 180 degrees the other direction. I would say that if the offense loses possession of the ball and it goes out of bounds in the middle of the field, it should be awarded to the defense.
Even in the middle of the field?
Even in the middle of the field, because it's the offense's job to maintain possession of the ball to score. And if they drop the ball, they have not maintained possession.
Now you've gone too far, James.
But there's logic behind what he has to say. It's, if you go on the strict, hey, it's your job to hold possession, and if you lose possession at, say, the 45-yard line.
I don't like awarding possession to a team that never actually had possession.
But his point is you're supposed to have possession, and then you didn't. And now we go the other way.
Okay, that means if you fumble.
I'm not saying I agree
okay,
with
but
him.
here's the thing: if you fumble,
his logic.
If you fumble, once you fumble, you should lose possession, regardless of whether or not you recover it. Using the same logic, your job's to maintain possession. You lost possession, but I recovered. Doesn't matter.
But now you're going too far.
No, he's going too far. Crazy James.
You're out of order.
With his 4-point safeties and his willy-nilly awarding possession. Bill is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
We're great, Bill.
Hey, they need to just get rid of this new kickoff rule. I mean, it's not even watching. It's not the same game. Go back to the regular kickoffs.
Well, you know why they don't? They say they cite player safety is one reason why they don't, and the other is teams are just kicking the ball out of the end zone. So either you have a return where there's risk of injury, or you don't have a return, which was like 80% of the time.
It's just a more exciting play to watch than it is now.
Well, there's no question that the old returns, when the ball got returned, was more exciting.
They really have contempt for kickers. The league does.
I think that's not contempt for kickers as much. I mean, sure, but it's also it's player safety.
Good.
It's
they say player safety, but I mean, the kickers got too good. They got too strong in the leg to be able to kick it out of the end zone every time. So they instead of pushing the ball back further and further for the kickoff spot, now they have this convoluted thing where nobody moves. I don't mind it so much. I think it's interesting. They're still going to tweak it. I could see them, forcing the kicker to go back another 5 yards while everybody else stays where they're at. I could see that happening. they really do want to have more returns, and I'm surprised that we didn't see more explosive returns in the game than what we did. Maybe it's just because of the first year.
You know why? Because the kick return game to me now looks like a running play. It just looks like there's a bunch of guys blocking and there's a run ball, and it's more condensed. It looks like a running
aren't established or whatever.
Who do we got next? Is it Shane? Is Shane next? Hold on. Shane, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Shane.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I was calling to agree with that safety point change, but since this guy brought up the kickoffs, onside kicks, two things. I don't think you should have to announce that you're doing it. That's the whole point of it. It's, kind of like a trick play, right. Off random to try and get the ball back. But also, I think it should only have to go 5 yards. That way it's 5 for the offense, 5 for the kicking team, for the receiving team. Just like dodgeball, you both at 5 yards. The ball's already going momentum towards the receiving team anyway, so they already still have a better chance. I just find it's even more difficult for them to recover it, the kicking team on top of it, with the new rule change instead. So, you're already kicking it towards the receiving team. So, that's all. And then safety 3 points.
Doug pushed back on the tush push because it was too close to rugby.
Yep.
I'm going to push back on this because it's too close to dodgeball.
All right, I feel that. But then it just makes more sense. Then the kicking team might have a chance more often. It's almost 100%.
Well, there's no doubt that under your rule, under your proposal, yes, the kicking team would definitely have more of a chance. And there'd be strategy from the receiving team would be thinking, as soon as the ball is kicked, we're charging forward. But what if they just hit a little flop shot over the? It could get really. There could be strategy here, but there's no question that your rule proposal, Shane, would change how onside kicks, the success rate of onside kicks would go up. No doubt. 248-539-9797. Bernard, you are next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Bernard.
Hey, hello. How are you?
Great.
Good. I was calling. There's 3 rule changes that I would like to see. The first one, I would like to see the cut block outside the free blocking zone eliminated. Too many injuries. The number one injury that we incurred was off of Barnes. You got to get rid of that. Hitting guys that's running full speed, and then all of a sudden you're chopping their knees. That's got to go.
Let me stop you real quick. Were you an offensive lineman?
No, I was a linebacker.
You were a linebacker. Okay, I'm sorry. And you're saying you would get cut by offensive linemen in the open field?
Anything outside of the free blocking zone, below the waist, should be eliminated. It's just too many injuries. You got guys running at breakneck speed.
I don't think there's any problem with. I think people could get on board with that if you just say blocking happens above the waist. If you're beat, then you're beat. So be it. Why allow people to go ahead and take out somebody's legs? And at the same time, what about the other side when people go to tackle?
Got a man
Bernard,
up.
Bernard, really.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Did you say they got a man up?
We got a man up. They got a man up. That's what blocking is all about at some point. I think it's cheap to go below.
Right, but is it cheap to go below the waist on a tackle?
In the free blocking zone,
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking about tackling. Is it cheap to tackle somebody below the waist to go at their legs?
In some cases, yeah, and that's why they eliminated the tackling procedure they eliminated last year because it causes injuries. Bottom line.
Bernard, thank you for the phone call. No, we don't have time for 2 more because we got a ton of people on hold. We got your 1. Let's go to Mark. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to about when the quarterback spikes the ball and it's not intentional grounding, change that one. Why isn't it intentional grounding?
The clocking of the ball to stop it so you get the next play. Yeah. Well, technically, they're not supposed to move their feet.
You know what's
funny?
So
when they snap it, they can take 1 step back and spike it. If they take 2 steps back, it can be ruled grounding.
Yeah, and I remember back in the day where you used to snap it and have to throw it out of bounds over the receiver's head.
Yeah.
I think they decided it makes for more excitement and a quicker way to stop the clock doing it the way they do it. But there's no question. It is literally the definition of grounding.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
But they allow it in that case. But that is the most grounding of the football ever. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. March Madness continues. We now have multiple games on multiple screens here at Twin Peaks. Come check it out. After we're done at 2, there'll still be games going on all day long, all night long, into tomorrow. It is Carson Anderson. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters, and Michigan Auto Law specializes in auto and truck accidents. They also are great when it comes to customer service. They will call you back within 24 hours. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current law firm. You will get a call back from Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So, I got Houston winning it all. My little guy took St. John's to win it all. My oldest son took Duke to win it all. My dad took Michigan State to win it all.
There you go, Freddie.
Let's see here. My wife took Florida to win it all. My daughter took Duke to win it all. Where's Mom? I don't see Mom in here. Oh, there she is. She took Michigan to win it all. So Dad took Michigan State. Mom took Michigan. Huh.
What about your brother-in-law, Mikey?
Mikey, I don't think is in this one. Cousin Mikey, crazy cousin Mikey, he is not in it. But a lot of Spartan picks on this here, I notice. We had one family in particular, and I kind of wonder maybe this is a bad idea, but I'll just leave it at that. All right, we're talking about the NFL rule changes, and the rule changes. The reason I did that is because when the games start, you get to see who everybody picked. You can look at their brackets, but before the game started, you don't know what anybody else picked. Anyway, circling back, NFL rule changes. A bunch are proposed. Green Bay wanted to get rid of the tush push. There is a proposal that overtime in the regular season is the same as overtime in the postseason. In the postseason now, each team is guaranteed a possession. One possession, no matter what. In the regular season, if the team that receives the football goes down, scores a touchdown, it's game over.
Right.
If they kick a field goal or don't score, then the other team, then you essentially are playing sudden death from there on out. If a team kicks a field goal, you can kick a field goal to match them, and then it's sudden death. But they want the same rule. I don't know who proposed this rule, but it would be the same rule in the regular season as it is the postseason, which would be they want each team guaranteed one possession, regardless of the outcome of the first.
I feel like, hasn't this thing been argued every year?
It feels like it gets tweaked every year.
Buffalo is always cited.
And it feels like we always have to remind ourselves, wait, what's the rule? Wait, what?
Different in the regular season than it is in postseason. Now we got this postseason rule.
And Gator, I want to reiterate before we get back to the phone calls.
Yeah.
Since it is day one of the tournament, it brings out something that happens every year. I am not a fan of multiple bracket guy, whoever brags about a pick that they made in one of their brackets. Because basically, if you made that pick in one of your brackets, that means you didn't
right
in the other bracket.
Exactly.
So you are bragging that you picked both teams to win a game.
I was telling...
and I think that's out of bounds, is what I'm saying.
One of the listeners had come up to us, and I asked him, I said, who'd you pick? And he said, we did. And I said, and they go, what about you? And I said, well, for the first time in forever, I actually picked Michigan State to win it all. I said, I'm not typically a homer when it comes to the bracket, but this time I went with it. I just think it's a different year. And he said, yeah, I always fill out one bracket with the Spartans. And I'm like, well, I can't be that guy.
So I have no issue with multiple bracket guy. Fill out as many as you want.
Just don't talk about it.
Just don't brag about a pick you made in one of your brackets, because you're essentially saying, hey, I picked both teams, but I only want to take credit for the one that I got right, because I'm not going to talk about how I got it wrong in the rest of my brackets.
I'll take it a step further. I don't like multiple brackets.
Okay. You don't like multiple bracket guy at all?
No, I think you do one and stick to it. That's part of the I love seeing the anguish. Oh, I don't know. Should I take Creighton? Should I take Louisville? I didn't know the Louisville's top three-point shooter was going to, roll his ankle and be done for the game. I didn't know, which is what just happened.
Well,
with 10:40 to go and down by 17.
There you go. Well, that's just my rule, and you don't have to abide by anything I say. Let's go to Mike.
Your kids are listening.
Yeah, it could be. Mike, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Let me know what you think about this. I think for defense, free plays for the offense shouldn't be a thing. So if you jump off sides, I know there's sometimes they blow it dead, sometimes they don't. They should always blow it dead. There should be no chance where the offense should throw a deep ball and then get the choice to not.
So if they draw the defense offside, you don't want them to
have
the free play. You want it to stop
I want
right there.
every play blown dead. Yep, I want everyone blown dead.
Why is that? Why do you want it blown dead?
Just because, where is the line drawn where they blow it dead or not? Some plays where They could clearly blow it dead. They don't, and then they get a couple years ago, Lions versus the Bears, when we jumped on that fourth down, and then Fields hit Moore for that like huge play, trick touchdown. That should have been blown dead, you know.
So the ruling is if a player has a clean shot at the quarterback because they were offsides, they blow it dead then, and they will tell you that's the line of delineation. You seem to think it's more random.
Yeah, more or less. I feel like they just kind of blow it dead when they want to. I feel like, the refs are human. They kind of just choose when they want to stop the play or not.
Okay, all right. I don't have an issue with the way it is, but
I don't really have an issue with it either. But the more we talk about this, we already understand that the rules are geared towards the offense.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which is more reason why you should be a little bit less harsh on the fumbling the ball out of the end zone thing. Just give something to the defense.
They don't give anything to the defense,
Nothing.
Gator. You know this. 3 games on the screens to our right as we're taking them all in here from Twin Peaks. Great place to be. Even after we're done on the air today at 2 o'clock. Let's go back to the phones, and Adam is next here on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Adam.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Merry Madness.
Yes, it is.
But Gator just said it, the fumble out of the back of the end zone thing, that rewards the team for not having possession, which you said you don't like. But the worst rule is when a kicker kicks it off and then he dead balls it, like at the 3, and then the receivers or the returner is allowed to step out of bounds, which is supposed to be illegal, and then it goes to the 45. You want to get rid of a rule, go to that. Get rid of that.
Yeah, so if people don't know what you're talking about, if a receiver on a kickoff catches it,
steps out of bounds
with 1 foot out of bounds, or it dies and he just goes out of bounds and reaches in and grabs it, essentially having it be out of bounds, the kick is then ruled out of bounds, and it's a penalty on the kicking team, and I think you're right.
It's illegal for a receiver or a sprinter downfield to step out of bounds without someone forcing him. So,
I think Gator, you hit the nail on the head. That is a rules loophole, and I agree with you.
Close loophole.
Yep. All right. So High Point's making a game of it. They're down 7 in the second half.
They just traded 3s. They had cut it to make it really interesting. They had cut it to 4 points.
Oh, collar can get tight
Now it's
in
5.
Purdue, Indiana. Creighton's up 17 on Louisville, and I don't see the Montana-Wisconsin game. Wisconsin was up like 5 first half. Let's bring in Rico Beard, who's back in our studios and joins us now on 97 The Ticket. Hello, sir.
Fellas, hey, you know what? Hey, Gator, I don't know about you, but Doug, you're pretty good at this play-by-play thing. You should maybe look into doing this.
Well, it's kind of hard when you're also doing a talk show at the same time, but I would love to just sit here and watch games and talk about them.
Hey, trust me, we're normally in Vegas doing this, so I totally understand the difficulty that you two are going through right now.
It's hard to do the show, but it's fun to be a part of. So,
either one.
What do you guys got?
Either one of you guys, real quick, have a big upset that we should be looking out for?
I got Montana over Wisconsin.
Doug's lighting his money on fire.
Yeah, I just have a couple of 11 seeds knocking down 6. I got VC over BYU, and I got North Carolina over Ole Miss.
Gator, you're the smartest man in the room. 11 seeds. Always have won a game. At least one 11 seed has won, I think, in the last 5 or 6 years.
Well, there's been more 11 seeds to the Final Four than there have been 3 seeds in the last 5 years.
I know, and the first 11 seed was George Mason.
Were they the first?
I believe they were the first.
Okay.
Still hurts.
So who were the 2? That was NC State was last year, and I can't for the life of me. I wrote this down earlier. I don't know where I put it. I don't remember the other 11. Well, I'm looking that up. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
You know what? Office productivity ranking. Like, how productive are you today? We're going to ask for fake names, not your real place of work, but on a scale of 1 to 5, how productive are you today? Are you just sitting there at, basically watching games at your screen, or you just give up the ghost and say, you know what, let's just head to the local sports bar? And also for Michigan fans, look, how much are you into this? Because your game's later tonight, and we want to take a gauge from Wolverine fans.
The other 11 seed was UCLA in 2021.
How can we forget that? They beat both our teams.
Johnny Juzang.
Right, I was going to say the guy with a funky name.
They came out of Dayton that year.
Johnny Juzang. Oh yeah.
Yep. Hey, have a great show, boys.
All right,
thanks
thanks,
to everyone here at Twin Peaks, all the listeners that stopped by. Kang and Kenny back in our studios, Allende here on site, and all the street team. We'll be back here tomorrow for March Madness. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. March Madness in full swing. There's officially 4 games happening at the same time now. SIU Edwardsville and Houston just tipped off. Houston, the first number 1 seed in action here today. Looks like Creighton going to close out Louisville 73-59. They lead them with 6 minutes left to go in the second. High Point trailing Purdue 43-39. That's got 16 minutes to go in the second half. In Montana and Wisconsin are nearing halftime. The Badgers with a 27-20 lead there. An adjustment for both Michigan and San Diego State tonight will be the 5,200-plus feet altitude of Ball Arena in Denver. The Wolverines have made some adjustments. Here's strength and conditioning coach Matt Aldred. Audio via Michigan Athletics. You can hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950, pregame at 9:45. Per ESPN at 12:10 today. That marked 5 minutes, I should say, before the start of the NCAA tournament, where there were 700 tournament challenge brackets being created per second. That, along with the 24 million plus created in total this year, are both new records. 25% of those brackets selected Duke as their national champion. The team confirmed today the Cooper Flag will play tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get into it. Happy tournament kickoff to everybody. We've got a lot to talk about. We have an issue to settle right at the start of things today. We will get to Michigan basketball a little later, but we've got some fun tournament stuff. And here's how it'll work. If you're driving around town, we try to just make it one-stop shopping. So the blitzes, well, they're going to encapsulate the early games, preview the later games. If any games are close, we'll do a live look-in. And I can only tell you this before we get to a topic. I woke up in a fever dream today. And it wasn't because the weed gummy hit extra hard. No. I woke up for the first time in 15 years of opening day of the tournament, I woke up in my own bed. Oh, my God. I wasn't in a casino. And look, Circa's fun, and Vegas is fun. You know what's nice? I'm doing a show with you guys. You know what's also nice? We don't have drunks hanging over a barrier wanting to French kiss Rico.
15 years?
Yes.
Was the wife and the dogs like, who you?
Who dis? So I
can play loud music behind you guys all show if you need it.
No. Do a shot. We're working.
I remember, you were in Vegas once. And it was the DJ just had the music.
Just bumping. So I'm great. But I want to ask a question because we were all in the bullpen area. And Evan and Kenny are the two I blame for it. They're very tech heavy. So we have a big screen TV outside of our studio, guys. And I was happy watching Creighton and Louisville. And then once High Point started, okay, Creighton's up by 15 or whatever. We'll watch High Point Purdue. Oh, no. Evan starts doing the beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. And the next thing you know, we got 4 games going on. And I'm on the verge of a migraine and a seizure at the same time. I wanted to ask this because Powers came over and he goes, wait a minute, you don't do multi-screen at home. I go, absolutely not. I watch one game at a time.
You know how ironic this is. You are the king of, I hate having to go out here and go here and
Correct.
go here.
Correct.
I just figured you would just put them all up at once if you had the opportunity.
No. See, I use your sponsor. I have cable, okay? I hit buttons. I can have 9 games, and I hit last. There's no delay. There's no pinwheel. There's no little, what do you call them, sand dials? The little thing you go to hell. Like when Evan pulled up that nonsense, I'm like, what are we doing? I go, Ev, I can't follow anything. It's chaos.
And then you just move it around to whatever game you want to hear?
Yes, that's it. Simple. I just want to ask the people this question. On a day of incredible television viewing, look, if you're a Gen Z quad box fan, or are you I guess I'm a single screen boomer. I'm old man. I like one game on my television. Evan I sounded like Amon-Ra. When he went with the quad box thing, I go,
what is this?
I'm like, Evan, what are we doing here? Because I can't even figure out what game the sound is on. There's 3 other things happening. It's just, it's like when you put like a noise and a dog doesn't understand it. I was just like, huh? That was me. I was Paul Woods. I would like to know what side of the debate you're on. And look, I don't think Kenny or Evan or you are bad. But to me, if you're trying to watch 4 games, you're really not watching any. I like to watch and focus on what I'm watching. I don't know how you boys do it.
Well, I know, Mike, no. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you. I like to watch one game, dial in on that one game, and if it's bad, then you're right. I flip to the channels and I watch the other games that are good, but yeah, I'm not one I can sit there and watch 4 games all at once. Maybe if I'm just not really caring about anything, but like for this tournament, when you see the score at the top, and it's like, okay, this game's a blowout now. Like if you're watching this this Louisville Cardinal and Creighton game, okay, you know what? Let me switch over and see what's happening with Purdue. That's what I'd rather do.
Gator, please. Okay, so I want to hear from the people on this. 248-539-9797. We've got you covered start to finish. We've got 4 games going now. We'll have a Blitz 245, be able to wrap a couple of them at least. And then certainly start previewing some of the ones later. Michigan is the late night tonight. We're going to get to that a little later in the show. But I really would love to know how pervasive this quad box or, Evan's using a streaming service. I don't want to give free plugs. But he's like, oh, yeah, watch this. We can go 1 game, 2 games, 3 games.
There are people who swear by it. Like, I'm more of a, I just want to watch my game. Even like in the Red Zone channel when they do the quad box. It's like, or you could just show me the game.
Yeah, or there's me. Just put 1 game on. That's it. It's all I want. David, what was your review of the quad box going on out there?
Absolutely love it.
Oh,
I love it.
All right,
multiple games at the same time.
I'm going to take the brunt of the punishment on this, aren't I?
Not punishment, just different.
This is where people are going to call me old and like somehow bad.
No. Well, I guess we'll just take it together because I prefer, like, if it's games I don't care about, you can have it up. But here's what ends up happening. I'm watching 1 game.
Yeah.
You guys are watching the other 3. I'm just focused on that 1 game. So whether I get the sound up or not. So yeah, I just like the single game up on the screen.
All right, Kenny, go ahead. You are a multi-screener. You are Gen Z.
Love the multi-screen.
Do you watch it on your tablet or do you actually put it on the TV?
No, I'll put it on the TV. I'll have my laptop going. I have different screens going. But yeah, usually I'll do that. The service Evan uses, I also use at home. Works great for college football and college basketball. Obviously, it's working great here. And I'm with you, Rico. I was just as surprised as you that Mike wasn't a multi-screener. I felt like he could do that because he's a super sports computer sometimes, and he takes in all the information at once.
But it's
and actually has the retinal capacity to watch 4 games at once.
No, because I feel like when you're watching it, it's just whiz bang pow. You can't actually like process any of it. I can't do it.
See, I just figured he just hit a step back jumper. That was an alley-oop. Great defensive play.
No. After 5 minutes, I feel like I'm ready to have a seizure. It's not for me.
Don't have a seizure.
No, but like you're just like too much.
It's overwhelming.
But on a day like today, look, and what I beg of you to do, don't call me and say, well, sports bars show multiple. No. Not on the same television. They don't. You are making an active choice what screen to watch, and it's screen singular. There is no scenario. I don't care if it's the NFL or today with March Madness. The quad box thing, even Evan had 2 games on at one point. I'm going, why are we doing this? I'm only watching 1 screen. This isn't benefiting anyone. So I just would love to know. And again, here's the other thing. I think people lie to themselves. On a day like today, do you really need to see Montana and Wisconsin? Really? Or the opening couple minutes? Because here's the dirty trick. You watch Creighton Louisville to kick off the tournament at 12:15. Purdue is staggered to 12:40. So as Creighton goes to half, you lock in on High Point. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. I don't get the actual value.
Oh,
maybe I'm not smart enough to focus. But I'd love to know what people are doing. Is there any boomer out there that would stand with me on this? Can I get any of my people who just call up and go, Michael, thank you. We don't need to be pressured into 7 games at once. We just like 1 game. That's all. I know there's multiple games. That's why I can flip channels. So I never have to look at Charles Barkley flying a blimp. That's all. Is that too much?
No, it's not. I'm with you. I'm there.
Thank you.
But you can get to people.
No, we will.
248-539-9797.
David, ticket text before we get to the phone lines and get our tournament day of coverage started.
I'm a single screen guy. I have a big screen and 3 small ones, but I like to focus on that big screen. I don't focus too much on what else is around me.
See, I think the multi-screen thing, it looks cool. I don't think it has any function. I don't think anyone can actually pay attention to a game. Plural.
See, I think the only way I would like the multi-screen is like last year when the Wings and the Capitals were playing at the same time. And you know what? The winner got to go to the playoffs and the loser, but you were trying to see, instead of flipping back and forth, you could just see right there the results in real time.
Just stresses you out.
Yeah, right, but that's really the only.
Oh, they
time.
scored. Oh no, we haven't scored.
Right, so that's because you don't want to flip because it's like, oh, okay, that's the only time. Yeah, other than that, I even if a quad box is up, I'll focus on one game.
David, what do you got for me, brother?
30-year-old can't stand to watch more than one game at a time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Standard American football fan here can't handle too much action at once. Stick to one screen. That is from Ron. Quad box all day, especially college football season. It's such a great invention, Mike. You're missing out.
I'm not when you think about it. If I have all the games programmed and I can never watch a commercial all day, I'm getting enough focused time on each game that I can really enjoy the game. And then you backfill what you missed with highlights. It's the perfect blend, I would argue, versus the quad box. What? I don't know how. If you can process it, you need to be working at the Pentagon or something. You're better than me. But we're going to hear from the people because today, I think this is a choice people are making. If you're at work right now like us, I totally get it. But tonight, you have a choice. Are you going multi-screen or are you going single screen? I'm old. I may as well have a tube TV.
No, you're just focused.
I'm going to put on my slippers and my robe and watch my tube TV.
After supper?
Yeah. Hey, Rico, adjust the bunny ears for Pop Pop. 248-539-9797 supper. I'm going to put a pot of coffee on at 5. All right, spring into savings. Unbeatable deals. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, they have got the deals for you. 25 Silverado, 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab. You can lease it. $299 a month, $19.99 down. Built tough and priced right. Or go green with the all-electric 25 Blazer EV. $199 a month, $14.95 down. Both are 24 months. And the best part, everybody gets employee pricing on both. No gimmicks, just the deals. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, if you want to lay Yale on the money line against Texas A&M, you can get Yale at plus 270. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, let's get to the people. We're just starting with the viewing portion of March Madness. Are you a boomer like me? Single screen. Or are you Evan and Kenny where it's quad box? They're switching the feed of what audio, and it's nonsense to me. But it's March Madness. Choose your destiny. Eric will bat lead off today, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Besides 71 and sunny to 30 degrees today, nothing much. How are you guys?
Okay, pal. Outside of that wild weather swing, yes.
30 years old, hate the Octobox. YouTube TV asked me if I want to do it all the time. I always say no. But, Mike, do I contradict myself by hanging two 60-inch televisions right on top of each other in my front room and have two games on those? Does that contradict what I'm saying? Because I'll do that because I can hit mute on one and go to the other, but something about the Octobox I'm not on board with.
No, listen.
Eric, it sounds like you created your own Octobox. Well,
I kind of did.
You kind of did. I mean, it's your TVs and it's your life, and there's no judgment, but you kind of did it the hard way.
No, I'm judging because he did the same thing, except he did it exactly. He did it the hard way. He could have done that on one screen.
60 inches. Kenny. You're just jealous, Kenny.
Jealous of what? Your way too hard setup? Your way too complicated setup? I mean, enjoy your two screens, man. Do you?
120 inches of beautiful TV, baby.
Yeah, but hold on. How much can you actually focus on multiple games at the same time? That's the whole question, Eric.
No, that's the point, Mike. My ADD, it's too much for me, and I don't want to do it. It's too much.
Here's what you got to do.
So you're right.
We're going to remedy this. You're going to take one of the TVs down. You got to put it in another room. I need you to come back to the light. I need you to be an old guy like me. You have the one TV, you relax, you watch the game. Plus, you say you got ADHD. What the hell you doing feeding into that? That's putting gasoline on a fire, Eric. What are we doing?
Sometimes it's video games on the bottom TV, Pistons on top, though.
Oh,
sometimes,
Jesus.
You know?
All right. Eric, you sound like your worst enemy. I got to tell you, you are your own worst enemy.
Yeah,
He's putting nitroglycerin right into it.
He basically created 60 inches of Octobox or whatever. So, yeah.
Let's go to Jake.
If it works for him.
97.1. Jake, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Mikey and Rico?
Hey. Happy March Madness to you. What's up?
Same to you, fellas. You know what? I'm 32. I believe I'm close to the same age as Kenny. And Kenny, you're out of your mind, dude. I have to agree with Mike 100%. How can you watch 4 games at once? Like, if you're going to – right now I'm sitting in my work truck watching the High Point Purdue game, trying to see if they could upset Purdue. I have my laptop here. I got I got my work phone, got my personal phone. I can watch 3 different games if I want to. Absolutely not. Now, let me ask you something, Mike. Are you opposed to, during intermission, switching over to a game real quick?
No, I think that's smart viewing, Jake. Because unless you want to see Spike Lee and Samuel L. Jackson 148 times tonight, yes,
Jake. Let me let you people in on a little secret. Mike is the king of flipping channels in a commercial.
Only during commercials, though.
At Casa de Valente, you are not allowed to watch commercials.
No,
ever.
You will be treated to nonstop sports. I mean, Jake, I'm with you. I think you're doing it right.
Go to the Super Bowl at Mike's house, then, eh?
That's right. And again, the best part is not all athletes have 2 legs. Some have 4. If we get into a spot where it's a commercial and there's 7 football games, no, we'll check in on Gulfstream Park or Aqueduct or Saratoga or whatever it may be. You will not be punished into watching Charles Barkley commercials. Or a giant buffalo screaming, "Let's go sports bar." No, we're going to watch sports. I've got you covered.
You don't like Chuck GPT? Come on, man.
I do not. Kenny, those commercials, Rico said it yesterday, I think they make them worse every year on purpose.
That one got a giggle out of me, the Chuck GPT one.
Are you serious? Yeah. Well, low-hanging fruit, as they say. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, pal?
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey guys, thanks for making my day even better, even though it's raining. But I got to say, I couldn't call fast enough when I heard Gator say what he said today, and I am so impressed, hands down to whoever caught it and put it on the show today. That's the great. I'm like, oh my god, I got to let him know. So.
That was David and Kenny, and I walked into the office, and Kenny's like, Mike, I need you to listen to this. I dutifully walked over to Kenny's workstation. He played it. I looked at him. He looked at me, and I just went, nice work. And that's it, and that's on the show. You got it.
Give him a raise.
I'm glad we could help.
I am Gen X here, so definitely a screen guy, but I will tell you, there is a place where the quad and the 8s come in handy is when I first go on. I'll go to the quad, look at the games, find the one I want, then I can just click on that game. But like people like Kenny, they got the 4 screens going. They got their laptop open, their tablet, they got their phone running. They can't stand 1 second of something not stimulating their brains. And so they're bouncing around everywhere, watching everything.
So with March Madness, hold on. Matt, I think you're bringing up something really interesting. Maybe it is generational. Like, I'm 44, I'm not dead. But clearly, if you're 30 and under, it does skew like you were raised on a tablet. You were raised on a cell phone. I can watch a game.
Oh, like I said, Matt, it amazes me where it's like, we could put this on the big TV. No, I'm good with the tablet. Got this big TV. Nah, I'm good.
Got it on their phones. It's just
like March Madness tonight. I'll settle in. And certainly, look, the odds of 2 games, forget about 4 games or 3. Matt, the odds of 2 games being so good simultaneously that I have to watch. Like, I'll watch Arkansas, Kansas tonight. And obviously, the Michigan game, I'm going to lock in on regardless. This is what we do. But there's really I don't get the value other than, whiz, bang, pow, bright lights. I don't get it.
And you got the ticker at the bottom, so you can tell,
Correct.
Something's going on over there. I better go catch that now. I mean, if something's getting boring and goes to commercial, you have the ticker to see what other games are interesting.
I'm with you completely. No, Matt,
I'm right there.
Thank you. Thank you. I just, look, I'm not judging. I just didn't want to be alone in this and just be a big Italian piñata for everybody. I just wanted to know people watch March Madness like I do. 1 screen. We don't need a quad.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I can see everything right there I need to. If I want to focus on one because that's better, I'll get to that, and then I'll go back to the other 4.
But if I ask you, while you have a quad box up today, if I ask you, hey, David, who's really playing the best for Creighton the last 7 minutes? You can't tell me.
The white player, the point guard.
That doesn't narrow it down on Creighton, and you know it.
I'm messing with you, Mike. I'm messing with you.
All I know is David really hates number 32 on Montana.
Sure do.
I'll tell you.
Get him off the court.
No, that's not all you said. All right, let's go over to Spencer, 97.1. Spencer, what's going on, bud?
Oh, not too much. Enjoying this weather.
Yes,
so
beautiful.
Here's the deal. With the quad box, I can watch golf quad box all day. Football, okay, depends on how interested I am. Basketball, it's just too high paced. So I use it as a launching pad.
Okay.
If one game goes to commercial, I'll back out, see who's live on the other game, and switch over to that one.
See, it's interesting, Spencer, because the golf I actually could understand. Because there's so many breaks in the action, that I actually could understand that. But here's the thing, and Spencer, admittedly, I'm not sitting here watching the PGA qualifying tour. But if I'm watching a major, I do think they do a hell of a job with the coverage of showing you, so many guys. And then even the players that aren't relevant, they'll show you a great shot. I don't know. Again,
but you know what? No, you guys may have stumbled upon something because where the quad box would work is watching 4 baseball games because there's not nonstop action going on. Like basketball is up and down the court. It is a blur. Baseball, it's a slow-paced game. So you may see 4 different pitches at 4 different times because you got 4 screens up. So I can see it for certain sports like golf and baseball.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spencer, appreciate it, brother. Enjoy your games today. Oh. David, a few ticket texts. What's up, pal?
High Point's making a run.
I don't have that. You know what I have? Matt Painter's forehead over there because that TV's on jumbo zoom mode.
5956.
Thanks.
I don't know what's wrong with that TV.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I love
trying.
a zoom in of Matt Painter's forehead. Great. All bloat. No frame.
You'll never see a three. You'll never see a bucket. Never see anything.
Just Matt Painter's sweaty forehead. That's what I get because they put in a TV and it's on ultra zoom. I'm currently up the nostrils of a High Point player at the free throw line. That's what I get. Hope you're having fun over there. Hey, David, how about the ticket text?
I'm 25 years old, and I agree with you, Mike. Streaming games makes things a whole lot more complicated than it needs to be. That is Trevor from South Lyon. Another person says they need to bring back the picture with the little small screen in the bottom corner. That will work better than the quad box.
Again, that had even less function.
Because you were like, okay, what am I watching?
You're watching an ant farm.
The most I can do is a split screen. I will draw the line there, but the quad box, especially for something fast-paced as basketball, I'd rather just watch one game, focus on that game, or the game, if you got money on it, or the school that you actually are rooting for.
David, ticket text. Go ahead, bud.
All quad box does is make me squint at the score. Last button rules. That is Nate in Burton. Screw the quad box. One game at a time. I'm with you, Mike and Rico. That is Neil from a car. Someone else says, I am 38, and I agree with you guys. I'm watching just one game at a time. That's all I can do. That is from Ryan. I'm with you, Mike. I'm 27, and I do one game at a time, but if it goes to halftime or commercial, I am switching to another game.
Thank you. Everyone, I'm pleased. I got some level of support with this because Evan made fun of me.
People that are wrong here.
Kenny made fun of me. Well, I don't know that they're wrong. It's just, you're not wrong. I'm just telling you I can't enjoy March Madness that way. It even bothers me like when we were in Vegas all these years. There's 800 monitors. All I want is just the one.
You don't even know where to find your game. It's just all over the place.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh, no, once I found my game, that was it. Unless they moved it, and I'm like, why'd you move it? It was in the perfect spot. I could actually see it past these drunks.
Oh, boy.
That's not nice to talk about Kenny that way.
No.
That was a whole nother. You experienced it, David.
Oh, yeah.
A whole nother level. Hey.
Okay. All right, calm down.
Sorry.
We'll get to the people. We've got a lot to talk about, including zero quotient productivity today at offices around Metro Detroit. We'll talk about the Michigan game. Blitzes galore. We'll get you updates from what's going on now and what is going to happen in the 4 o'clock pod. And if there's anything super close, we'll go live to it. So hopefully we can provide you with a one-stop shop for day one of March Madness. Rico, curiosity, please.
Hey, March is here, and baseball and basketball are back, and I need the high-speed internet to watch all the games on the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, we'll get you a tournament update in about, 8 or 9 minutes. Creighton did beat Louisville. You got Wisconsin in action, Purdue in action, Houston in action. So we'll get some of that. And then kind of look towards the 4 o'clock pod is really, really good. VCU, BYU, if you just like basketball and fast pace, that'll be your choice there. David, a few ticket texts. I'll get to the calls as well. Today will be a lot of Michigan because tomorrow will be a lot of Michigan State. And I do have a question for Michigan, all 7 Michigan fans, and we'll see if they can participate.
I'm with Mike 100%. You can't really know what's going on in any of the games with multi-games. That is Jim in Trenton.
And look, if you're just hanging out and it is background noise, let's say you have a party, none of it is serious, I actually could understand it. But if you actually want to watch a game and know what the hell's going on, I don't know that any human's capable of watching 2 games, much less 4, to truly know what's going on.
To be dialed in, yeah.
To me, but I'm Boomer McGee.
Basement is set up with 3 individual televisions, 60-inch and 24-inch, with all separate cable boxes for days like today. No quad box, but just different TVs with each game on it. That is Troy from Ferndale.
My God.
Wow.
My God, Troy. Wow. 3 cable boxes?
No, I mean, I guess if this is one of those where you're just, like you say, it's background noise, you got a bunch of people over, so I don't know which game you want to watch, but I want to watch this game, the quad box works. But, yeah, if it's a game, like, when it comes to the Michigan or the Michigan State game,
you're watching the game. Yeah, like tonight, it would take an act of God for me to turn the Michigan game off.
Unless it's a blowout and then there's another game that's good, yeah, I'm dialed in here.
You're locked in. That's it. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Great day for basketball, great day for sports, but quad box is just a waste. You're being too kind to your fellow coworkers, anyone who says that they're really watching basketball on the quad box. You're pretty much just putting noise on a screen. I feel like you might as well just go onto ESPN's website and pull up the box score and just watch it change for as much as you're really watching basketball with the quad box.
That's where Mike, that's where I'm at. But boy, I took a beating here earlier. Evan and Kenny were ruthless.
And I would say that March Madness and the way that CBS, now all the other channels that do it, it's one of the few sports that's actually gotten better at how they cover things. The score's up there the whole time. You can see every score of every active game, even while you're watching your own game that you want to focus it on. So you don't need the quad box. I can keep up with what's happening score-wise in those other games, and then if I want to switch, I'll switch.
That's it.
Grab the remote and do what I need to do.
I'm with you totally. Mike, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support from all the public. This was a
I'm
win.
with you.
This was a win for me. Because I tell you what they do. They make us older people, they make us feel terrible. Mm-hmm. They did. Evan was like, oh, come on. What do you mean? And even earlier, here's the other part that kills me. He wouldn't even leave the sound on one of the games. He kept switching it, and then you're watching one screen, but the sound switched to the other.
Yeah. Well, if it goes to commercial, why do you want to listen to the commercial? Go over to the one that's actually playing a real game.
But the point is, if I got one screen and I'm watching hoops today, my audio goes with me. It's a briefcase. I pick up my briefcase, and now I'm over here. And now we're going back to Lexington. Let me grab my briefcase.
Or you could just go, boop, and then you're at
Mike, trust me, it's a hill. Or the same, like when streaming shows, it's like, well, I need to just binge the whole thing. I'm like, or you could just wait and watch one episode. No, I got to binge the whole thing. I'm like, yeah, I grew up at a time where you just waited each week for the next episode to happen.
My goodness.
I know.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we will get our first tournament update blitz of the day. And, yes, we'll get into Michigan basketball a little bit later on.
So before I read this, I'm going to say, please be careful. You'll know why. One screen, man, driving to Florida with the iPad on my windshield, watching High Point and Purdue. Go High Point, Harvey in a pickup.
Harvey.
Okay, so many things are wrong
Mike,
with that.
these are your people. This is what you want. This is what you've asked for.
Let me tell you something. I'll never forget this. I was driving back, and I'll land the plane. You'll understand why I'm saying this. So I was driving back from Saratoga. This has to be at least 15 years ago. And the route you take when you're going through the United States, right, if you're not going to do the 401 through Southern Ontario, it takes you right through Cleveland. I mean, you drive right by Progressive, the whole bit. So I'm driving, and I got a couple people in the car with me. And I'm in the left lane. No jokes. Yes, I drive fast. But my point is, car pulls up, next to me and slowly starts to pass. Now they're going pretty fast, okay? Now this is like an old school car, old school Cadillac. I couldn't tell you the specific model. Had tires that made it look like a clown car. Had the spinners, but that's not where we're landing the plane. I promise you, my right hand to God, this is not a lie. This man had a television engulfed in duct tape, taped to the console of his car, and had a TV on in his car. Not an iPad. Not our man, Harvey, in a pickup. Rico. The TV was swaying back because he's going 85 miles an hour. Now, I don't know what kind of Pimp My Rides deal he had going on there with West Coast Customs.
That ain't really Pimp My Ride. That's
Rico,
DIY.
the silver duct tape everywhere, and the TV is swaying.
He
Never
saved
seen
money.
anything like it before or since.
Oh, yeah. That's the only thing worse.
Shout out the 216.
Only thing worse if he put it over the rearview mirror.
So I'm just trying to make our guy over there with the iPad feel a little bit better. You want to talk danger? Stu had a full-blown TV.
That's amazing.
David, at that point, you just got to say, why don't you just pull over and go to a restaurant?
Thank you.
Look.
Just watch what you want to watch on the side of
I
the
wish
road.
we could
Or
do
get
a
satellite radio and listen to the game.
I wish we could do a VH1. Where are they now? I'd love to know where that guy is.
We may not want to know.
How did it end up for him?
Yeah, we probably, yeah.
May not want to know. Teacher here. Kids just left school. We had 3 games going on the TV in class. Best way to do it.
Now, in a group of people, because you don't know who's watching what game, I understand. Because, you guys are watching High Point, I'm watching the Louisville Creighton game.
So you're proving my point then. Are we not a group of people? There was 5 of us out there at one point.
Yeah, Kenny,
Boom.
But the tournament dictates what we watch. The people don't. The action.
I thought it was like if I'm watching the game myself. I'm not doing that.
Oh, how about that?
Well, we're in a group of 5 right now.
All right. Listen.
Technically 4.
I appreciate the sport. You watch March Madness however you guys want to watch it. I just needed to make sure I wasn't alone. I got a little bit of support. There are plenty of people who enjoy just watching one game at a time. We'll give you a tournament update blitz next. A little bit of what's going on, a little bit of what's going to happen. You don't need to make a move. 97-1. All right. Yes, you used to be able to get eggs for a couple of bucks. Now that's clearly over. Well, nothing costs what it used to, including the cost of keeping your home comfortable. So if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. They have Generac and Honeywell generators in stock, ready to go. And this month, buy a generator. You get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. You know where to do it. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's check in. We got one game completed, another one winding it down, so we will do a little tournament blitz. David, go ahead, buddy.
So there is one game that has gone final so far, so we'll start with that one, and then I want to get to that Montana-Wisconsin game.
Yeah.
It started interesting. I'll get to it in a second, but Creighton wins 89-75. The 9 seed beats the 8 seed. I think it was expected. I know 9 and 8 is not really much of a difference there.
Well, Creighton was the underdog by a couple. I guess my problem was, and we talked about this heading into it, I liked Creighton just based on Ashworth and Kalkbrenner. And, I mean, you get a true 7-footer, rim protector, all-America defensive player. Louisville is small, and they're going to shoot a ton of threes. The problem is not many of them go in. And from Jump Street, Creighton out-executed them. Got up early, kind of pressed the pedal down, and then Louisville started taking worse shots. So I had Creighton, so don't look to me to be – look, I view Louisville a lot like I view Michigan. Hell of a year. Kelsey there, Dusty May here. You took a team that basically won 8 games last year. You made the tournament. You did it in a respectable manner. I can't say anything negative about Louisville. That's a hell of a job in year one.
Yeah, David. And for some reason, a 9 seed, I think, wins lately like 63% of the time. So, yeah, if you got to choose between 8 and 9, always go for the 9.
So let's get to this Montana, the 14 seed versus the 3 seed Wisconsin. Because, yes, Montana is down 7 points, currently 54-47 right now. But what I find interesting is Montana started the game 2 for 10 from the field. Didn't hit their third shot of the game until 7 minutes into the game. So the fact that they're just down 7 right now in the second half, that's a good sign for them.
I want Rico to take the lead. He is the official spokesperson of Badger Ball and Pete Tanji. Go ahead. What's the story with your boys today?
They're dead to me right now. Honestly, I don't know. It's like, Mike, they used all of their energy in the semifinals of the Big Ten because they haven't played the same since. I mean, it's not as bad as it was against Michigan, but yeah, this game should be like a blowout, 30-point. I think that they started taking the team Montana for granted, and
they did.
They just didn't have that killer instinct to put them away, and now you're in a ball game.
Well, Montana was losing so bad because number 32 on their team.
Oh, God, you hate this kid. I don't even know his name.
His name is Tejan Sawyer. Yeah, he was bad.
I'm going to tell you, people, if you ever want to hear a pastor say some potty words, just have him watch Montana Hoops with number 32, and I'll leave it alone. But my God.
It was something to watch at the beginning of that game. High Point is done. Purdue is winning 73-60 right now. They tried. They really tried, had an attempt to come back in that game. They just could not hit shots early in that game as well.
Half-court offense was awful in the first half, and Purdue, after about 10, 11 minutes of screwing around, decided to get the ball into the paint. And whether it was little pocket passes, whether it was a dribble drive, they were able to start scoring more easily. High Point, again, you're one of these teams that's offensively efficient. You can't go through these dry spells. Right. The key to the upset is your strength of efficiently scoring the basketball. And look, they're a team, shoots damn near 40% from 3. They didn't do it for most of this game. Now, I can't comment about the last 10 minutes. I don't have it in front of me.
I think, Mike, when you're shooting a 3, and you've seen it before, when you just step into that shot and it's natural, you hit it. But High Point started chasing points, and the threes just didn't look fluid, and that's how they ended up losing this game.
Yeah, High Point, 10 of 28 from 3 in this game. So, not horrible, but
they just started jacking them up out of desperation.
Correct. So, let's get to some of the games that come up in the 3 o'clock and the 4 o'clock window, because those are the games can't wait to see. You got McNeese and Clemson at 3:15, and VCU and BYU at 4:05.
That's the one for me.
Woo!
VCU BYU is one of my favorite games of the first round. It's just, I can't wait. Elite guard play from VCU and elite offense from BYU. They're going to get up and down. BYU turns it over almost 18% of their possessions. VCU forces turnovers. That's to me the game of the day from a stylistic standpoint.
Yeah, Clemson, McNeese State, to see how they're going to be without a coach. I don't know if he's going to be there or not.
He'll be there. What's the matter with you?
But I think Clemson is probably one of the best teams that nobody's watched this year because the ACC is down. They're not a blue blood team, but they'll handle McNeese State. But McNeese State, I think, will make it an interesting game. They're a fun team to watch. But, yeah, Clemson, if you've never seen them before, dial in, watch them tonight.
Yeah, if you've never seen McNeese, I do want you to pay attention because they'll probably show it on the TV screen.
Student manager.
When they get introduced and the guy student manager brings them out with the boombox.
Yeah.
That's neat.
David, they have videos that if you like Instagram, like if you really want to watch it after they win a game and the team is dancing with him, and it's fun. It's fun to watch. It brings back the innocence of hoops.
We've now reached halftime for the Houston game. Houston is up 52-24, just as expected. SIUE they're 16th seed.
But you know what? This is what the other teams didn't do. When you have a chance to put a team away, you put a team away. There will be no Cinderella. Just go ahead and get your swag bag and go home.
Any thoughts on the Georgia-Gonzaga game? Comes up at 4:30. I really don't have a take on that game. I mean, Gonzaga's a 7.5-point favorite, but I just don't feel good about Gonzaga.
Really?
I don't.
Georgia hasn't. When Mike hit me with
Georgia
the stat, Georgia hasn't won since Herschel Walker and Vince Dooley were on campus.
Look, Georgia, again, we have to start weighing out, all right, how much does the SEC matter, right? I mean, last night, you had to listen to Spiro Ditas and Jim Spanarkel say with a straight face, the greatest basketball conference ever assembled. Well, Texas was out here playing AAU ball. It was like the Moneyball tournament. You know, Georgia's another one of these teams. The record isn't good, so it's okay. You play in a quality league, but you don't beat anybody.
Right.
All right, then you take Gonzaga. You don't play anyone, but you dump truck everyone. I lean Gonzaga based on the tournament pedigree, based on some senior leadership. They still have Graham Ike, my guy from Wyoming. They still got Nemhard. I would go Gonzaga. But basically, Gonzaga's a team. They're like the old Detroit Lions. You bet on them, they screw you. You bet against them, they also screw you. In short, they screw you. But I'd say Gonzaga tonight.
Yeah, I would still go Gonzaga because Dominique Wilkins ain't walking through that door.
Mike, take a quick second and touch on this. I know it was yesterday, but the Xavier-Texas game in the first four yesterday, Texas seemed to be in control. Xavier was struggling a little bit, and Xavier pulls it off.
Well, a couple things happened. So early on, the referees decided to be the star of the show. So Fremantle, who's Xavier's leading scorer, 2 quick fouls, ended up with 3 fouls at halftime. And then Cromwell, their all Big East guard, he had 2 fouls, and he had to play with the 2 fouls. Texas was taking and making some extremely difficult shots. They play a lot of one-on-one basketball, and it was working. And when it works, it's beautiful. You're like, wow, this Trey Johnson kid, he's made for the NBA.
Yeah.
He's hoisting one-on-one ISO 28-footers. Well, here's the problem. 8 minutes left, 6 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Defense gets tighter. The rim gets smaller. And no team concept. And what Xavier was able to do was wear them out by executing. Working together, creating open looks. Fremantle was able to get into a rhythm because he wasn't sitting on the bench. I also thought, look, I'm not telling you Sean Miller's some great guy, but he's a damn good coach. There's a clear difference in quality of coaching between those two schools.
Yeah.
So
one played AAU ball. The other said, okay, guys, we're down, but if we just stick to what we do, we'll get back in this game, and that's what you saw.
Yeah, there was resiliency. They stayed with it. I mean, they were down at one point, 14, 15 points.
Yeah, could have panicked. They did not panic and said, okay, let's get it to 5. Let's get it to this. And and the next thing you know, it was Texas who started looking desperate.
Now, again, who's Xavier got in the next round? Illinois?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I could absolutely see Xavier win that game. But, and again, Cromwell and Fremantle are going to be what sets the table. And look, I love Brad Underwood because he has resting bitch face like I do.
Right.
Like just that RBF. Like, Illinois always disappoints me.
Bro, Illinois is my box of chocolate team. You don't know what you're going to get. Illinois can go out there and look the way they did against Duke and get just destroyed by 40 points. And then in the very next game, they come back and they destroy Michigan at Chrysler by 30 points. Same team, same players, same coach. Seriously, they are the box of chocolate team. I would avoid betting anything with Illinois because they love to shoot threes. The problem is they're not good at shooting threes, but they will keep shooting threes.
Well, they're Louisville. They're a better.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
It's the same thing. It's like, it's what we do. Right, but you're not good at it.
So if they hit the threes and it's like, oh, my goodness. But, when they're off, they get just boat raced out the gym.
Who do you like better? And I know we're doing a little tournament preview, and David, bear with me. Who do you like better? North Carolina against Ole Miss or Xavier against Illinois? Because it happens every year. One of these play-in 11s.
North Carolina, Ole Miss. And Mike, the reason being, yes, I do believe that sometimes a team can use the outside things that are going on and galvanize that team. And I do believe that the North Carolina players, I got sick and tired of hearing you're only in there because the AD put you in there. You didn't deserve it.
Even if that's true.
Even if it's true.
Okay. I
thought you were about to follow it up. Like, even if that's true. But yeah, even if it's true. Okay, because you were a foot in the lane from probably beating Duke and going to the ACC championship game, which would have put you in there, but you didn't. They got handed a gift, and I think they're going to try to run away with this gift. And it was a statement game. I mean, they could have called off the Dogs, and they didn't because they knew the world was watching, and they had to prove that. And I think that will keep going because, as they say, a first four team has advanced. I think they're going to be that first four team.
If you want something fun as we approach the second half of Houston and SIU Edwardsville, the Jim Costa No, I'm serious. I'm betting this. If you want to track this, because you people are too smart to do these types of things, James Anthony, the official cash the ticket bottom of the barrel selection. SIU Edwardsville team total under 49.5. What is Edwardsville point total at the half, David?
They have 24 right now.
Under 49.5, or James Anthony Costa's cat does not eat.
See, and what's not going to help them, because I was going to mention this before we end here, is they show the stat. They are 1 from 11 from three-point range in the first half.
Ooh, SIU?
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to playing Houston.
Exactly.
They don't allow it.
And they're 8 for 13. So
Look, the other thing Houston does so well, and look, there are gaps in their production, and it's what bites them in the ass. It's why they haven't won the whole thing yet. But, man, when they are just playing their brand, they wear you down. Like Houston's like a Michigan football team. They just wear you out.
But see, that's why I like Houston. And matter of fact, if they won the whole thing this year, I wouldn't be surprised because their defense,
personal growth,
Mike, their defense will always be there. But if they get a game where all of a sudden the offense is clicking as well because the offense is better this year, then yeah, they can do one of those things that most teams can't. Either you're one or the other. They can do both and do both pretty damn good.
Any correlation between their failures and Kelvin Sampson not rocking the denim button-up like he used to?
Yes.
I still can't believe that was a look.
Yeah.
Kenny, you'll have to Google it. The guy was out there coaching in a denim button-up shirt. That was his look.
The ugliest thing I've ever seen, Kenny.
Yeah.
It's not even breathable.
Right, exactly.
Real quick, so Xavier, you think Xavier can knock off Illinois?
I do. And again, I just think quality big men are so rare in today's college basketball. Fremantle's also like 25 years old. Right. I think it's year 6 or 7.
See, I like Yakachonis for Illinois. If he can, I think he's a lottery pick. If he can get his game going, Illinois can pull this one out.
And that is your March Madness look around.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers are all off today. All the focus on March Madness. There's one final score in the books. Creighton advancing with an 89-75 victory over Louisville. Jemiah Neal had a career-high 29 points. The other final that just came in, Purdue also eliminating High Point with a 75-63 final there. Montana right now battling Wisconsin. The number 3-seeded Badgers have a 68-52 lead. 9:44 left to go in the second. Houston all over SIU Edwardsville as well, 52-24. Auburn and Alabama State have just tipped off. Ex-Michigan football coach Matt Weiss has been charged with 14 counts of unauthorized access to computers and 10 counts of aggravated identity theft. He gained access to over 3,000 college students' information spanning more than 100 schools, which he used to obtain illicit photos and videos not meant to be shared. The Boston Celtics have officially been sold for $6.1 billion. That barely surpasses the North American record for the purchase of a team, when the Commanders sold for $0.5 billion less in 2023. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Happy March Madness to everybody. We'll have another tournament update for you in about 40 minutes. We got a lot to do. We're going to get to the Michigan game in a little bit, but we wanted to change gears. It's 3 o'clock. And if you are working today, there's a bit of an issue. Obviously, if you listen to this show, you have high odds of liking sports and caring about March Madness. Here's my question. First of all, it wouldn't shock me to see people starting to slip out of the office at about 3 o'clock. It's just a nondescript.
Those are the ones that are just late to the party.
Exactly.
Because the veterans have already left.
I know, but I wanted to make sure, look, maybe some people believe, look, I'm going to give the illusion I was productive today, but I will be out for the 4 p.m. games.
Fair.
So here's my question. If we put it on a scale of productivity of 1 to 5, my question to the people is, what is your productivity on March Madness kickoff? And what are some of the duplicitous things you are doing in order to watch basketball? What are the games you're playing? And it goes well beyond having a scoreboard up on your monitor and some AirPods in. I want to know the lengths you've gone to stick it to the man today so you could watch basketball. I mean, I heard some stories. Rieger did something, and people started calling in about the lengths they were going to get the day off. Like, what do you do on a day where you can't get the day off? Now, you're at work, but you want to watch March Madness. It's important work. Now, the productivity goes down. That's why I want people to give me their answer. But also, I'm more intrigued of how are you hiding the fact that you're watching basketball from your boss? How are you pulling it off? Because, again, the technology today, it's a whole different ballgame than the way it used to be. Whether it's your phone, a tablet, the computer, streaming, it could be the audio of it, a click of a button away. You don't even need a radio anymore. I'm always intrigued by it because days like today, I kind of view it like the half day they used to give you in school before Christmas. Like, why bring the kids in for the half day, Christmas break? Everyone's mind is on it. You're not teaching anything.
No.
It's like calling a decision maker in the world of advertising Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. You're not getting that person on the phone.
Yeah.
So today, if I ran an office and it was, I don't know, from a group of people standpoint, I knew my people cared about college basketball or were sports people, I think I would just give up the ship. I would just go, you know what? I'm not even fighting you today.
No, I like the half day right before Christmas vacation because that normally ends up being a movie day anyway. It's like,
right.
I could have watched this movie at home. I didn't need to be here for this. But you had to be there for attendance purposes.
Right.
And that's it. So somebody can justify their salary.
Right. Now, today, look, for us, it's a bit different. We're going to talk about the games. And in the commercial breaks, I'll get to see them. So my productivity doesn't change. But in a standard office setting, I can't imagine a lot's getting done today. Now, no, please don't call in and go, well, I'm the head of cardiology. Well, I'd hope you're not distracted by Montana, Wisconsin. Like, you're not going to be streaming a game while someone's chest cavity is open and you're fixing their heart.
But I bet you they got somebody giving.
No, I don't want to live in that world.
What's the update? Who's winning? All right. Because, I mean, they're in there for hours. You know they're talking about different things. Or maybe they got the game piped in. They probably will never admit it. But, yes, I get what you're saying. But I think most people will find a way to get this thing done. I think probably the easiest thing if you're stuck at work is you have it on your laptop or your computer screen, but you got something over that screen. You got another page that you can just click back and forth when nobody's watching you. You can watch the game. Oh, here comes the boss. Let me hide that page and just listen to it in my ear.
What about the executive lunch break? See, that to me would be your best move.
Yeah.
Because no one really pays attention. I mean, like, we don't have a job that has a standard lunch break, but I mean, the lunch break gives you an hour. So you push it to an hour 15. Now, you're not going to get away with that on a job site. That's not going to work. It's 30 degrees. Guys are busting their ass. You can't go gallivanting around town for an hour and 45 minutes if it's an hour break. Because then when you come back, somebody's going to hit you with a nail gun. That's not going to work. But I just, in a standardized form, look, if you're on the job site, maybe somebody's nice enough to have some audio rolling while you guys are doing your thing.
He's supposed to be digging his hole. Where is he?
No, David, you know how you get around that? You take your lunch break and you bite the bullet and say, hey, guys, I'm going to buy lunch for everybody, but it's going to take a while for that order to get done. And you just extended yourself another 30 to 45 minutes. But you got to come back with the food. So it's going to cost you. But nobody ever gets angry if you bring donuts back.
Yeah, I would negotiate with that. I'd be happy to provide services, food, whatever it takes if it means I got to watch more basketball.
Oh, you had a lovely spread here.
Well, I want to do something nice for you. Look, we're not in Vegas. This is like heaven where I'm just chilling out with you guys doing the show versus
I walk in, there's a concierge. Hey, you try this.
No, listen, I wanted to cater a nice spread for you guys. Kenny and Evan made a executive request, and I said, okay, we can do that. Now, here's the problem. See, you start talking menus for tonight and all that stuff. I would love to know what people got going on. The problem is, I got the spot that I got. I don't want to tell nobody what it is. And it's not a conflict with sponsors.
You just don't want people there.
No, because if I say where I got everything, I'll never be able to order from this place again.
Yeah, please don't. Every so often, I'll stop by there after work on my way home, and it's boom,
a secret.
In and out, no problem.
It's a secret.
It is.
But the minute I do that, I make no mistake. We made that mistake a couple of times in the history of this show. You'll never be able to order from the place again. So, no, that's not a flex. It's just we have a very loyal audience, and people trust the recos that come out of this show, and I do not want to be shut out from this very secret honey hole delivery place.
That's good.
Hey, let me tell you, do you know the guy who was most excited? Right over there. We have audio of David's first bite. You're taking the family this weekend. You've made that,
this weekend.
Huh? That's right.
Really?
So I'm just telling you, I would love to share it with the listener, but I fear that if I do, I'll be shut out.
No, David, I understand, because after the first bite, I got an eyebrow raise like, whoa, hey. No, that was not me. Hey, okay.
Well, Scott, please. 248-539-9797. So take us inside your office right now. Use a fake name if you have to. I don't care. Is your productivity at 0? It's 312. Maybe your boss is a stickler. They're not letting you out early today. How are you getting by? I mean, listening to us in your earbuds is one thing, but when we're talking about a visual medium like you want to have a game on, how are you getting away with it? See, for me, I'm easy. As long as people get their stuff done, I don't care what you do. I don't. It wouldn't bother me in the least. As long as you're getting your tasks. But see, I would also take it a step further. If I ran an office today, I would probably just say, all right, guys, listen, the expectations are very low, okay? Just don't pick your nose or bleep yourself at your desk. Can you get half the stuff you normally get done, and I'll have basketball on all day? Can we call it even? All right?
Yeah, I would incentivize it and say, okay, what can we get done Monday through Wednesday? So that when Thursday comes around, all the way up to noon on Thursday, let's get it. Talk to your clients. Right. Let's get everything done. Because then after that, yeah.
Nothing's happening. Like, listen, This is why I love my wife. This is why she is my perfect person. She planned a girls' night. She knows what's up. I ain't talking to you. I may not talk to the dogs. I don't know yet. We'll see. The point is,
You'll talk to the dogs.
I will. Those are my guys. We're going to watch the Michigan game together. But no, I'm being serious.
No respect of personal space, but yes.
Rico, they're dogs. And when you invite them to take more, they're going to take more. I can't help you with that. They don't violate my personal space. I don't put up with that. Forget it.
It's like being an uncle. Come on.
Okay, well,
you know how it is. You're the uncle,
I don't, because I've watched. Look, Otis may be diagnosed with cancer. I've still watched him mount you and try to make a baby with your thyroid. I'm like, dude, you got to take that dog away. What are you doing? He's climbing up Mount Rico, and I'm like, Reek, you got to put a stop to it, or he's just going to keep taking.
He's trying to leave a legacy.
David, please.
I'm just glad to see little fella's got energy.
He does. He's still
that actually is good.
I don't
Yes.
still partying, man.
I don't care.
And again, I know that we never intended on being a 3-dog household. It just, we wanted to have a dog kind of integrated if Otis was moving across the Rainbow Bridge. He said, F that. Right. You ain't replacing me. He's turned into training day. He's Lorenzo.
Right. He really is like, I see what you're doing.
Oh, all you bitches.
Okay, you know what? Y'all going to be playing basketball in Pelican Bay.
You're going to do this to me. I didn't do anything, man. I thought you weren't going to be here.
I'm putting cases on all of y'all. I ain't going nowhere.
Right. It's quite a scene.
Need some help?
No. Dr. X, what can I do for the cause? Nothing. 248-539-9797.
You put up with this, too. You were in on this, Rock.
Mm-hmm. Personal injury of any sort is personal. David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. David's also dedicated. He's going to ensure you get the care you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal? David Femininio is your guy. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to the website, getpaid.com. All right, we'll get some of the ticket texts. We'll get to a tournament update as well. And then, yes, we will turn our attention to Michigan. They play the late game tonight. That's inconvenient. I know that. It's not on a Friday. A lot of people got to get up early for work. And no, it's not, tough it out. Yeah, it's easy for you to say. If you're a father of 3 and you got to be up at 5:30 in the morning, don't tell that guy to tough it out and be up till 12:30. Now, come on.
I don't even know if you got a gigantic menu going on for that game at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's called a weed gummy and a pillow. There's your menu. I don't know.
That's just popcorn or a bag of chips at that point.
Exactly. Let's get to the people, though. We'll go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on?
Hey, man. Great show. Love you guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
Man, for us, we've kind of been on loan for the last month for another division of where I work at.
Okay.
And today is our final day.
Oh,
we wrapped up shop. I'm out of a job. I have another one lined up, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, okay.
I have the whole next week off.
Then can I ask you a question? And Aaron, if I'm out of line, you can tell me to bleep myself. So am I allowed?
Never.
No, but am I allowed to be excited for you then? You're right. You got rid of the
I'm
one.
excited for me.
Okay, you got rid of the one. You got a gig lined up, and as fate would have it, Aaron gets a week off during the first week of March Madness.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about it. My kids are also on spring break, so I have this week off. I get to spend time with my kids. I get to watch some college basketball.
This is beautiful.
And then I start my next gig next week. So it's
perfect timing.
It's a good deal all around.
This is perfect. Well, how are you celebrating tonight then?
Well, I'm going to drink a tremendous amount of celebratory juices.
Kenny is fist pumping like Tiger Woods at the Masters. Excellent. Listen, I'm glad you put a bow on the story because when the words "you lost your job" left your mouth, I go, "Oh dear God!" Don't tell me that's why you're excited to watch hoops.
I've known for the last month. It was
okay.
So
right, see,
we have plenty of time.
Aaron, we saw it on the screen. I'm like, man, I hope he just didn't walk in and say, "I'm watching the game tonight. I'm done. Either you can give me the day off or I'm out of here."
Excellent.
It's go blue all the way, but
all right. Listen,
so you're up late tonight.
Aaron, that's the other one. I mean, the fact it's the 10 p.m. game tonight, if you had to work tomorrow, that's a challenge.
I'd still do it.
You would? Okay. Listen.
I would.
You're
for
true
sure.
blue. You're true blue. I respect it. Look, I got to watch regardless. But a 10 p.m. on a Friday night, that's a different deal if you got on a Thursday. You know, I admit it. I mean, it would have been nice if Michigan was a 7 o'clock game, just so everybody. I mean,
Perfect.
Kids are not watching at 10 p.m. Right. They're not. But whatever. I don't like kids, so it's not my problem. Hey, David, how about some actually, let me get to JP, then we'll go ticket text. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. JP, what's going on?
What's going on, boys?
How are you, sir?
Oh, living the dream. It's March Madness. How can you not?
It's look, for us too, this is a new experience. We were excited. I mean, it's been great going to Vegas for 15 years. I'm excited to be home. Like, I'm excited to just do it here.
So when the show is over, you can just go back to being yourself.
It's my cousin's 40th, but instead we decided to remodel the office and put a TV in there just so I can watch my games.
I like that a lot better. JP, let me tell you something. The way Vegas is going, it's out of hand. I mean, it's insane.
It's stupid. I mean, they changed up everything. You go back 5-10 years ago, you could go down there, you have a good old time. Now it's just a mess. It's a zoo everywhere.
Yeah, it's chaos. March Madness has turned into something I can't even figure out. I mean, I compare it.
It's not fun anymore. You can't get in anywhere unless you're spending 10 times the amount it should cost.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a little much. So what's the move here now? I mean, tonight. What now? You had the office with the TV, so you got away with that one. Now the 10 o'clock start, yay or nay for the U of M game?
Well, I got a movie theater I built at my house, so I'm going to sit my ass up in there.
That's it, 10 o'clock. Now you're going to fall asleep down there. You got no shot.
Oh, absolutely not.
Come on now. If you're
It'll be loud enough to keep me up.
All right.
I was about to say, just hit the record button on the DVR just in case.
JP will catch the highlights.
Wait, how did they score 20 extra points? What happened here? It was just halftime. It was halftime. It's 3 minutes left.
David, ticket text, please.
I'm a bricklayer foreman. I had 3 guys call off today that were feeling just fine yesterday, but today not feeling well. What are the odds they feel good tomorrow?
They
won't.
You know what we call that? That's the old Kang two-step.
Work.
Laughing a little bit too hard over there.
Working a therapy clinic. We have the encrypted Fire Stick plugged into the TV in the gym, and we're watching every game.
What the hell is an encrypted Fire Stick? And do I even want to know?
Just I'll explain it
Yeah,
later.
Okay,
you don't wanna
then.
know.
Keep it moving.
Streaming makes you angry. This is going to make you livid.
Got it.
All right, I love this one from AJ in Brighton. My hearing aids are Bluetooth. So I have the quad box streaming on my phone, and no one knows because you can see them. You can't see them. All jobs take 20 minutes longer today.
So, yeah. You know what? From a productivity standpoint, don't you bake that in as a boss today? You just say right off the top, my people are going to be functioning idiots today.
Mm-hmm.
Just, can I get 50% out of you?
Mm-hmm.
Can you be 50% of your normal limited self? Can you do that for me?
Well, that kind of goes to this one. If a normal day's productivity is 8 out of 10, I'd say today is 4 for me. I slipped out at 2 with an I'll finish the day remote, and it's moving the mouse every 5 minutes to say green on Teams. Anonymous in parts unknown.
And you know what? I want to welcome all anonymous. Don't use your name.
Right.
Don't get yourself in any trouble on the ticket text.
The only people I always feel sorry for on days like our first responders, the people who have to actually do stuff, like police and firemen, like, really? You couldn't do this during the dinner break? Really? Okay.
Oh, you mean like this? I work in an operating room, and the surgeons are watching the games during their surgeries.
I knew it. I knew it.
I don't know that I like that, but
But
okay.
you can listen to it.
You can listen. Because they listen to music sometimes during surgery and things
That's
like
different,
that. But not
David.
watching.
Yeah, that's different.
How's it different?
Imagine one of them has like a 3-leg parlay going and they're cutting somebody open. Damn it. Oh. Blood squirting everywhere.
I love how Rico is totally unaffected by this. Now, again, if it's a
Gotta need
minor
some sponges
surgery,
here.
I don't know. Like if they're taking somebody's toenail off or something. Okay, all right. But don't tell me you're doing open heart surgery and you're streaming Creighton, Louisville. No, I'm sorry.
They normally have music playing.
Music
Great
is
job, High Point.
Music's therapeutic. Games are stressful. There is a difference. One is a sound medium. The other's a visual medium.
Oh, crap, I cut the artery.
Right. I mean, come on.
We don't need that.
I mean, but if you made it that high up, you've learned how to, compartmentalize
You've learned how to what?
everything.
You know what we're going to do?
You're a heart surgeon.
I'm going to make sure when you're under the knife at some point in the later years, I'm going to have a backing band in your OR.
Oh, buddy.
I'm going to hire a jazz band. You know what? To hell with it.
By the time that comes, we're going to be sitting there celebrating at your tombstone. Come on.
Mike's gonna hire a second line to follow the surgeon
Hey,
around.
Mike, how does it feel to have the first Thursday off?
I'm going to have a guy spill a bag of Skittles right into his open heart. Here, you pick him out. He said it was no big deal.
They figured out how to do it. No, I'm sorry, no.
Last one and we'll move.
I'm openly watching March Madness. I went to our IT room, grabbed an old monitor, hooked it up, and I'm currently rocking 4 screens. Matt in East Lansing.
I respect it. Matt gives 0 Fs. I love it. 248-539-9797. We'll get a tournament blitz. We got a couple news and notes to get to as well. Hey, look, the straw's back to the iced coffee. I can point it at Rico like a stylus. This is exciting.
Don't make me get the stylus.
97.1.
Hey, guys, you heard me talk about specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, TV, or you're a graphic design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career path. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. That means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in TV, radio, and graphics design. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. But you need to hurry. Classes are filling up for the next semester, so you want to make sure that you are registered in the next class. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
So, quick note, we're having some fun tracking just a completely degenerate bet by James Anthony Costa in the Cash Ticket Podcast, a team total under 49.5 for SIU Edwardsville. But Jim may be okay with it. We'll see. Little bit of news, and I know, look, we'll get to Michigan a little bit later, and we're talking March Madness. You've got a strong opinion on it. I agree with everything you're going to say. I thought it was such a simple thing I wouldn't have to say it, but news has come out. Cooper Flagg for Duke is playing. And my answer is why? Why? I mean, at minimum, why not just grab the extra 48 hours rest? And I know that doesn't sound like much to us, average old people, but when you're a finely tuned D1 athlete with the best care, the best treatment centers, 48, 72 hours, even better. Why would you play him in round one against who? Can you even name who Duke's playing?
No.
Okay.
Mount St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah, the playing game from last night. Yeah.
Right. So, again, why?
I told you, if it were me, he's not playing until the Sweet 16. Only if we're in a dogfight. Like, he would be dressed in the next game, but I would tell him, so long as we're winning by 20-some points, you're not playing. Now, if it gets down to it's a 5-point game, I'm going to check you in, but I'm going to give you the entire week off. There is no reason in the world. Because if he plays and re-injures the ankle, you're toast. They're nothing without him. They're already down a starter. So, no. This is John Shire just flexing right now. There's no reason in the world he should be playing.
Yeah, and again, I don't claim to have, I haven't looked at his x-rays and MRI and the rest. It's just you look around the room and you go, hey, do we really need him to get out of this weekend? You can dress him. You can warm him up. You could have the illusion he's going to play. But I'll be really surprised if he gets 18 to 20 minutes tonight. Like, you would like to think that wouldn't happen. This is the number one pick in the draft.
Right.
And I'm not one of these people who says, I wouldn't play in the tournament at all. You're already drafted. There has to come a point where things mean something.
Mm-hmm.
And I do hate that we've gotten to a space where that's even a thought process. It certainly isn't college football.
No, it is. But to me, when I realize it's a business decision and people be like, it's their choice. You're right, it is. But in the tournament, if I see Cooper Flagg going out there, at least I know he loves the game because he doesn't need this. He's going to be a rich man. He's going to be the number one pick. But I love the game so much, Coach, I want to go out there. And this is, as a coach, you got to protect him and say, son, we don't need you for Mount St. Mary's. Okay? Now, what was it? Come Sweet 16 time, you're back in. You can warm up and do the pre-game warm-ups with us for the second round.
Yeah.
But that's about all the exercise you're going to get. Because unless we are in dire straits,
just bizarre,
you ain't playing. Yeah. So just be okay with that because, trust me, I'm not trying to have you re-injure yourself, hurt your draft stock.
No.
I don't want to see you back here at Duke next year because you screwed yourself.
David, go ahead, buddy.
And it's very interesting because I just decided to look at their responses on Twitter because they tweeted out with their account, Duke account, that he's playing, and a lot of fans aren't happy with this. Some people are saying, well, I doubt he plays 10 minutes or the second half at all. A lot of people are saying don't rush him back. Others are saying it makes no sense. He shouldn't be playing at all. Another one says play him in the second game. If you need him in the second game, we don't need him in this game. Someone else shouldn't play a single minute is malpractice if you play him against Mount St. Mary's.
So reverse engineered for a minute. And just for fun. I don't want to belabor this, and we'll move on to Ticket Text. But give me a reason you would. If you're John Shire, you're the CEO of Duke basketball. That's really what coaches are. Can you give me a reason you would? And I'm not gonna jump on you here. I'm asking you to play the role of John Shire. Why would you play him?
The only way you play him, Mike, is if outside resources, if NIL money or boosters dictate. Well, me and the wife are flying in. We want to see Cooper Flagg play. And last time I checked, we pay a large portion of your salary. So make it happen. That to me is the only reason why is that somebody rich flexes and says, my kid's never seen him play up close and personal. I kind of need him out there on the court. Other than that, it's the dumbest decision ever. You gain nothing from this. And what are they like? Some 20-point favorite. If you can't beat them without him, then you know what? We aren't practicing hard enough.
No, and again, I'm not acting like ones haven't lost in the second round to an 8 or 9. And I'm not telling you would cruise. I'm simply saying my mindset, if I'm the coach, is A, I can get through this week. And this is the best Duke team maybe of the last 15 years. Really. And the second game, we can have Cooper Flagg available to us if needed, but I don't know, man. In the end, I guess it doesn't matter, right? They've already paid the money. He wants to play. You know, you'd get in a sticky situation if the kid didn't want to play and then you got to run cover for him. It just seemed weird to me.
So, yeah, maybe he just dresses, he goes to warm-ups, and he's sitting there. And I guess he's a just in case of emergency. But you know what? We were just testing out the ankle and just to see how he felt in warm-ups.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's his first tournament. You want to give him that experience, put him out there in the warm-ups, make sure he can run, make sure he can do what he needs to do. But you're like, okay, that's great, son. Now you're going to sit next to me the entire game. Mm-hmm. Don't need you. Someone says, guys, we don't know the extent of his injury. Reports say he would have been ready for the ACC final, so maybe just play him 15 to 18 minutes.
And look, in the end, that's probably what it is. I was just surprised they'd even bother. That's all. Yeah. No one's yelling, no one's screaming. It was just
because
sports conversation.
In the world of sports, if you can steal a couple of extra days for an athlete to rest, you take that because bigger picture is you want to win a title. And yeah, I think probably the best team since the Zion-led Duke team.
See, look, this isn't like the sports reporters. We're not going to argue about it. I think it's better.
Really?
Yeah, I do. This is, to me, the best Duke team in my memory. They're really good. And the 19 team was good. I know that. But this is, Rico, they're...
No.
Maybe part of it is the ACC got worse. And maybe I'm blinded by scores. But every night, I mean, they were freight training teams. I mean, they were winning by 25, 30. I mean, it just
and I guess that's why I was saying that, because at that time, Duke had to go up against the Carolinas. They also had to play the Virginians. They had to play some real teams.
You're right.
This team is benefiting. And they're a good team.
They're nasty. Go ahead, Dave, and then we'll move. We'll get to a tournament update.
Yeah, someone's texting on that point that you just made, saying that, yes, this is one of the best Duke teams in a long time. Why would you risk this? And you have a great chance.
Yeah, and look,
rest him.
The fun part of it is we're not going to be held responsible. Ultimately, if something goes sideways, John Shire's ass is in the jackpot. So he knows the deal, and he must have some good assurances or have a plan here. So we'll see what happens. All right, let's get to a tournament update. We want to preview some games that are going to be coming up later for you guys. We'll do that next. 97.1. Pizza time. Hungry Howie's has got you covered for all your TV viewing, sports or otherwise, with their You Choose. $8.99 each deal. Any large one-topping pizza, any large oven-baked sub, or any one of 3 regular salads, each just $8.99. You choose. Pair them up. Maybe you got a party tonight for a basketball game, perhaps. They've got you covered. 8 different flavored crusts. The highest quality ingredients, real-made dough, in-house daily, and it's limited time only. Carry out, online carry out only at Hungry Howie's, the You Choose special. Get it tonight. Okay, David, we got a lot of games to preview in the night session. Let's do just that right now. A little tournament preview.
So we're going to go by time here. We're going to start with the 6:50 matchup between Tennessee and Wofford. Not much to say there. Tennessee's going to destroy them.
This wasn't a game we covered extensively on Cash Ticket either. There just isn't a lot of value there. If there's one higher seed that I was interested in, it's Bama. But that's not relevant to what we're talking about. I usually stay away from the 1s and 2s. Tennessee look, man, they're complete. They're really good. They're a lot like Florida in that we paid attention to Auburn and Bama too much. We didn't pay enough attention to Tennessee and Florida. They're really, really good, man. Between Ziegler and Lanier and the way they play and the way they can lock you down. It's just Rick Barnes. That's my fear.
The only problem is that people did pay attention to Tennessee, David, and every time they did, they let the world down. Florida walked in there and said, no, you're still JV SEC.
Yeah. Florida played them 3 times. They beat them by, I think, 25. But both times.
One at Tennessee. So, yes, they're probably going to steamroll Wofford, but it's the fact that every time you think they're about to go over the hump and be that great team, they go full Rick Barnes on you.
So the next 3 on the late slate, we'll take them one at a time because the next 3 are really good here. We'll start with the number 7 seed Kansas versus 10 Arkansas at 7-10.
Yep.
That one, your favorite, Mike.
That's my Spite Store game. I know Bill Self's going to screw me, but I think for Arkansas, it's all about Boogie Flan being back. He was supposed to be out the rest of the year. This is kind of a surprise, but look, I'm taking Rico's lead on this. Nobody's been on the Kansas thing better than Rico earlier. They're just effed up.
Yeah.
They're just your drunk uncle who can't get his life together. And you go, how? You've got an MBA from Harvard. You're still a loser. I don't know, man. Kansas just doesn't play good basketball. It doesn't work with Dickinson. A.J. Storr, they paid a lot of money for. He rides the bench.
Well, they paid a lot of money for Hunter, too, and they don't like him. So very dysfunctional is what Kansas is. David, they have a ton of talent. It's just, I don't think they like each other. They're not a team. Like certain teams, you're like, you can see the camaraderie. It's just 5 individuals when it comes to Kansas.
Is Arkansas going to get this done for us? For America?
Yeah, I think they will.
For America?
I do think they will.
Oh, please. Please, I need Kansas out of this thing. America.
Next game on the slate is the 7.5-point favorite Texas A&M versus the 13 Yale.
Yeah. This one, look, here's my message about A&M. You don't want to watch them and you don't want to play them. The reason is it's a street fight. And they live on the glass. And they don't take and make 3s. They don't make 2s. I mean, they take them. They don't make them. They're number 4 in American offensive rebounding. Wade Taylor's been there for 15 years. And a guard. It's a slog. Everything is difficult. It's like you're playing in mud against them.
This is a set it and forget it. Kind of like the Dick Bennett Wisconsin teams.
God.
Right, but they win. It's not pretty, but you just didn't want to watch the game unless your team was going up against them. So, this is if you're betting it, bet it and forget it. Turn to something else.
It's the opposite of Ron Popeil.
Yes.
With the little grill he used to sell, or the rotisserie. Set it and forget it.
And forget it. The third game in that 7 o'clock window is the 6 seed Missouri versus Drake. Missouri is a 6.5-point favorite.
It's Styles making fights. And the problem in this game to me, Rico, I can see it both ways. It'd be a lean to Drake just because I respect their discipline. I respect the way they play. Mm-hmm. The fact that they replaced DeVries and his kid. Yeah. They went out and got this McCollum guy, the D2, 3-time national champ. He brought 4 of his players in, including the point guard, this Bennett Curse kid. Here's the problem. I could totally see a scenario. Missouri walks in and goes, that's cute, and they're playing at warp speed.
See, I look at Missouri, Mike, and a lot like, earlier in the day, we saw what Purdue did. Missouri limped to the finish line, losing 4 of their last 5 games.
Undisciplined, but talented.
Right, and it's just like, man, it's almost like, have you guys just quit on the year? You'll have to wait and see if they could rally. They have more talent there, but right now Missouri's their own biggest enemy. It's not Drake, it's Missouri.
Well, the other thing we talk about, too, is, look, the SEC, we have this respect. And it's like, well, if you're not the Big Four, how good are you? Well, look at it the other way. Imagine if Missouri played in the Big 12 the way they should. How much better their record would be. How different our perception would be.
You're right.
I'm actually scared that me leaning Drake, it's going to be like Mizzou by 25. Like, they might just come out and be like, who are these scrubs? And run circles around
North Carolina.
Oh, boy.
Out there like P.D. Pablo.
Dude, listen, you know what was good? I got my worst pick right out of the way quickly.
Did.
You just ripped the Band-Aid off. I hit Xavier last night. We started the day with Creighton. We got High Point live. Look, got the worst one out of the way. I knew that SDSU thing. If I had a physical ticket, just crumple that up.
So before we move on from those three, my question to you is, out of the lower seeds there in those three games we just touched on, who has the better shot at pulling the upset? Yale, Drake, Arkansas.
Pig Suey.
Yeah.
For America.
Yeah. I would say Arkansas, and if
even with everything you said about Missouri.
Yes.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. Kansas is, the more you let Hunter score and rebound, the more he forgets his teammates. So that's what I would do.
Let Hunter get 25.
I would let
Guard
Hunter
everybody
go for
else.
25 and 15.
That's what State did against Michigan. Let Vlad get his. Nobody else going to hurt us.
Yeah.
Now we have in the 9:30 window, depending on how early the game before them finishes, you have Utah State, the 10 seed, going against Mick Cronin's team, UCLA. UCLA is a 5.5-point favorite.
This is another game where they both play a similar style. This is a game where I like to call a first to 50 will win. If you like offensive basketball, use the quad box and watch something else. Don't watch this game.
What?
I'm just saying, both teams can play defense. It's going to be the rock fight.
I think it's going to be. They'll be higher scoring than you do. Okay. I mean, look, I think the winner's going to get to 70. But,
I just said first to 50.
Yeah, I get worried Utah State's a little bit of a popular upset pick because of their past teams. UCLA may just bully them. They've got the bigs that I never remember his name. The 7-footer they got, not Mata. The hell's his name? It doesn't matter. Look, I don't like this game at all. I like the other two in the late pod, including the Michigan game. If you forced me into this, David, I'd probably take UCLA. And I kind of wonder if the game goes over the total. I don't think it's going to be nearly the rock fight. But go ahead, we can move on.
Okay, all right. And then the last two games, I'm not going to touch on Michigan. But let's get to the St. John's host Omaha and Texas Tech and UNC Wilmington. I mean, blowout central.
Only thing, well, if you want to know what you could do if you're bored, St. John's is not going to let Omaha get going. They lock you down under 149.5. As far as the game, I have no interest in watching it. I know that sounds terrible. I want to watch U of M. I'll moonlight with the UCLA game. Yeah. This game has no value to me. Under 149 if I had to. But don't do that. That's gross.
In that later window, it is definitely the Michigan game that everyone's going to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know.
I want to can I just also shout something out?
Yeah.
I want to say this. I'm always mean to Jim because he's so smarmy and he's kind of an ass, but he's my guy. I want to congratulate James Anthony Costa.
It's happening.
For the grossest yet rocking chair bet in the history of Cash the Ticket. SIU Edwardsville team total points under 49.5. Cookies, you beautiful bastard. Final 78-40. Houston. Rocking chair for the cookie man.
Go cash that ticket.
That's so disgusting, man. Good God. That's all. I just wanted to say something nice.
No. But David, yeah, as far as the Michigan game goes, yeah, I think that's where all the eyeballs are because Vegas is saying it's going to be a very tight game. It's once again Styles making the fight. Michigan, if you can cross half court, use your 2 7-footers, area 51. They won't. UC San Diego really doesn't have an answer for that. You just cannot let them press you and make you turn the ball over because they don't. So, yeah, if the magical number for me in that game, David, is 10. You turn that ball over more than 10 times, you're probably going to lose.
And that is your March Madness late game window preview.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Number 1 seed Auburn went on a 9-0 run in the last 1:13 of the first half against number 16 seed Alabama State to go up 10, but that was just a 1-point game. Also, bettors beware. McNeese has a 23-8 lead over Clemson. There's just 6:29 left to go in the first half. Kind of an ugly first half for Clemson there from the scoring column. Wisconsin beat Montana earlier. Purdue beat High Point. And Louisville also taking down Creighton in the first final score of the day. Ex-Michigan football coach Matt Weiss has been accused of gaining access to the email, social media, and cloud storage accounts of over 300,000 college student athletes and students in general, over 100 different institutions, which he used to pull explicit photos and videos from. Former Tigers GM Al Avila was on Tony Paul's podcast and spoke about negotiations with free agent shortstop Carlos Correa back in 2022. The Lions have signed corner Rock Ya-Sin. He's coming off a season with the Niners where he played in 13 games. Detroit will mark his 5th NFL team in a 6-year career. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, a couple of notes. We're going to get into Michigan in a bit. Jeremy just mentioned it, but like this is the nightmare if you make the NCAA tournament and your team plays like Clemson. This is a 5-12 game, right? Michigan's in a 5-12 tonight. McNeese State, these kids must either love Will Wade and plan on going with him or hate Will Wade and are like, you know what? F this guy. We're playing for ourselves because he's had NC State as their coach. McNeese is up 23-8. That's not really the story. It's 23-8 with 6 minutes left in the half.
We're now down to 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left in the half. You've played 15 minutes of basketball. You beat Duke. You had a really nice year. You are down 23-8, 5 minutes left in the half. Just a non-functional half of basketball. And again, I am not telling you this is a harbinger. I think tonight will be a really close game, Michigan. And I'll be surprised if either team won by more than 6-7 points. I really would. Man, what a nightmare. You get in, you have a good year. Rico, your jaw's on the floor. I don't have visual on that.
Behind the back pass, cutting through the man in the lane, and reverse layup. So for McNeese State.
Dude, McNeese is balling. They're also playing like it is pickup ball.
But it also goes to the fact of the outside forces maybe galvanize the team. We talked about it for North Carolina. Now you know that your coach is leaving. So it's almost like our last stand. Okay, let's just all do this together while we're all here and see how far it can go. This may be beneficial for Michigan because you've had to hear.
Get the 5-12 out of the way.
Well, you get the 5-12 out of the way, and everybody is saying, you're going to lose this game, Michigan. You're going to lose this. So if you're Dusty May.
I have not said that. I'd like to state for the record, I have not said that.
You have not. I'm talking about just the fact that the line dropped.
Yeah.
And you were a 2.5 point after just cutting down the Nets in Indy. And, oh, by the way, you're a 2.5 point favorite. I think Dusty May can use that as hey, guys, nobody believes in you. Everybody wrote us off a week ago. We got to continue this.
Well, this is also like the Maury Povich show where they do the scared straight thing and they'd have the Army guy yell at some punk-ass kid. This is scared straight because then tonight Dusty can go, did you see what happened earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care if the other team's logo looks like it was designed by MS Paint. I don't care if they look goofy. They can beat you.
Because trust me, they're watching this game, and the coaches do that all the time. Like, this could be you if you're not focused.
So, yeah, it's just something we'll keep an eye on. And I mean, even earlier, Auburn separated a little bit. They're up by 10 at half. It was tied with about 5 minutes to go in the first half. You're Auburn. That's not supposed to happen. Rico, again, might be right on this because Auburn just isn't right. They should be dusting Alabama State.
Yeah, that 9-0 run in the last minute helped them because now
it was a tie game.
Yeah, now it's like maybe they can go in there and say, okay, guys, let's just put this team away.
So we wanted to ask this question about opening day of the tournament, and we'll get to the Michigan stuff following. But if you power rank the best individual day in all of sports, I want to offer you 4 of them. Now, if you have something you want to add, you can do it, but I wanted to go this route. You have Super Bowl Sunday. We just got done talking about feels a little played out. That if your team's not in it, is Super Bowl Sunday really that big of a deal? Super Bowl parties aren't a thing anymore. The game is usually not good, sign this year. It also is the dead of winter. Now, opening day is another one of the alleged big-time days in sports. Now, this one is different. It's dependent where you live. Here in Detroit, it's a holiday.
Yeah.
So opening day, I understand if that gets great reviews by the people. Then there's Thanksgiving. The Detroit Football Lions play on Thanksgiving. Sure, as turkey and mashed potatoes are served, the Lions will play. And it's a holiday.
Yes. Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. But the other day is today. The kickoff of March Madness ranks as the best day of the sports calendar. Now, if you want to say Masters Weekend or look, you could add a million things. I am just saying of these 4 choices here in Detroit, Super Bowl Sunday, opening day, Thanksgiving, or March Madness opener. Power rank that for me because this still is number one to me.
Mike, it's number one for me as well because with the others, because there's so many different storylines that go on throughout 12 plus hours of basketball that you're watching this game, and then as you're reminiscing about this one, you're like, oh my goodness, look at what's happening to Clemson. They can barely score. And then you're like, there's so much going on, whereas for like the Super Bowl, man, it's only so much pregame you can watch. It's only so much hype that you could hear. You're just waiting for the kickoff at 6 o'clock. Let's just get this thing going. Opening day, I think, is more about the event and less about the game. You really don't care who wins the game. You're just out there to have fun.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, I like because it's a day that's just, it's basically football and food. That's it. You got the Lions, you got the Cowboys, and now you got the third game in the NFL. So I would probably go NCAA tournament, Thanksgiving, Super Bowl, opening day.
Can I enter one here? Just
You
thought
already
of,
have, so yes.
I just
More than
thought
once.
of this as you were talking about Thanksgiving and food. Well, Christmas may overtake that now.
Why is
because
that?
you have basketball, football, and food.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, I'll get yelled at. May I offer you this?
Sure.
I don't want to watch sports on Christmas.
That's fair.
It's different than
I
Thanksgiving.
understand that.
I have no need for any of what you just listed.
I understand.
You don't know. Here's the funny thing, Mike, and I understand why you don't want to watch sports. If you like your family, you don't watch sports.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't like your family, it is the perfect reason why I don't need to talk to you about your job or about your upcoming trip. Or, hey, game's on.
That's really sad, by the way. But okay, you're right.
Game's on.
Yeah. Shh. Jesus.
But for these, it would have
Power
to be,
rank 'em.
It would have to be the first 2 days of the NCAA tournament for me.
That's number one. What's number two?
Thanksgiving would be number 2,
Okay.
Super Bowl, and then opening day.
So same as me.
Yeah.
But I like the Christmas thing as well. It's
Just
just
a
the
thought.
fact. But the NBA is just it's not. It doesn't hold the same weight. Where Thanksgiving every year, even when the Lions were bad, it was still a day. Everybody's watching the Lions game. Everybody's then watching the Cowboy game, and now you got that third game that's on whatever channel, and you watch that one.
No, you're right. The NBA isn't the same anymore. It was. I just love the days when the Pistons had that stretch. Yeah. But they would play on Christmas, and you would enjoy that with family. But you're right. It's not the same.
Now, the honorable mention, well, it's not there anymore, and this, Mike, I'll take the bullets for it. It used to be New Year's Day.
Yeah.
New Year's Day was the other day that I would have probably put right up here with the NCAA tournament because you knew
Rose Bowl.
from 12 all the way to the Sugar Bowl, there was going to be football on all day long.
Yeah, and the playoff does feel different. No, with these, I'm largely with you guys. I'd say today's number one. Thanksgiving would be number two because of there's something I've always accepted about Thanksgiving having football on and living out here for, what, now 27 years. Like, yes, it would be number two for me. Opening day would be 3. I love baseball, so it's different. The Super Bowl really holds no juice for me unless my team is in it. The Super Bowl is largely a disappointment. It's a completely corporate event, and I don't care about commercials and halftime shows. So for me, Super Bowl would actually be last.
There's no right or wrong answer.
No, it's all subjective, but it's just a fun exercise to go through because this is look. I think I'm gonna as much fun as you can have in Vegas. Like the idea that we're home tonight and like you're chilling, like you're not in a sports book or a casino or the time zone kills me. Like I'm so excited to just be home and watch the games and like I love this day. I do. So yeah, this is number one for me because it's just David said this yesterday, and I'm guilty of this. I think the music plays a role. I have such deep nostalgia when that music hits. It's almost like boner inducing. Oh. It's just that there's something about you just, I don't know.
Yeah. No, you're right. It used to be like the NBA on NBC. Yeah.
The only one better.
No. Yes, it is. And here's where you'll make fun of me, Mike, but that's okay. Because this is how the whole event starts. And for me, it ends on another song. and more music.
Oh, not one shining moment.
Same thing,
It's
Mike.
atrocious.
I don't care, but I'm watching all the highlights. It's not.
Shining moment.
I'm watching all the highlights of what I just watched put together into a music montage. So yes, I don't turn off the TV until I see this. This
Go
is
ahead,
normally
play
the
it out,
cheerleader
David.
shots.
You really don't turn off your TV
No,
until you hear this.
This is normally the cheerleaders and the fans, and then we all of a sudden get into the actual games. And you want to see if your team made it.
Well, maybe that's why I don't like it. Because my team was not in this a lot.
Giddy Potts
Dude,
just
you
dropped
made it
his
in there.
nuts.
Like when you guys made it to the final game.
No,
Michigan
then
was all up
no,
in there.
then yeah, but there were a lot of times we weren't in the tournament growing up. So I'm like, I don't care about this song.
I like this because it's a classic wrap up of the entire
Like I don't want to see
tournament.
my team dance anymore. I'm sick of it.
I like it. So just like the tournament
Middle
starts.
Tennessee State just ended your life.
That's 9 years ago, man. You
Bro, it'll never get better.
Got it.
Look, when you lose to a 15, if you're an Iowa State fan and you lost to Hampton, if you're a Michigan State fan, you lost to MTSU. Didn't Syracuse lose to Richmond?
Spiders.
Under the height of Boeheim's powers. Rico, I just disagree in this one regard. If you're a 2 who's lost to a 15, the sting never comes off that. That might have been MSU's best team since the 2000 team, and the jet plane never got to take off. We got a maintenance problem.
Right, but they made it to the Final Four since.
It doesn't matter.
You gotta let it go.
I can't. We lost to a guy whose hairline started in back of his head. Reggie Upshaw.
That's genetics, okay?
One shining moment. All right.
So wait, so you like the
No, I hate it.
No. You like the other song, but for this song, this triggers this reaction.
It does. It's opposite reactions. I swear.
I'm just learning so much about
I know. The
you.
IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, Abraham and Rose has got you covered. Maurice and Jerry, look, they're going to fight for you. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They understand what to do. They'll craft a plan, get to work, and then get on the offensive. So visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN to get started today, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But you got to call and say, hey, Rico from 97.1 told me to give you a call at 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have my first application put down on my lawn coming up in the next week. Why? Because, look, like you, everybody hates to see crabgrass in the summer. By the time you see the crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. The first application is the most important for crabgrass control. It's easier to prevent a problem than to fix a problem. So schedule right now. Call 888-GET-GREEN, and you will have a custom tailored solution specifically for your lawn by your own specialist. You don't have to worry about a different person coming out there every time you have an application done. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we'll knock out some calls. Just having a little fun. March Madness, power ranking the best days in sports. This is one. And I think it's fun just because it's a lot like the Super Bowl. You don't need to know the teams to care. You don't need to be a college basketball fan to participate. It really is just an exhibition in chaos. And on a day like today where nobody knows who the hell McNeese State is, you're into it. Why? Because they are all up on Clemson. That is, honestly, and I've only experienced that a couple of times. We've been very blessed as Spartan fans and Wolverine fans, for that matter. We don't have a lot of these bad losses on the resume. Like, yeah, okay, you want to say State losing to George Mason. Well, what was State that year? Weren't they a 6?
They were 6. Mason was an 11.
Right, like if you're a 1, a 2, a 3, those are the losses that stick with you. Like when I was a kid, I thought MSU losing to Weber State and Harold Arsenault was like the end of my life. There was a 5-12. I think that was Respert and Snow's last game. But the only true, horrifyingly bad losses, yeah, Middle Tennessee State, and I'll never forgive Tom for Syracuse. But for Michigan,
I don't forgive Tom for Middle Tennessee State because it's like, Tom, call timeout. Call timeout. Don't let him go up 30 before you call your first timeout.
He just let Giddy Potts keep hammering away.
I'm just yelling like, okay, it's they're up.
Rico,
8.
I was on the air for that, and before I got to the end of a segment, it was like 19-4, and I go, okay, what did I miss there? You know, you're trying to do a show, and it never got better. Like even when you use copium, I was Kenny as a Red Wings fan, and I remember sitting back going, all right, they'll settle in. This will be okay. No.
I was right there with you. I had just got off a shift, and I'm driving home. Listen, all right, you know what, second half, this will work.
Where is Giddy Potts?
Just one more goal. We'll get right back in this
We'll
thing.
be okay. Mrazek's going to carry us. Regards, Ozzy.
I think it finally hit with like a minute to go, and Forbes missed a shot, and I said to myself, they're going to lose this game.
I stayed on the air an extra 90 minutes and not out of sadness. I was pissed.
Yeah.
And there I was. They were ready to like deconstruct the setup, and I was just blistering. I was so angry.
That was the one time where I just stopped watching the tournament for the rest of that year. I was done.
You opted out?
There was nothing to watch. Because at least with George Mason, they went to the Final Four. So it's like, okay, but you lost to George Mason.
So what's the worst?
Or you lost to UCLA in the play-in game. But
that doesn't even matter. It's the play-in game.
Right.
It's two homeless people fighting over an apple.
Right, but this one was, that was my opt-out. I had no desire. I couldn't tell you who won the national title that year.
So here's my question. What is the loss for Michigan? What is the blemish on the Michigan brand in the NCAA tournament? And I'm not being smarmy. It's not coming to me. All jokes about how they didn't make the tournament for a long time or cheated their way to it.
Was it Fairleigh Dickinson?
I'm asking
No,
the question.
That was a regular season game.
No, I think that
they
was a
lost to
tournament
NGAIT.
In a regular season.
NJIT.
That was a regular season game. I think they lost to Fairleigh Dickinson in the tournament.
Pull up the tournament history. What is the blemish, David? You're the Wolverine.
The one I remember, I believe, is when they lost to Ohio in the tournament.
Yes, it was the guard Jason. What was his name? And he had a fro. He could score. Oh God, I'll go back and look. Maybe that's the one. But what was the seeding?
I have to go back and look at it. I was just upset because they actually lost to them. I'm like,
Give me
what
the
are we
guard's
doing?
name.
Let me
it was
look it
Jason
up.
something. And he had
No, but yeah, I get why. Because remember, that was the height of Brady Hoken. You called Ohio State Ohio, and they actually played Ohio in that game, and Ohio beat them. That I remember that. I don't even know what the seeding
We
was.
were
It
a
was
4
ironic.
seed. We were a 4 seed. Lost in Nashville, and the player you're talking about, I don't know, because there's a John Smith on there.
No, Jason something. I think he was a guard for Ohio, like number 4. If this is the Ohio team we're talking about that beat you, what year was that?
This was, wow, what year is this? Oh, my Lord. This is 2012.
I'll pull it up. I'm telling you, I remember this kid. He had a cup of coffee in the NBA.
Are you thinking Jason Preston?
Yes.
That was a couple years ago, though. That
Okay.
was not this year.
My
That was-
bad.
yeah, this is
Got it
2012.
twisted. Sorry, got my all MAC point guards with great hair twisted up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this was a Trey Burke team. We were really, so disappointing. So disappointing. Out with family. I'm like, why are we going out and I have to watch a game and then we lose this game?
You hate to see it. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake, 97.1. Jake, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good, sir. What's on your mind?
Hey, so we're talking about this, and you guys kind of stole my thunder a little bit. You're giving me heartburn with this Middle Tennessee State talk. But
I'm sorry.
So I'm a State fan, and first day of the tournament for years used to be my favorite day of the year. Went there on my bachelor party, all these different things. And I'll be honest with you, Middle Tennessee State ruined it for me. So now, like tomorrow, I should be, enjoying the MSU game, ready for it, and Bryant's going to go up 7-4, and I'm going to start freaking out, having PTSD, and I just can't enjoy it the way I used to, and it's a problem. It's a problem.
Oh, did you just say Bryant's going to go up 7-4 and you're going to have PT?
Yeah, I'll have heartburn. I'll be taking Tums. I won't be comfortable. It's not a good because I'll have flashbacks, and then. You keep saying I remember Giddy Potts' name. I didn't remember the Upshaw guy's name until you said it, Mike. And now I might not sleep tonight.
That guy, and again, he was like Jerry Rice the late years. The hair didn't start until the back of his ears.
Yeah, it was just, and I the same way on that game. I wasn't even nervous until the very end. I think Rico, you said it, that Forbes missed shot, and then I was like, oh my God, this is really going to happen.
Right.
And yeah, so I have a new perspective on the first weekend. I'm just hoping we get through that and I can enjoy basketball again.
Yeah, that's when the reality kicked in. So yeah, David, I think that you're right. Michigan really hasn't had a bad loss. And
it's a basketball school, David.
Fairleigh Dickinson, no, they barely beat them, 59-50.
Correct. We did beat. Yes.
But yeah, your worst loss was maybe Ohio or when Loyola Marymount ran you out the gym. 149-115.
Yeah, that's before I was watching basketball.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's 40 years ago. Wouldn't know the
by the way,
seeding.
Weber State, that was a 314.
Okay, that's a terrible one, not a 5-12. Was that the last game for Fire and Ice?
It was.
Snow and Resper?
Because, yeah, it was such, like, everybody just knew that was going to happen. We were all at a party. It was like, hey, by the way, they lost. Like, what?
And I'll never forget the player. The guy looked like he was 45, and he was on NyQuil. It was a guy named Harold Arsenault for Weber State. He looked like he should have been playing in an over 40 league. And he was sleepy. He had that T-Mac. He had the Tracy McGrady like grill where it looked like he was on like lean or something. And he just busted our ass.
Yeah. But yeah, David, you guys really never had it looks like a bad loss. Well, Western Kentucky in overtime.
What was it? Dennis Felton coaching that team?
So Luke, it was 82-76.
Hate to see it. All right, we will move along. We'll get a little tournament update in the mix, and then we will turn our attention to the aforementioned Wolverines, who don't have terrible losses on the resume all time. Good to know. Distracted driving. It's become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Idiots texting or maybe watching games on their phone today while driving. Call Mike Pepper National Benefit Plans. Get the coverage your family deserves with a life insurance plan you can afford. What makes Mike and National Benefit Plans different from the rest? It's simple. He shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone screener 7 states over. Mike will deal direct. 30 years of experience, National Benefit Plans. They want to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, David, let's do a check-in. Kind of update people what went down earlier, what's happening right now as we sit at about 4:30. You're approaching that beautiful dinner break that the NCAA tournament offers us, and then we'll talk some Michigan basketball. Music, please.
Yeah, let's get to what happened earlier before I get to what's happening now. Interesting notes on now. But earlier, Creighton, first game of the day, beat Louisville 89-75. Creighton just took control of that game late. Louisville really never seemed to do much. It was 49-34 at halftime, and they just couldn't do much. You had Purdue win 75-63 over High Point. Again, High Point could not shoot early in that game, and it really they couldn't come back. The one that is hilarious to me, though, is Montana. The 14th seed loses 66-85 to Wisconsin. They started the game 2 for 10 and didn't hit their third shot until 7 minutes into the game.
The game I'll go back to, look, I was more impressed by what Creighton did than Purdue. No shots at Braden Smith. Just with Creighton, you're dealing with something that's really hard to play against. It's very rare to have a point guard center combination in 2025 that looks like Ashworth and Kalkbrenner. And the way that they're able to operate, not only in the pick and roll or two-man game, but how they run offense. And then defensively, look, Creighton can play some drop coverage because they just pack it in. Kalkbrenner, you're not going to shoot it over him. Right. He's a national defensive player of the year type kid. So look, if they had Pop Isaac like they had at the start of the year, Creighton would be a legit Final Four team. But I would never want to play. That team and Doug McDermott, him and Brad Underwood, who wins in an angry face contest?
I'm going to go with Brad Underwood because I think he's part troll, but yes.
Oh, jeez. All right.
So let's touch on the Auburn game here. Auburn is now beating Alabama State 58-38, but that game was closer at halftime until it was a 2-point lead for Auburn until they went on a 9-2 run to go up 41-31 at half. And since then, since the beginning of the second half, they've only given up 7 points to Alabama State.
I'm going to Rico for this. He's been watching it because the monitor's near him. Apparently, there was a 4-point play, and then after that, it's over?
Yeah, it was a 4-point play, and they fouled him shooting a 3-point shot. He makes the free throw, and then after that, I think that woke up Auburn and said, okay, enough's enough. And, and then Alabama State just – the confidence you saw just kind of leave their body, and now they're playing out of desperation. Whereas the first half, David, they were playing like they belonged on the same court as Auburn.
Yeah, there was a minute and a half, and they were down 1 point.
1 point.
That's it.
Yeah, I think it was 31-32, and then I looked, I'm like, wait, how did it get to 41-31?
What happened?
Minute 13, 9-0 run.
On the opposite side is the McNeese and Clemson game. Because you all noted it earlier, had a note. It was 23-8 with 5 minutes left in the first half for McNeese. And then they have just taken it from there. It's 31-13 at halftime. McNeese.
This may be our proudest moment at our Cash the Ticket headquarters, me and Jim. I like the under. He liked McNeese plus 7.5. They both look good. This
was
is
the under 80 total?
134.5.
You probably could have got it for 80.
I'm sure the alt odds on that were beautiful. No, I think it's just this is the nightmare. You have a really nice season. You're a 5 seed. You know the 5-12 is the cliche upset thing, and your team just comes out and plays. I'm sorry, I don't care how good McNeese is playing. You can't have 8 points with 5 minutes to go in the first half. There's a lot of that involves the person in the mirror.
Well,
I think I'm real quick, David. I think for a lot of teams and a lot of fans, you don't ever want to see your team as a 5 seed because you immediately start thinking of all the 5-12 upsets.
Yep.
You don't want that extra pressure, and it looks like that pressure is caught up to Clemson. Go ahead.
No, you're exactly right, Mike, about the mirror because Clemson, 13 points at halftime, 10 turnovers at halftime, and 1 of 15 from 3.
Yep.
You're right. McNeese playing good.
That's fine.
But you're doing it to yourself.
There's a lot of that's a part of you. And again, these are the matchups. It's something we'll talk about with Michigan. I mean, UC San Diego forces a ton of turnovers. You commit a ton of turnovers. You want a recipe to go home? Turn the ball over. Don't rebound the basketball and shoot poorly from the free throw line.
Because they don't turn the ball over.
There it is. So look, it can be as simple as hang on to basketball.
Yeah.
But yeah, Clemson is yikes. And by the way, Will Wade's going to be NC State's next head coach. No effect on McNeese State and the Bayou Bandits.
And I honestly, I think that it's helped and rallied them, and that this is their last dance. Hey, guys, all of us will never be in this same room on the same court wearing the same jerseys again. Let's go out here and put our mark, and let's win this for McNeese.
So for the people listening, I want to bring you behind the scenes a little bit for the next two live look-ins here. First one, Kenny. Georgia and Gonzaga has just started. Gonzaga is up 5-0, and Kenny has placed a bet on Georgia for this game.
Why?
Even though we've given him the stat that Georgia has never won a game in the tournament.
Not in 23 years, since Jim Herrick in 2002.
Kenny, what are you thinking, man?
Since Dominique Wilkins played for them.
Couldn't name a single player on this squad. I put 5 on it.
Okay. You do whatever you want,
Did
Kenny.
you take the money line or you take the points?
I took plus 6.5.
But at this point, just take the money line.
Yeah, right.
I disagree with everything that just happened. So leave me out of it.
And the next one to bring you behind the scenes is number 6, BYU, versus number 11, VCU.
I can't.
Because we have a war between Kenny and Mike in this game. They're rooting on opposite sides.
It's even worse. Evan produces Cash the Ticket. He edited it. This was one of our favorite plays of the first round. We all love VCU. I walk out. I go, Kenny, what the hell are you doing? Why are you clapping? He goes, I bet BYU. I go, well, why would you do that? Like, we love VCU. He goes, Evan told me to. My own producer goes against it and bets the magic underpants wearing Mormons.
Let's go. Soak it up.
It's called the hedge.
Oh, yeah. Sure, that's what's going on.
You cannot root for that team.
But right now, it is tied 24
Kenny,
all.
I got what you just did.
Yeah, it is. It is tied 24 all in the VCU BYU game.
Go
it
VCU.
Has to be VCU, right?
Come on.
Yes.
For
Sorry,
America. If you've ever watched American Primeval, the Mormons are mean. Go VCU. It's a great show on Netflix, Kenny. Peter Berg directed it. Very violent, but very good.
It is now 36-16.
Dude, just turn the lights out and head back to Clemson. Oh, my God.
Is over. Clemson, by the way, went 18-2 in the ACC, so another sign of the ACC's weak.
Hey, those are the trends that, like, start to pop up and you start – the data's the data. Man, that's a bad look. You're a 4-bid league as it is.
Louisville ran out the gym
and
at
Clemson's
home.
getting bombed. That leaves you with Duke and whatever North Carolina is.
Wow.
Guys, we're off to a rough start. Look at the top of the screen for the Georgia score in the middle on TBS there. We're off to a tough start.
Hey, Kenny, actually, to update
it's 11-0.
It's
Gonzaga. I have Gonzaga
13-0.
minus 6.5. So I don't. Kenny, let me ask you a question. Why are you going against me in cookies at every turn?
I didn't know I was going. Ask your producer.
Ask the question at least.
I didn't know he did.
I want to help. Look, I'm not telling you I got all the answers. No, you know who's good at gambling? Nobody. The point is at least we can try to stay alive a little bit for you.
It's 13-0 Gonzaga.
All right. You're doing great.
Still got a chance.
That is your live look-in. Sorry, Kenny.
All right, we've mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They got it all the time and at the lowest prices. Northville will have what you're looking for, and they'll have it when you need it. So now's the time. Plan and build that Trex deck. Get the best prices anywhere. Call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, stop by the showroom. Take home some samples. You can call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We're going to turn our attention to Michigan basketball, the late window tonight. I also just wanted to make a very simple statement as we approach 5 o'clock. My name's Mike Valeni, and I hate BYU. All right, let's get into it.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. I can't stand them. I can't stand their faces.
Did you ever lose, like, a lot of money?
No, I don't like them. I don't like how they operate. I don't like how they used old man strength, using fathers of three against the rest of college football for years.
Jim McMahon?
No. Oh, Bob was on a mission to Mars the last 3 years. Yeah, and he came back and his earlobes are connected to his traps. Enough. I hate BYU. Now let's focus. Michigan is playing in a game tonight that everyone and their mother has picked against you. It is the trendy upset. Everybody and their mother has circled UC San Diego. Now, I know I'm appealing to roughly 7 people. That's all Michigan has as a fan base in hoops. But I wanted to ask a question. This is the type of game, if you circled start to finish, outside of BYU VCU, which was really a game I wanted to watch, UC San Diego and Michigan is the number 1 game on the board tonight. It is a game everyone will stay up for, everyone will watch. It is a game, if you're a Michigan fan, you're probably nervous about, all 7 of you. If you don't like Michigan, you're probably like, whoa, they might get got. There's something for everybody in this. I am fascinated to watch it. I want to know if people are into this because it's a big ask, shout out Lomas, to stay up till, probably 12:30 to watch a first-round NCAA game when there's only 7 fans of the team. But I wanted to know, look, this is your opportunity. You guys get so upset when I bust your chops about saying there's 7 of you who like the team. Well, prove me wrong.
Yeah. See, I think if I'm a Michigan fan, and we'll speak to David, he is, you have to be into this game. You have to be into this game because your season got resurrected last weekend. Because it was on life support. Everybody wrote you off and said, look at what Michigan State did. You're more concerned about their logo than actually playing basketball. And then you turned around and won a bunch of games against good teams at the Big Ten tournament, and you won the thing. You cut down the nets. And now you get a second chance and riding this hot streak that you were on, and you take it into the tournament. I got to think if you're a Michigan fan, you're dialed in. Even if you're a casual Michigan fan, the fact that you're in the tournament and you just won the Big Ten tournament, you're going to be hanging a banner. Yeah, you got to be into this thing. I don't care that it's at 10 o'clock at night. So what? This is your chance to go out there and show everybody that you're Michigan.
You're exactly right. Before last week, I was not going to have joy watching them in the tournament.
You didn't think they were going to win another game.
I was gonna have black on, and it was gonna be showing up to a funeral, is what it was, because they weren't playing well. I was not looking forward to it at all. Now, you're right. I'm all in. Let's go. We did what we did. We won the tournament, Big Ten tournament. Let's show
and David,
that.
Let me tell you
real.
something. Your fan base stands with you.
No, here they are.
No, it's actually it's just cute because you get lectured by Michigan fans. Well, you're not fair, Sparty. No, there's a huge loyal fan. No, there's not. There's Jeff Rieger and 6 people. And it's sad because I don't understand the adoration that Michigan football gets. Yet it's Michigan basketball who, on a far more consistent basis, has either won a natty or played for them. Yes, you won yours, asterisks. But for Michigan hoops, look at the last 40 years. I mean, you played for, 3 or 4 of them. Like, Dusty May walked in, and here's the other thing. What is the barometer for success? Look, to me, the season's already a huge success for Michigan. I compared it earlier to, Pat Kelsey in Louisville. For me, man, you came to a program that won, 8 games last year. It was in the dumps. And Dusty May walked in, and not only did you make the tournament, you competed for most of the season to win the conference in the regular season. You won it in the conference tourney. whatever does or doesn't happen tonight, for me, I don't speak for any of the guys in this room and certainly not for the 7 Michigan fans, but it's simple. It doesn't matter what happens tonight. This season was A+ success for Dusty May on debut, taking over a very difficult job with no roster.
No, I think you at least have to win tonight. Why? Because we went over it earlier in the show in Odyssey Rewind. Michigan really doesn't have that horrific tournament loss. This would be your biggest one, that 5-12 upset. So don't go into the history books with that. Win tonight. And then after that, yeah, it's house money. But I think tonight you have to validate that you just didn't get lucky last weekend and got hot in Indy. Because if you go out there and you lose, and now we question, well, yeah, how valid was that Big Ten tournament championship?
Look, the matchup tonight, if you want to get nerdy, we can. I mean, I've spent more time than I care to on this damn game. But bottom line, this is the committee pitting a team against you that is like designed to beat you. Is it fair? No, but the committee does stuff like this. If you want to say, all right, UC San Diego doesn't have size, you're right. They don't have a 7-footer. Most teams don't. But what they do have is every player on the court is going to be at least 6'5". All 3 of their guards are 6'5", 6'5", 6'6". They got a couple 6'8" guys. Their deal is they run really good offense. They're really efficient. But defensively, they force turnovers. They're top 10 in America forcing turnovers. Now, if you want to tell me I don't respect them, they didn't play anybody, that's your prerogative. But we see this every year. Just because those teams weren't on your schedule, a lot of times you arrive at the NCAA tournament and you're like, nope, these guys are actually good. Mm-hmm. I think it comes down to, can Michigan hold on to the basketball? That's really the beginning, middle, and end. Because if you go out there tonight and have 16, 17 turnovers, no, I don't think you're going to win. And I'm not going to build UC San Diego into some monster. Right. But you don't go 30-4 being junk.
No, because what you've now done with 17 turnovers, you've given them 17 extra possessions to beat you. So if they even hit points on half of those, I don't know if you'll be able to overcome that. Now, granted, if you can get it down low, use your 2 7-footers, it'll be a piece of cake.
Why does BYU exist? Why? Oh, by the way, it's Gonzaga 27, Georgia 3.
I just wonder.
That's not a football game either, Kenny. You're not down in the second quarter, 27.
Way to kick that field goal.
Oh, this is pathetic, Kenny.
Georgia hasn't won a tournament game in 23 years. I wonder why. BYU 37-28 because Magic Underpants. I can't stand them. I hate that university.
We still got time.
I hate them.
I know.
No, they're a thorn in my side. I don't like them.
I know, patience.
They're right up there with U of M for me. You don't realize that.
Wow.
I don't like BYU. I think they cheated for a long time. I don't like it. It wasn't fair. They were playing 26-year-olds. Oh, he was on a board admission. Where? Brooklyn. The hell out of here. He shouldn't be playing football at 26 years old. It's like playing your dad in basketball when you're 8 years old. They have old man strength.
He's been in Montana.
Well, he's on a Mormon mission. Where? Gold's Gym. Oh, okay. Got it. I can't stand them. All right. We'll get to the Michigan stuff. We'll get to the. Hey, we got 2 Michigan fans. We got 2. That only leaves 5 left in Metro Detroit to call.
But Rieger will be here later.
All right, 4. 248-539-9797. We got a March Madness recap for you. We'll get to that in the 5 o'clock hour. Set the table for your dinner break as the 4 o'clock games kind of reach halftime. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. March Madness underway, and there's some interesting games going on right now. Some upsets brewing. McNeese, the number one right now. They're up over Clemson 47-27. 10 minutes left to go in the second half. Clemson has shot just 27% in that game. It was a 1-point game between 1-seed Auburn and 16-seed Alabama State with 1 minute left to go in the first half, but now it's ballooned to a 72-51 lead for Auburn at this point. BYU leads VCU 39-28. That's at halftime. And Gonzaga is coming with something here in the first half. 11-14 left. 27-5 is their lead. Those are two pretty even seeds. Michigan State's open practice underway in Cleveland. The Spartans also tip at 10 tomorrow alongside Michigan basketball. Hear their game over on WWJ News Radio 950 here tonight. Ex-Michigan football coach Matt Weiss has been accused of gaining access to the emails, social media, and cloud storage accounts of over 300,000 college students. The indictment states, quote, Weiss primarily targeted female college athletes. He researched and targeted these women based on their school affiliation, athletic history, and characteristics. His goal was to obtain private photographs and videos, never intended to be shared beyond intimate partners, end quote. The Lions have re-signed quarterback Khalil Dorsey, played in 14 games for Detroit last year. This upcoming season will mark his third as a Lion. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. Opening day of the tourney. Michigan tonight in about 5 hours. We're asking you the question. I mean, is everything gravy from here on out? I think it is. I think it's an incredible job by Dusty May. And I like the spot Michigan's in that I love when everybody picks against my team. Takes the pressure off. Everybody's sexy underdog is UC San Diego. I mean, honestly. So, yeah, it's kind of you versus everybody. Nobody's showing you much respect. You got disrespected by getting a 5 instead of a 4. Not that we were surprised because the committee's lazy and they just make the bracket too early. But I want to know if you're into it tonight. And the other thing, we'll catch up to speed on what's going on. Once again, one of my least favorite teams is busting my balls, which is BYU and all their 30-year-old starters. But we'll get a little tournament update a little later because there were some interesting results, including whatever Clemson decided to do. Don't do that next time you're in the tournament. I don't know if it was bran muffins. I don't know if they didn't sleep well. Clemson showed up as a 5-12, right? Just like Michigan. Clemson showed up as a 7-point favorite, 7.5-point favorite. They have been getting blown out start to finish by McNeese State.
Mike, 9 minutes to go in this game. I don't think Clemson gets to the total of where McNeese is now. And they're at 29. McNeese is at 48 points. I don't think Clemson scores 48 points in this game.
What a train wreck to end your season. And I mean, look, we've been there as State fans. It's just, look, I don't think Michigan will play like that. I think Michigan, this should be a tight game tonight. I mean, look, we talked about it on Cash Ticket. If you want picks or just commentary on games, I wouldn't touch it unless the spread gets back up to 4.5 in game. Like, there's no value at 2.5. Michigan has a right to win this game. And obviously, Dusty May is a good coach. I don't have to like what he did after Logo Gate and going on his little crying tour. But he's going to have something tonight where with the guard play of UC San Diego, with a couple of all-conference, all-defensive players, they got one guy on the team. I've got it in my notes. He's got like 103 steals this year. Look, it's obvious. Your guards are going to be under duress. I don't think you want Wolf initiating this offense too often tonight. You got too comfortable doing that late in the year, and what happened? He got exhausted, and oh, wait, he turned it over a ton. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be interested to see how you can manage that, because I think the key for them is going to be, can I get the ball to Vlad Golden? And then Golden's probably going to have to hurry up a little bit. He's not going to be able to take the 3, 4, 5 dribbles he likes to take, get it within. Look, if he gets within 8 feet, it's game over.
Right.
But I just want to see how they react.
But the key is, if you make him take his time and do the dribble, things like that, it's going to eventually wear him down. It's like body blows in boxing that come at the end of the final 5 minutes. That's when you see him short-arming the free throws when he goes to the line. Same happens with Wolf. I look at this Michigan team, man, and the good news is, if the game goes like Vegas says, they're like 12-3 in games that are 4 points or less.
They're
that
great
they
in
win.
close games.
So they know how to do this. They know there's no panic. They know how to win these types of games. If you're Michigan, you just don't want to lose that lead and go too far down, because when you lose games badly, it's awful. Like you get embarrassed. But if it's a close game, and David, for me, first 10 minutes are going to dictate where this team is going to go. If they jump out to a nice lead, you can go to sleep early. They're going to win this thing. But if it's like one of these games where it's tied or they're winning and you've already turned the ball over 7 times in the first 10 minutes, that's going to be trouble.
That's what they have to control. That's what I don't need to see early in that game. They're turning the ball over. That has me nervous for the rest of that game. That cannot happen at all.
So, yeah, Michigan fans, where you at? Your team just won the Big Ten tournament last weekend. Are you all in tonight? And what's the success for you as a Michigan fan? I say you cannot lose this game tonight. This game validates what you did last weekend. And it's not fluky. You just had a bad few games before that. But you have to win tonight, because that'll be your first really bad loss in the NCAA tournament.
Some ticket text coming through saying there's no consolation prize for Michigan and Dusty if they lose. It's so easy to turn around a team in the portal era, and U of M is big enough for it to be easy. So, no, it's not okay if they lose tonight.
I think we say that, but then when you look at the landscape, we were talking about Creighton because we're nerds, and I brought up how Pop Isaacs was supposed to be on this team. He was Texas Tech's best player. He's a real difference maker. He could take over games. Well, he was lost for the season, and Creighton was a top 10 team preseason. Well, then we started talking about, it's easy in the portal era. Indiana paid $1 million for Ballo, the kid from Arizona. Indiana didn't make the tournament. Texas spent a ton of money on that. If you think Trey Johnson's there for free or for a couple of hot dogs, you're wrong. They got blasted out. They had a very bad year at 19-14. Yes, but look, what St. John's did is a little bit different. St. John's is backed by Mike Rapoli, who is a multi-billionaire, created vitamin water, body armor. Look, he spent the better part of $5 million on that roster. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if you think Michigan spent $5 million on this roster, you're out of your mind.
Right. I mean, even look at a team that, quote unquote, you didn't go through the portal, but you just got two of the top 3 players in the NBA draft to go to Rutgers.
How'd that work?
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't. So, no, I mean, that's my point is you're right in that the expectation by fan bases is, well, we gave Dusty resources and he brought his stud center from FAU here. He should do that. Well, I agree with the expectation. I don't agree with how easy it is, because you're seeing it more and more in college football and college basketball. When you spend the money, that's only part of it. It's a lot like Iserman's pro scouting department with the Wings. If you bring in the wrong people, I don't care what you spent. You bring in a collection of Tarasenkos and Andrew Kopps, you end up as, I don't know, Baylor. I mean, Baylor spent a ton of money. They barely made this tournament. They haven't been good all year. They have a top 5 pick. Edgecombe's going top 5 in the NBA. So, no, I do respect what Dusty did, because it's not easy. And I don't know the individual NIL deals, but they're not spending $4 to $5 million like St. John's did. If I handed Dusty May $4 to $5 million, you think these are his guards? No. So let's not act like he has a bottomless pit. Now, I know it's hard for some of you because you're probably staring lustily at an 8x10 of Bryce Underwood. My point is,
it was his first day of practice today.
So, my God. So, look, I just wanted to give the guy some respect to the people.
to the people.
Preston's in Troy, 97.1. Preston, what's going on? How are you?
What's going on, guys? First, I want to say, Mike, 15 years I've been listening to you. I never thought you would show respect to Michigan, so I just want to say I respect you for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, listen, I grew up in high school watching Nick Stauskas, Trey Burke. I saw the shots in the tourney. They were one of my favorite teams. Fast forward, they had some good teams throughout the years with John Beilein. And then we had Juwan Howard, and that's when I fell off of basketball. I didn't even want to watch it anymore. I mean, he was terrible. So this year I've been kind of on and off. I've been okay, maybe they're good, maybe they're not good. I don't know. They started out good, then they started losing. Then they had that losing streak, and then you had Logo Gate, and I'm it's Juwan Howard all over again. I can't handle this. And you know what? They got my respect when they went to the tournament and they made it about business.
Yes, and look, here's my question, Preston. Do you consider it a success if they lose tonight? Or are you like Rico? Yeah. They got to win tonight in order to, cement the validation.
I think they got to win tonight to cement it. I got some family that lives in San Diego. They're rooting for UC San Diego, and I said, up yours, guys. We're going to win today.
Preston, it's pretty incredible, too, when you look at the way UC San Diego's put together. I mean, this school was like D3 10 minutes ago. Yeah. It's pretty wild what they've built. And look, again, Preston, we're going to find out quick if all of a sudden the athletic advantages are apparent. But you see this a lot. It's really hard. I don't care what conference you're playing. You go 30-4, you can play ball. And I respect those teams. Look, I know Drake hasn't won a tournament game, but Drake shows up, you don't want Drake. Years prior, they played Miami. They get these 30-win seasons. It's like what Creighton used to be. Well, now Creighton's big time now, right? They're not in the Missouri Valley Conference anymore, whatever it is. They're in the Big East.
Creighton, Butler, Gonzaga.
They've become household names out of being cute or low major. And it's no, if I were a Michigan fan, I didn't want to see this team. But now they're here, so go play them. Yeah. Hang on to the basketball. And for God's sakes, can you make your free throws, please?
Yeah.
Why is it they can't shoot free throws? What is the problem?
I think they're tired.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, seriously. I mean, they because they keep turning the ball over, David, they just, when you short arm free throws, you're tired. Plain and simple. Wolf has to be a better free throw shooter.
That's just not an excuse for me. I cannot accept that excuse. You're probably right. But come on. Dusty May has to fix that then. Run them and shoot free throws after you run them. What are we doing here?
What are you, Gene Hackman and Hoosiers?
Yes.
That's Coach Carter.
Good God. 248-539-9797. We'll get Gordon in Windsor, and then we'll move. Gordon, what's going on, pal?
Not much. Mike, Rico, David, Kenny, I love all you guys. Listen to you guys as much as I can.
Thank you, Gordon.
Definitely locked in for tonight. I don't know if it's just because we're back in March Madness and the program became an absolute dumpster fire under Juwan, and I'm just excited to be back, but I'm definitely pumped for tonight.
Yeah, now what's going to happen? Now, Gordon, do you need them to win to validate the success of Dusty May, or are you like me? Season's already a banner year for a debut coach.
I think after last Sunday winning the Big Ten tournament, the season's already a success. Personally, I'd love to make the Sweet 16 just to put the cherry on top, but we'll see how it goes tonight. Hopefully they can make free throws, like you said, Mike, and monitor the turnovers.
Yeah, and look, Gordon, it's not, none of us are reinventing the wheel. I don't want to act like these are some, what a sage bit of advice, make free throws. But
score more points.
No, it's just, it's often the little things in the tournament when you're in these games and the point spreads are tight. The margins aren't big in the tournament. Right. You've weeded out a lot of the garbage. Now, can a McNeese Clemson thing happen? Somebody just shows up dead on arrival? Yeah. Happened to Michigan State in 2016. But in general, those small things, man, at the end of the game, you're begging for the 2, 3, 4 free throws. Let's say you got a good free throw shooter. No. The splitting of the pair, man, it washes over you like a rainstorm.
Because the problem is, if you're turning the ball over and you're missing free throws, you're leaving so many points off the board.
Oh, boy.
That's the thing. If you're hitting all your free throws and you turn it over, you can almost it'll be a wash, but you can't do both.
248-539-9797 FanDuel. They've got everything covered for your March Madness. And if you bet the lowest winning seed, perhaps you bet McNeese State today. Maybe that'll be the lowest seed that wins a game. Don't know. If it is, you'll be sharing in $1 million in bonus bets with anyone else who picked them to win Moneyline. They run promotions like this all the time. They got more betting lines than anybody. That's how Jim Costa played under SIU Edwardsville team total 49.5. You can't make that up. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talking to Michigan fans, big game tonight, 10 o'clock, UC San Diego. Just wanted to know, how into this are you? Have they won you back after last weekend? And then we're going to have a tournament update for the later games, for the games later on today. David, a couple ticket texts, if you would.
There are no moral victories when you are the better seed. U of M absolutely needs to win this game tonight. I'm one of the 7 Michigan fans. Unfortunately, I can't watch the game because of the 4 a.m. alarm clock. But when I get up, I will see who won the game.
Because you know what the worst thing to do if you got a 4 a.m. alarm clock?
Yeah.
Is to start watching any of the game.
Because then you won't ever go to sleep.
Because then you can't stop. Because
Correct.
now it's like, all right, I got to see how this thing ends. So, yeah, that's smart.
Hey, guys, I have to teach tomorrow morning, and I'm absolutely watching the entire game till the end.
Oh, my God.
Can't believe they are only a 2.5-point favorite tonight.
But, again, guys, it's the NCAA tournament, though,
yes.
too. Like, it opened up at 4.5. The line moved to 2.5 because the right people betting the right amount of money are betting on UC San Diego. I can't change that. I don't have some great feel for it. I mean, I'm going to watch. I'm going to be fascinated. I think it's one of the most interesting games of the first round. It's just, I think you're going to know right away. You know, if Michigan struggles against that pressure and those guards, and I want to see what Dusty May's answer is for it. Because I don't think it could be Wolf initiating the offense.
No, I think it's going to be more of LJ Kason. I think he's getting more minutes. He may be the difference maker at point guard. It's less Wolf, more of him, more of Donaldson. I think you're going to be okay. David, I've said it before, too. With this Michigan team, if you get good Trey, you'll win this game. You get bad Donaldson, and he has more turnovers than assists, you're in trouble.
As a father of 5 girls, Michigan alum and fan, have been able to watch off and on all season. Was all in earlier this year. End of the year started losing interest because they were losing to bad teams, terrible teams. Conference tournament brought me back, so I'm all in watching tonight's game. As long as we don't look like Georgia.
Hey, Georgia's come back. After
Yes.
27-3 start, it's 37-23. They're not out of it. I mean, look, you're down 27-3. You are moments from the game being over. You allow another 8-2 run or something like that, you're down 35-5.
Or
it's game over.
A
But
4-0 run.
Yeah. I mean, the fact they're only down 14 with 5 minutes to go in the first, Kenny, you're not dead. You got life.
I just need the 6.5. That's all I need. Just get within striking distance. You'll be fine.
Okay, then.
Got $1,000 on tonight's game. They better win.
Well.
Oh, no.
Okay, God bless.
Oh, no.
Good luck.
I'll be watching tonight. The Big Ten tournament got me back into them for sure. That is from Kyle in Milford. Another one says, I am into this game, and I'm confident Wolf and Golden will dominate against a short squad. Might be hopium, though, because we turn it over and they force a ton of turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the other thing. You saw it last night with Xavier, and it's just, this is why I really don't like where the sport is at, that referees play such a big role. I think the 5-foul thing is antiquated. The idea that if a guy gets his second foul in the first half, he's got to sit. You saw it with Xavier. Cromwell got 2, had to sit. Fremantle got 2, had to sit. You're impacting these games where, look, if it was 6 fouls like the NBA, it's not as big of a concern. Here's the other thing I would do. If it's 5 fouls in the collegiate game, no player should foul out, but simply once you've committed your 5th foul, it's the foul plus a technical free throw. Every foul beyond that is a technical free throw. But I am not here to see Ted Valentine. I'm here to watch the players. I hate the idea of fouling out.
Yeah, that would actually make for an interesting strategy, because if your player can't control himself, then you're really like,
every foul becomes a 3-point play or a 4-point play.
No.
And again, that'll catch up to you.
Yeah.
But what world are we in where, like tonight, let's say it happens that Vlad and Wolf pick up 2 cheapies.
Mm-hmm.
You have irreparably damaged Michigan.
Yes, I would leave Vlad in the game. Wolf, I would have to take out. He gets in foul trouble. Evan came up with the stat of the day. Vlad, you know how many times he finished the game with 4 fouls?
Maybe once.
4 times.
Yeah, it never happened.
You know how many times he finished the game with no fouls?
Half a dozen, 7, 8.
6.
Okay, there you go.
So he's had more games with no fouls than 4. He plays smart. Wolf, not so much. Wolf gets handsy when he gets tired, when he's had to do too much work. I would worry about that. But you're right. He picks up a couple cheap early ones. Yeah, that could be very problematic. But I still say for Michigan tonight, your key player, Trey Donaldson, good Trey, you win. And last weekend, you had good Trey for 3 straight games.
Someone says, I am the vasectomy guy that texted in earlier this week. I'll have it tomorrow morning. So I'm watching all of the game tonight. It's going to be a great weekend, he says. Go Blue. Bradford in a truck.
Godspeed.
Is it really going to be a great weekend?
We're rooting for you tomorrow morning.
This next person says, Michigan fan here. I watched every game of theirs. I'm into this game. We'll stay up to watch. They can't do any wrong here, even if they lose. I know what the team is. I've known it since the middle of the season, win or lose. He also says, I'll be drinking either way. Screw work. Okay. Cannot wait for this game tonight. I have 3 kids under 7 and a full-time job. Time for a big black coffee to stay awake. Nervous but excited for Michigan postseason basketball. That is Kara in Wixom.
Stunning.
Why they call him Gator.
Okay, move along.
I'll be at work tonight, but I'll definitely be listening on the radio. I'm looking forward to it tonight.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Before we get to our tournament update. Who is your version of BYU? I mean, not a rival. Not like Michigan State. I've never been to the state of Utah. I have no desire to go to the state of Utah. I hate BYU with the fire of 1,000 suns. And it's happening again, where whether it's football or basketball, they always find a way to hurt me. Who is your BYU? I hate these people. I have to tell you, I hate them and their magic underpants and their little Mormon papers and the whole bit. I hate them all. I hate BYU with a passion. Who is your version of this? A non-rival that you have developed an irrational hatred of the sports, not the actual human beings. I really don't care what you pray to or what you do. I just find all of that a little bit odd. I cannot stand their athletic programs. Who's your BYU? Non-rival.
Florida.
The Gators. What have they done to you?
I just don't like them.
Hillbillies, meth, things of that nature?
I mean, of all the Miami teams, I've always rooted for either Florida State or Miami to beat them each and every time they play. Didn't help the whole Teddy Dupay thing back in the championship game, and I never really got over that.
Wrong Gators.
Mine would definitely be Texas. The whole thing about we're always back, we're back, all that stuff, and they would never back.
I also love how horns down is viewed as a personal foul. Like, or how sensitive.
Right.
That they lobbied. And yeah, I like how the SEC was like, yeah, don't even peddle that here. Just no. The Big 12 actually made it a rule. You can't do it's disrespectful to who cares?
Just play the game. All right. You want to do a tournament wrap? We'll do it next. 97.1. Curiosity, Rika.
All right. You know what? The summer is coming. Spring's almost here. And what you need to do is you need to call Koi Construction and have them design and build a deck for you just like they did for me. It is fantastic. I was just out there the other day when it was 70 and warm out. They can come out. They'll design, build one for you, and you'll be looking on and standing on your new Trex deck in a matter of time. You just got to give them a call. Why? Because Koi Construction has over 40 years of experience serving Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan, and their decks are phenomenal. Trex decking is the way to go. You don't have to stain it every year. All you do is just stand out there and you watch all your neighbors stain their wooden decks, and you're just out there barbecuing and enjoying life. Don't wait till the summer kicks in. Call Koi Construction right now to get on their schedule. Your weekends will be spent relaxing on your deck. Koi's experienced team will make your vision come to reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your deck project started.
All right, weather warming up. You got to think about home improvement projects. Two of the most important and overlooked ones, your roof and your windows and the seal. Look, we live in Michigan, so it's rough. I mean, freezing and thawing. I mean, it was 70 yesterday, and it's like 10 degrees today. Look, let Victor's Home Solutions simplify this for you. A 21-point roof inspection, and they will check the windows as well. They'll go over every square inch of your roof and windows and make sure there is simply nowhere water can get in. It allows you to catch a minor problem early and, most likely, fix them with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has got you covered. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, clear communication, perfect installation the first time. Call them today before the problem could get worse. 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
The Valenti Show with Rico. I'm going to do this for you, Mike. I'm going to do this for you. All I'm going to say is be careful, bettors. Be careful.
No, it's fine. It's just if you had the under in the McNeese State Clemson game. Oh, my God. How that game ever got to 134.5 when Clemson had 13 points in the first half to lose with 0.1 seconds to go? Are you kidding me?
134.5. McNeese State guy misses free throw, still at 134.
Wait, shouldn't have bet at 134.
Clemson jacks a 3, misses. The ball looks like it's just going to bounce out. The clock will end. Try-hard guy gets it as they're down 4.
A late layup that
only
matters
to shoot a layup,
0%.
Only shoot a layup where last time I checked, one layup does not equal 4 points. You can't win.
Welcome to March.
Even if you get fouled, it'll only be a 3-point play, and you still can't win.
But you know what? Here's what that kid thought about things.
So
meanwhile, we're watching, and here's our response. Welcome to March. David.
It feels like 5 points at halftime.
David.
Oh,
you
my
gotta just
gosh.
If you don't laugh, you cry. It'll drive you insane.
Oh, my. Whew. Got my iPad on the TV and listening to you guys on the Odyssey app. These next 2 days is the promise that summer is coming.
It is.
Can't wait for the Michigan game tonight.
It is. I'm excited. I'm hoping the night session. I want Kansas and Arkansas to live up, and I'm hoping we get something fun there.
Entertaining.
Please. And then, Michigan, UC San Diego presents arguably the most interesting first-round game outside of ECU versus the unmentionables. Mr. Rieger, I know you are one of the 7 Michigan basketball fans.
It's a big one today, boys. It's a big one.
Now, what's the setup? Because obviously, you've got your Barca Lounge.
Yeah.
You've got your parental duty.
You're going to put the kid to bed.
So the kid's going to be out a little late today. She's over with a friend, but they're going to be home by 9:30. Kid's going to be in bed by 9:45.
Okay.
I'm going to be in front of the TV by tip. And, have a couple beers. I got the Barca Lounger. I got the FanDuel app. I'm ready to go.
Now, what's the menu? Is there a late-night menu for
No.
you?
I try not. No.
All right, I
I don't need a late-night menu. But here's what I do know.
Let's hear
it. And you said there's no correlation. But I'm happy that a 12 already beat a 5.
Gets it out the system.
You think that somehow cosmically
it can't hurt.
Enhances the odds for Michigan.
You
do realize that has no impact on this basketball.
It's like flipping a coin, like it doesn't remember. But yes, anytime you are the 5 seed, there's anxiety and there's dread because all you think about is I don't want to be the 5 seed to lose to a 12. I get it, Rieger.
I was the loser watching Auburn earlier today, and yes, the thought went through my mind. I'm like, wow, Auburn doesn't look all that good. And I know that I kind of feel Yale's going to upset A&M. So I feel you win tonight. Maybe Danny Wolf goes against his old team on Saturday, and maybe you don't have to play Auburn in the Sweet 16 game, and maybe you get to play Michigan State in the Elite Eight, which would be my dream. That's my dream. Come on. We're going to ask that question.
You don't match up against us. We will light you on fire and throw you in a garbage can for the 3rd time this year.
I don't care. All I know, Mike, and you might disagree, first game at Chrysler, 10-minute span, Michigan goes on a 15-0 run, and that zone was busting your balls. You couldn't do crap against that zone.
Yeah, what
Michigan goes in, 4-point lead at the half, and then Izzo said, you guys suck, and then it all changed. Started hitting
after
threes.
That, the next 3 halves, that zone was useless.
But I would say the next 2 halves, because the second half of the game at Michigan State, before the freshmen got you guys all in a tussy about your kissing tradition, they actually played pretty well.
Okay,
pretty good second half for Michigan.
You do realize that
could be where it all changed for Michigan.
You do realize at that point they were gathering the hats and T-shirts and didn't care about the game.
I don't care. I'll take what
I mean. I hear that was the most meaningless. Okay, congratulations, you only lost by 13 instead of 23.
We're going to ask the question because you guys say Michigan has 7 fans. Maybe you're right.
They do.
Maybe I'm the leader of the fan base. I don't know.
You are. No one cares about them like you do, and I respect it.
Thank you.
But it's just something where I've never understood the adoration that football program gets, and the basketball program. It's not even on the back burner. It's in the pantry. And Dusty May has walked in and done an incredible job.
I feel it got big when Beeline was there. I feel people were all about it. And then, obviously, Jawan killed it, and it's going to take a little bit to get back.
Rieger, if just 10% of the fans who are at the big house go across the way to Chrysler, that joint's filled every game. 10%. The other 90 can stay home.
Here's what I know. I don't care who's a fan. I'm a fan.
Okay, then.
Wow. Can't wait to watch.
Jeez.
All right, Rieger's next.
This is it. You guys been enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
The only bad part about it is, Mike, if you never listen to Rieger doing the show during a Michigan game, you got to chew it.
No, I know. He does the worst thing. He does the play-by-play thing.
Yeah.
No. The roller coaster of emotions.
I try to do my job.
Imagine how you were feeling out there. He does it live on the air.
Very quickly, you hit on that, Rico. I know you guys got to go, but can we tomorrow, is there any way that Mike can just watch basketball? You guys get a camera on Mike watching the tournament. It's so good.
Absolutely.
It's so good to watch this man watch basketball.
we were on our way to sweeping the board there for a minute, and I want the people to be successful. Like, we work hard with the cash the ticket thing, and that was a ball breaker. I don't want Bob the plumber to lose his money. That sucked. That was ridiculous.
That was tough.
We'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about whatever Michigan does tonight, and we'll start talking about Bryant beating Michigan State tomorrow. It'll be very exciting.
I have not lived a good enough life.
I just wanted to make sure I gave you a little excitement there. Rico, take him to the bridge.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you get, you feel free to get strong your way on your time. And today is the last day, folks. If you go into any of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area, $1 down gets you a free month of the Black Card membership, where you get access to the Black Card spa, the hydro massage, the chairs, everything. Plus, you can bring a guest free anytime somebody could help motivate you to keep working out. It's normally $24.99 a month, but for this month, if you go in today, the last day, it will be free for the month of March. Remember, Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment. Get strong your